A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, Mr. Ace has a secret deal on to sell the farm to an attractive widow. He doesn't want Jane to know anything about it, for fear she might spoil the sale. But the secrecy, coupled with the fact that he called up last night and said he wouldn't be home for dinner, and some other chance remarks he made the night before, has led Jane to believe the worst about Mr. Ace. This episode takes place the following morning in alternating scenes between Neil Williams' newspaper office and Mr. Ace's real estate office. But first to Neil. Jane has just entered. Listen.
Well, Neil, it happened.
What happened?
For the first time since we've been married, he called up last night and said he wouldn't be home for dinner.
Oh, I see. You're still worrying about your husband's fidelity, huh?
Worried about it? Look at me. I certainly don't look like I stepped out of a bandwagon, do I? I look like a dish can. I hardly slept last night, hoping I'd hear him say her name in his sleep.
Hoping you'd hear him say her name.
Yeah.
Jane, you're working yourself up into a fine state.
I keep thinking it's somebody else. I keep saying this can't happen to me. Not after all these years and 8 months. I can hardly believe it's me.
Now, Jane, don't get so dramatic.
All right. I can't believe it's I, Dan. A fine time you picked to start criticizing my grammar.
No, Jane. I said don't get so dramatic. I want you to calm down. Now, sit down and talk this thing over sensibly. Now, sit down.
I'm too nervous to sit down. Look at me. I'm shaking like a thief. And the way he acted this morning when he went to his office, as if nothing happened.
Nothing did happen.
Now, Neil, there's no use trying to handle me with kid and gloves. Didn't he call up and say he wouldn't be home for dinner last night? And didn't he come home about 5 minutes after 11? Wasn't I there with the kitchen clock in my hand? And didn't I say it can't be this late, the clock must be wrong?
Was it wrong?
No, it wasn't. It was right to the penny. I was just being sarcastic.
Let's see, and what did they say?
That's what got me mad. He looked at his wristwatch and he said, no, I think it's 5 minutes slow. Imagine, it was even later than that, and he admitted it. Don't tell me I haven't got anything to worry about. Neil, you're hiding something from me.
No, Jane,
I know you are. Ever since the other night when you said, who was that lady I saw you with last night, I knew something like this was going to happen.
Look, Jane, I explained that all to you, and I thought we had that out of the way. That was just a joke.
Well, it may be a joke to you, but it's my husband to me. You've got to help me. You've got to tell me who she is.
I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about.
Oh, you act as innocent as the new mown hay. Tell me one thing. Did you happen to see him last night again?
No, I didn't see Ace last night, and I didn't see him any night.
But, Neil...
Now, you listen to me, young woman. You're going to make a nervous wreck out of yourself with these fantastic ideas of yours. When you come up here yesterday, I thought it was quite funny. You suspecting your husband. But you're making a mountain out of a molehill. You're letting your imagination run away with you.
Imagination? I suppose I just imagined it last night when I waited for him to tell me what business he had that wouldn't let him come home to dinner. And he didn't tell me.
Does he tell you all his business?
All his other business he does, but not this kind of business.
Hey, now wait a minute, Jane. Maybe it's just ordinary business that wouldn't be of any interest to you.
Oh, no. He looked too happy for that. I waited for him to say something, but he just sat there on the swing and didn't say a word. Until finally I said, what business kept you so late? And he said, well, Jane, it's a deal I'm working on, and Mr. Neff wanted to make sure we got all the details fixed up so we can put it over tomorrow. That's all he said.
I see. And what did you say?
I said, well, brush the powder off your shoulder and come on, let's go to sleep.
Jane, you did.
Yes, I did. It was just a trick, because it was too dark out there to see if he had powder on his shoulder or not. But I just wanted to see if his conscience bothered him, and sure enough, he reached up and brushed his shoulder off. And you tell me I'm making a mountain out of a moleskin.
What did they say when he brushed off his shoulder?
He said, that's not powder, that's dandruff.
Well, I'd say that's using his head.
Oh, Neil, you're making a joke out of this thing. I'm worried, and I thought you were my friend.
I am your friend, and I'm your husband's friend, and I say there's nothing to all this.
Oh, that's not what you told me yesterday. You told me you saw him with this some woman.
I made that whole thing up. I was taking you for a ride.
Taking me for a ride?
Yeah, that's all I was doing.
What do you mean, taking me for a ride? I don't understand that.
It's just an expression. I was kidding you.
Oh, no, now you can't say that. You men all stick together, taking me for a ride.
But, Jane, honestly, I never saw Ace with anybody.
Oh, no? Well, why did he call up out of a clean sky and say he wasn't coming home for dinner?
I don't know, but I'm willing to bet it was business, just as he said.
Well, I hate to get sarcastic, Neil, but, oh, yes?
Oh, yes. Now, look, Jane, let's call a spade a spade.
All right, and a heart. If you think my heart isn't broken by all this.
That's what I mean. You're breaking yourself up over nothing. And I'm going to take the rest of this day to prove it to you, if it takes the rest of the day.
But how
Now, you leave it to me. First, we're going right over to your husband's office.
Now?
Yes, now.
Oh, it looks so terrible. I can't go visiting looking like this.
I think Ace won't mind.
But what are you going to do there?
We're going to ask him to lay his cards on the table.
Oh, this is no time for games.
No. I mean we're going to come right out and ask him about last night. Just where he was and what the business was.
But suppose he tells us.
Well, suppose he tells us. Well, don't you want to find out?
I think so.
Well, what is it you want?
I'm afraid to find out.
Well, now, Jane, you've got to make up your mind. Do you want to get to the bottom of this or not?
Well, not all the way to the bottom.
What does that mean?
Oh, I don't know what I mean. I'm so mixed up and nervous.
Well, I'll soon put a stop to that. Come on. Oh, wait a minute. Wait till I call the city desk.
Oh, don't tell them about it.
Oh, no, I'm just going to tell them I'm going out for a few... Hello, give me the city desk, please.
They got one, a big floppy hat instead of this one. He never did like this hat.
Yes. Hello? This is William. I'm going out for an hour or so. Yeah, on an assignment, I guess you'd call it. Okay. Now, come on, Jane. The car's downstairs. Pull yourself together and let's get going.
I'm together. It's just that I'm so nervous.
Oh, Mr. Neff, Mr. Adams hasn't come in yet. What time will you be here? Oh, you can't. Oh, I see. Bring it to your office. Fine. Yes, I understand. Soon as she gets here. Okay. I'll come over with her when she gets there. Yes, sir. Goodbye. Betty, come here a minute, will you?
Did you call me?
Oh, yes, I'm expecting Mrs. Adams over. You know, the lady we've got a deal on with.
Yes, I know Mrs. Adams, the one that was here yesterday.
Yeah, she's the one.
Is she going to buy the farm?
Well, she's interested. How did you know about that? I didn't say anything to you about it.
Well, Mr. Neff was here yesterday, and naturally, as loud as he talks, I couldn't help but overhear him.
Oh, I see.
Why, didn't you want me to know?
Well, yes, I guess you'll have to find out sooner or later, but it's just that I'm keeping this very quiet. Mr. Neff doesn't want anything to happen that might spoil the sale.
Well, what could happen?
Oh, nothing, I guess. It's, oh, well, I might as well tell you this, but don't breathe a word of it.
Oh, I never discuss office business with anyone, Uncle Ace.
Well, that's the way it should be, only you might inadvertently let something slip at home, in front of your aunt, I mean. But,
Oh, doesn't Aunt Jane know about it?
No, and that's the main reason we're keeping it so quiet. Mr. Neff doesn't want her to know a thing about it until we either put it over or flop on it. He kind of got it in for Jane because, well, it kind of messed up that other chance he had to sell the farm.
Oh, I see.
And then he had some other dealings with her in the past in which he came out a bad second, so he'd rather not have her know anything about this.
Oh, I understand. I won't let anything out.
That's the girl. Now, Mr. Neff is just on the phone. He was supposed to come here for a meeting with Mrs. Adams this morning, but he can't leave his office. He's expecting a long-distance call, so as soon as she gets here, I'm going to take her over.
Good morning, Mr. Ace.
Oh, here she is. Good morning, Mrs. Adams. I was just telling my secretary here you were expected. Come in.
Am I Adams? Isn't Mr. Neff here yet?
No, he just called me and said he'd appreciate it a lot if you and I dropped in at his office this morning. He's expecting a very important long-distance call, and he can't leave. You don't mind, do you?
Oh, not at all.
Fine. It's only a 5-minute drive. We'll get a cab downstairs. I'm sorry to inconvenience you this way, Mrs. Adams.
Not at all. I don't mind at all. I like Mr. Neff. He's a dear old fellow.
Yes, isn't he?
And I must say that my brother seemed to like those plans of the farm you showed him last night.
Oh, did he? Well, that's good news.
Yes, he's anxious to see the actual farm now.
Well, we're going to arrange that. I think Mr. Neff has that in mind this morning, as I explained to you last night. You see, my wife and I are living on the farm while we're making some repairs, and I want to get everybody off the place so you can look around without having to bother anybody.
Oh, I won't mind her doing that.
Well, we want to make sure you won't feel as if you're in the way. I know how it is when somebody shows me through a house where the tenant's still
but
in.
I hate to inconvenience her.
Oh, not at all. She'll understand. Oh, shall we go now? I think Miss Neff's waiting for us, and maybe if we're lucky, after we talk business, we can get the old gent to buy us our lunch.
That sounds promising. I'm ready.
Well, let's get going. Oh, Betty, I'll be back sometime this afternoon.
Yes, sir, I'm...
Now, if I can find some place to park in front of this building.
Oh, do you think he'll be there, Neil?
If he isn't, we'll wait until he does come in. I'm going to get this straightened out in your mind once and for all.
Oh, I'm so nervous.
Oh, there's a place across the street. You want to get out here, Jane, and I'll park over there and come back?
No, I'll ride over with you, but you can't turn around in the middle of the block, Neil.
I can't. Just watch me.
But it's against the tariff regulations.
Don't worry about the tariff. See that press sign on the windshield?
Yeah.
That gets me anywhere, anyway. There we are. Yep. Just made to order for this buggy. There. How's that? Oh, wait a minute. You better get out on this side, Jane.
Neil.
What?
Look.
Where? What is it?
Across the street. See him?
Yeah, that's Ace. Let's run over and get him before he gets away.
No, wait. Who's he with?
Oh, yeah.
Look, they're getting into that taxi.
Yeah, so I see.
You see, and you tried to tell me you were kidding me. There they go in that taxi. Now who's taking who for a ride?
Well, Dan, it looks like we're both being taken for a ride.
Well, Mr. Ace may be on the way to closing a big deal, but he leaves a very broken-hearted Jane behind. We learn more about this complication when next we meet the Easy Aces.
The Anchor Hawking Glass Corporation brings you Crime Photographer.
Ethelbert, what on earth's going on over there?
Oh, that's Grace. I can't get her away from that piano.
Tell her to let Herman play.
Oh, Grace! That's enough. Thanks.
Besides, this is the famous noise abatement week.
Well, it may be famous, Casey, but it's not as famous as my favorite line. Anchor Hawking is the most famous name in glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hawking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole, our adventure for tonight, King of the Apes. Mid-afternoon, the Blue Note Cafe. Leaning comfortably on the bar are Casey and Ann Williams. And behind the bar, its chief custodian, Ethelbert.
You and Miss Williams are going to the circus tonight, huh, Casey?
Yeah, we gotta go, pal. It's an assignment.
Every year, Ethelbert, he's found an excuse to go to the circus.
You think I like to go to the circus, huh?
Well, if you don't, you'd better reserve yourself a chair in the old men's home.
She's right, Casey. Any guy who can't enjoy the circus is slipping, and fast.
I love the clowns and the elephants.
I still like the brass bands and the peanuts and popcorn.
Well, I go for the lady bareback riders and the lady acrobats and the lady...
That's enough.
Well, I just wanted to establish that I'm not slipping, Annie. I'm simply matured, that's all.
What kind of assignment you two got at the big show?
Principally, we're covering the feature act, King of the Apes.
They say that's swell. According to pictures on the billboards, that fella, the king, keeps 20 or 30 giant gorillas under his complete control.
Now, circus posters underrate a little bit, Ethelbert. The 20 or 30 giant gorillas are really 6 orangutans.
And their trainer isn't the king. His name is King. Charles King.
Oh. But an orangutan is a pretty big monkey, huh?
Big enough. A full-grown male can break a couple of Joe Lewises in two.
Then I guess 6 orangutans are plenty for a guy to go into a cage alone with.
I'd say so. Well, we'd better get over to the circus, Annie. It's nearly time for our date.
Oh, yeah.
I thought you said you were going to the circus tonight.
We're interviewing Mr. King after the matinee performance. We're seeing the show tonight.
Oh.
Well, so long, pal.
So long, Ethelbert.
Have a good time, and don't let him lock you up in the monkey cage.
Nuts to you, pal. So long.
So long, Casey. And nuts to you.
King's dressing room is this way, Annie.
The afternoon show is still going on. Casey, let's peek through those back curtains.
Oh, no. Look, we'll see the whole thing from out front tonight, Annie. Besides, that's the wind-up you hear now, the grand finale.
Oh, no, I guess it is. Oh, look. The clowns are coming from the ring. Oh, let's walk.
Oh, I've seen clowns before. We've got a date,
Oh,
Annie.
just a minute, Casey.
Oh, okay. A nice-looking performers coming through the curtains now. That one in the black spangled tights has got beautiful eyes.
We'll find Mr. King.
Oh, I'm in no hurry, Annie.
We've got a date.
Huh? Oh. Okay. There. That's the star dressing room there.
Well, give a knock.
Oh, wait a minute. There's several star dressing rooms. Well, here's the one with the King's name on it.
Don't you dare call me that.
I'll call your work if I catch you with that bond of finale again.
You better not, you big poker.
A little argument inside that room, Casey.
King.
I'm fed up with your jealousy. If I feel like talking to a man, any man, I'm
You're
going
not
to.
going to sneak up in corners with finale again, I tell
Try
you.
and stop me.
I'll stop you.
Don't you put your hands on me. Don't
Time to break this up, Annie. Come on.
That knock should do it.
Who's that?
Miss Williams and Casey in the Morning Express. If you're Mr. King, your press agent made a date for us to see you.
Oh, yes, of course. Just a moment.
That ended the battle, Casey.
Sure did.
Please come in.
Oh, thank you.
Miss Williams and Mr. Casey, you said?
That's right.
I'm Charles King. Nice to know both of you.
Nice to know you.
Mr. King.
Allow me to present my wife.
Mrs. King.
How'd you do? If you'll excuse me, I'll be running along.
Wait, Bernice.
Yeah?
This lady and gentleman are going to do a feature story about the act. Don't you want to stay?
Your act, Charlie. They don't want to interview me. See you later.
I'd like you to stay.
I've got some shopping to do. Nice to meet you, Miss Williams and Mr. Casey. So long.
So long.
My wife is always on the go, as you Americans say. You'll pardon her, I'm sure.
Certainly.
I'm very grateful for this visit. Publicity is the lifeblood of show business. Perhaps I'd better take you downstairs to the animal room. The three of us and my orangutans can get acquainted all at the same time.
Right.
I fancy that's what you wish.
Yes, sir, that's it.
Yeah.
Come on, then. We'll walk down that ramp to the animal room.
Right. Careful, Annie.
Bernice,
What?
I thought you were going shopping.
I am. I just stopped to talk a minute with Mr. Finelli.
Hello, Charlie.
Hello, Finelli. You better get your shopping done, Bernice.
Okay. See you later, Luigi.
Sure, Mrs. King.
Miss Williams, if you and Mr. Casey will excuse me, I want a word with that man.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, go
Mr.
ahead.
King.
Thanks. Just a moment, Finelli.
This seems to be the old triangle business,
And
Casey.
how?
That Finelli is good looking.
Yeah, so is Mrs. King. They're both young.
King must be 50.
Oh, easy. But he looks like a tough guy to tangle with. Huh? He seems to be quietly laying down a little law to Mr. Finelli over there.
Thanks for waiting for me.
Not at all. It's all right.
Here's the ramp. The cage of my beast found far from the bottom.
That guy you were talking with had on tights, Mr. King. What is he, an acrobat?
He's a wire walker.
Oh.
Do you good people know very much about orangutans?
Practically nothing.
We've seen a couple in the zoos.
Then perhaps you'd like to have a little basic information for your story, Miss Williams.
Yes, I would.
But the orangutan is found only in Borneo and Sumatra. In size, he is the second of the great apes, ranking next to the gorilla. In intelligence, though some place the chimpanzee in a higher category, I rank the orangutan first. Those are my animals in those two cages.
Casey, we've never seen an orangutan like that big fellow at the zoo.
Oh, that's Nimbu. He's a full-grown male. If he stood upright, which he seldom does, he'd be 5 feet 7 inches tall. And he tips the scale at 22 stone, about 300 pounds.
Why do you keep him alone in that cage? Is he vicious or something?
No, I'm keeping Nimbu separate temporarily because he hasn't been very well. I'm quite worried about him. Without Nimbu, I wouldn't have the same act. And, well, I'm fond of the old fellow.
Seems pretty fond of you. Casey, did you see him reach out his hand to Mr. King like a big child?
Yeah.
I let him take my hand and put his other long arm around my neck.
I wouldn't want him that close to me, brother.
I wouldn't dare permit such familiarity from the one in the next cage.
Oh, he doesn't like you, huh?
Oh, he doesn't like anybody. Fear of Nimbu is the only thing that keeps Dillinger in his place.
Dillinger?
I call him that because he's a public enemy, Miss Williams.
Oh.
Hello, boss.
Oh, hello, Joe. I was beginning to wonder where you were.
I was out getting some fresh medicine for Nimbu.
You know, I never want these animals left alone. Where's Tyan?
He have probably gone for a drink. That man is no good.
Yes, I know that, but he knows Big Ape.
Because he is a little ape himself. Better you should send him back to Borneo where we got him.
I'll have another talk with Tyan. Oh, excuse me, Miss Williams, Mr. Casey. This is Johannes Fleet, my chief assistant.
Mr. Fleet?
Hi, Mr.
Johan knows as much more about orangutans as I do. He was born in Dutch Borneo and talks their language.
I talk Dutch and English, not ape talk. That is for men like that Tyan.
Tyan, my second assistant. He's a Dayak. A Borneo tribesman. You can write a few colorful lines about him, Miss Williams.
It's feeding time. I go get fruit for your ape.
He's a pleasing character, Casey.
Yeah.
I heard what you said, Miss Williams. Johann Philip is, well, it isn't easy to find men who can properly care for orangutans, and he knows the beast. The same applies to Tyan, who is, as you Americans might say, another stinker.
Hey, Busman.
Oh, there he is. Joe says you were left to watch those animals, Tyan.
Orangutan not go away when locked in cage. Tyan, get thirsty, go for get drink.
You're always getting a drink, and I'd like you to...
And if Tyan don't be more good, you send him back chop quick to burn you. You don't do that, Bossman. You need Tyan.
All right. Here's a fresh bottle of medicine. Give him some.
Okay, Bossman. First I tell him I gonna do him good.
He's chattering to that big ape. He and the ape answers back.
Well, I'm going to get some pictures of this. This is terrific.
Tyan seems to really talk ape language, Miss Williams. The Dayaks believe orangutans have a language, and that some men learn it.
That ought to be a good shot. Here comes Fleet. I'll get one of him feeding it.
Hey, Bossman. Limbo. He no look good in the eye, and his tongue very dry. He more sick than before.
Better you should not have him work tonight.
Jack's never so good without Nimbu, Joe.
Never will it be so good if Nimbu die.
Oh, well, the two of you are right, I suppose. I shan't work him tonight.
Oh, then Casey and I won't see him in your act.
And I'm sorry, Miss Williams. You won't see him tonight.
Children of all ages, the biggest show in the world is proud to present the most daring, colossal, engrossing, educational exhibition of man's mastery over the savage beast that has ever been witnessed in the history of the universe.
That's it, Annie. This is King's act.
They're throwing up the cage, Casey.
Most dangerously intelligent animals known to man, orangutans.
Well, that Nimbu sure looks dangerous and wise.
From the jungle wilds of Borneo.
afternoon.
One man dares to enter the cage, alone and unarmed, and to bend them to his superior will. Ladies and gentlemen, the outstanding, unexcelled star attraction of the circus world, King of the Apes!
Boy, that was some build-up, wasn't it, huh?
The ringmaster did use a few superlatives. Oh, Mr. King looks nice in that jungle explorer's outfit, doesn't he?
Yeah. His wife isn't half bad in her shorts.
She is not in the cage.
Oh, she's just outside over on the left there, Annie.
Let's see. Look, Casey. They're letting the apes into the ring cage now from those wagons.
Yeah, that Joe Flair is superintending the job.
I don't see Tyan.
Oh, he's around somewhere, I imagine.
Dylan's just coming into the cage now. Ooh, he's a mean-looking animal.
I'm sorry we're not going to see Nimbu do his stuff. He's a real star at this act, you know.
Yeah, and King depends on him. He told me he doesn't have to carry that big whip in the ring with him when Nimbo's there.
Yeah,
He's the boss.
Look, Annie, look, the big monks are going to ride those tricycles. Look at that, Annie.
I thought you didn't care for circuses.
Well, it's part of my job to come here and take pictures, that's all.
What was that?
Funny cry, wasn't it? Animal or something, I guess.
Casey, those big apes stopped riding in that car. King can't get them to start again. Seem to be listening.
There it goes again. Hey, look at Dillinger.
He's grabbed Mr. King. He's killing him.
He's got him on the throat, Annie. Annie, I'm going to shoot some pictures of this. That cry we heard, Annie. I've got a hunch this wasn't any accident.
Mother's Day is a week from Sunday. Why not make this an occasion to be remembered? Make Mother queen for the day. Keep her out of the kitchen. Let the whole family pitch in and cook this Mother's Day dinner yourselves. It's not as difficult as it sounds, particularly if you rely on Fire King oven glass, the amazing oven glass which practically assures baking results. Plan your meal around a big baked casserole dish. Supplement it with hot bread or biscuit and top the meal off with a homemade pie. Why, it's easy if you follow the recipes and use Fire King oven glass casseroles, pie plates, and baking dishes. At your favorite chain, variety, hardware, or department store, you'll find a wide variety of Fire King oven glass, an ideal Mother's Day gift. Prices are amazingly low. Fire King oven glass is a product of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass.
Mr. King of the Apes was buried this morning, huh, Casey?
That's right, Ethelbert, yeah. Miss Williams and I just came from his funeral.
I suppose the circus folks gave him a big send-off.
They did. The funeral was a circus in itself, complete with brass bands. And Mrs. King gave a fine center ring performance.
What do you mean?
Well, she put on a big act, Ethelbert. She shed crocodile tears all over the place.
And we think she cared about as much for her husband as I care for, well, a 1940 model spring hat.
Was that Wire Walker Finelli there, who you think is her boyfriend?
No, he didn't come to the funeral. Neither did Tyann.
Tyan's the other fellow who was King's assistant, huh?
Yeah, the Dyak from Borneo.
Who's inherited King's place in the act.
You think one of them people had something to do with King's death, don't you?
Well, King was crushed to death by that big orangutan, Dillinger. After he and the other apes in the ring had shown a marked reaction to the peculiar animal cries that everybody heard. Miss Williams and I had seen and heard Tyann talking to Nimbu that afternoon, and a lot of the circus people really believe that he has a special way of communicating with apes.
And fantastic as it may seem, Ethelbert, those cries made by Tyann could have instructed Dillinger to turn on his master.
That isn't fantastic at all, Annie. Not a bit. Dogs, horses, and lots of animals instinctively react to certain sounds, don't they?
Oh, sure. It ain't hard to teach a pooch to sick 'em.
Well, that's right.
He wasn't seen by anybody when them cries were heard, was he? Tyann, I mean.
According to his story, he'd had a few drinks too many and was sleeping them off in the animal's feed room.
Another thing, Ethelbert, an expert from the zoo has examined Nimbu, and he says the big ape wasn't naturally sick. He'd been doped.
Nimbu was the boss monk, and he liked King. He had to be taken out of the act before Tyann could do anything with Dillinger.
What are the cops doing about all this?
Nothing. Nothing they can do. No way of proving that those cries had anything to do with King's death. So it goes down in the books as, what do they call it, accident, incident to a hazardous profession, and that's that.
And we can't even hint at our suspicions in the paper, Ethelbert, without letting the Express in for a libel suit.
Yeah, but in my book, Tyann caused the death of Charles King, and I think Mrs. King put him up to it.
She's now free to play around with Finelli.
And Mrs. King owns the act since her husband's death. I'm sure that she, Finelli, and Tyann were together in this thing, and I...
Excuse me, there's the bar.
Go ahead, Sally, go ahead.
Hello, Blue Note Cafe, Ethelbert speaking. Yeah, just a minute. Your city editor, Casey.
Now, give me it.
Here.
Hello, Burke. Yes, I'm here again. What? What happened at the Hippodrome?
Hippodrome?
That's where the circus is.
Tell me that again, Burke. We'll get over there right away. So long.
What is it, Casey?
Finelli has been murdered.
Finelli?
And Tyann has been arrested for the killing.
Casey.
Annie, this doesn't add up. It just doesn't add up at all.
How was Finelli killed, Captain Logan?
The same way Marie Antoinette was. His head was cut off.
Oh, holy.
The lethal instrument in this case was a curved, razor-edged Dyak knife. It's been identified as belonging to that Borneo native, Tyann, who was found in his dressing room, dead drunk, with the murder knife beside him shortly after the murder was discovered.
Did you sober him up enough to talk?
He was able to deny that he'd killed anyone. Drunk or sober, nearly all killers can do that.
Yeah, but Why should he have killed Finelli, though, huh?
Well, the guy's only one generation out of the jungle, and he was drunk. That's two reasons.
Yeah, well, wait a minute, though, Logan. Tyan had just landed himself a sweet job. He'd become the big shot in a big feature act owned by Mrs. King. Oh, why should he pitch his big chance away in his life besides by killing her boyfriend? That doesn't add up.
Look, this Tyan is a semi-savage from Borneo. He was lit to the skylight.
Well,
the murder weapon belonged to him, and we found it beside him. Now, Casey, take your little camera in hand and shoot pretty pictures for the paper. I've got important police work to do. So long, Miss Williams. Try to keep Casey from straining his brain.
Wise guy, Logan.
He's right about Tyan, Casey.
Is he?
Of course he is. We're seeing a nice example of poetic justice. Mrs. King has Tyan arrange her husband's death so she can have Finelli. And then Tyan destroys the man she wanted and himself at the same time, and now she's without a husband, without a boyfriend, and without a means of making a living. She has no one who can work those apes.
Wait a minute. Yes, she has. Johannes Fleet.
Oh, say, I'd forgotten about him.
Yeah, so had I, almost. Annie, from the first, we've been wrong about this whole setup. Can't you see it? Annie Fleet's the guy.
Why?
Well, because he knows more about big apes than King does. I think Johannes Fleet doped Nimbu and gave that cry that caused Dillinger to kill King. And then when Tyan was put in King's place, Fleet pulled a second murder and framed Tyan for it.
Well, where do we go from here?
Well, I don't know.
That's a help.
Wait a minute, Annie. Give me a chance to think here. All right. We'll go to Bernice King.
Mrs. King?
Yes. Finelli's death puts her in the clear. Fleet's been the whole works. And she can help us get the goods on him.
How?
Come on. We're going to pay her a call, Annie. And on the way, we'll pick up that wise guy, Logan.
I think you're right, Mr. Casey.
Thanks.
You're more easily sold than I am, Mrs. King. I think he's altogether wrong.
You would, Logan.
Whether he's right or wrong, Captain, I'll take any chance to get the man who may have caused my husband's death. You've been frank with me, Mr. Casey. You think I was in love with Luigi Finelli. I wasn't. If I looked twice at any man, he'd begin to spy on me, question me. With Finelli, I was deliberately trying to pay him off for the unhappiness his jealousy had caused me. Miss Williams, another woman would realize how I felt what I was doing.
Oh, I do realize, Mrs. King.
Now Charlie's gone. If I could only bring him back, he could be jealous. He could beat me anything.
We're very sorry, Mrs. King.
I won't cry anymore. What do you want me to do, Mr. Casey?
Well, first, I want you to give Dillinger some of the same harmless dope we think was fed to Nimbu. So Fleet will think that he's sick and we'll have to stay with him tonight.
I don't get it, Casey.
No, neither do I.
Well, there's more than one way to trip up a murder. Now, tonight, Mrs. King, you will go to the animal room and talk with Fleet. Logan and I will be hidden behind the cages. Now, here's what I want you to say. There she comes, Logan.
Yeah, I see her.
So does Fleet.
What are you doing here so late, Mrs. King?
I've come to talk to you, Joe.
About Dillinger? Well, if you're worried about that orangutan, I'm taking good care of him.
I'm sure you are. You figure he and all my other orangs belong to you now, and you've become king of the apes.
That's right. You can't work them in the ring.
I imagine you expect an increase in pay.
I wasn't going to rush you on this, Mrs. King, but since you bring the matter up, suppose we make it from now on. I take all the money from the act and pay you 10% of the net.
You want 90%, huh?
Well, is that not fair enough for an indispensable man?
Joe, you're going to work for me in your new job for less money.
Are you crazy?
You see, if you don't accept my terms, I'm going to tell the police some things I know.
What do you mean?
I know who really killed Finelli and my husband.
How you know that, Mrs. King?
I was here last night when Finelli was killed. I saw something.
If you was here last night and saw something, why didn't you tell the cops?
I got a better idea. I'm a businesswoman, Joe. It occurred to me that you'd work very cheap in order to escape the electric chair.
Mrs. King, you did a very foolish thing in coming here tonight.
Why?
The police will think you was worried about poor sick Dillinger. You was foolish enough to enter his cage while I was out of the room.
What are you talking about?
I'm putting you in his cage. Dillinger will do the rest, as he did to your husband.
Let me go.
Oh, no. As I killed your husband, as I killed Finelli, now I kill you.
Let go, Logan. Pick him up, please.
Oh, crap.
Pick him up and let go of that woman.
Oh, so this was all a trick.
Let go of Mrs. King, I say.
I washed you up, Joe.
Oh, no, Craps. To get me, you got to shoot through this woman. And I got the gun, too.
Captain Logan, he's holding me.
You can't get out of here, Fritz.
Look, I got my gun at this woman's back. If I do not go free, she dies.
You'll kill me, Captain.
Got us, Logan. All of you, bent over by the wall. All right. Now, Mrs. King, we go.
You'll never get away with this.
I take my chances on that. Now walk in front of me, off these cages. And slow, Mrs. King.
I will.
And Big Ape's got him on his throat. Got too close to that cage. Come on, help me pull him away from that orang, Casey.
All right.
Wait, he's dropped him. Look, his neck is broken. He's dead.
He saved my life.
Take it easy, Mrs. King. You're safe now. I guess Annie was right. I guess there is poetic justice.
Back to Casey in just a moment. But first, here is a message from Anchor Hocking. I hope that every one of our listeners will make a special point to tune in Crime Photographer next Thursday evening. We're going to have an unusually exciting show, and the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation will have an announcement to make of the utmost importance. And now, tonight, we're celebrating National Baby Week. And in the interest of better health, retail stores and food packers throughout America are focusing attention on the scientifically prepared glass-packed baby foods which make it so easy to provide a properly balanced and healthful diet. Now, these glass-packed baby foods simplify the young mother's work enormously. You can heat and serve baby food in the same glass container in which you buy it and reseal it safely to store leftover portions. Glass containers are easy and safe to open, and they have no effect on taste, flavor, or purity. All better brands of prepared baby foods come to you packed in glass, in Anchor glass containers protected by Anchor vacuum caps. Both products of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
I suppose they've let that little guy Tyan out of jail now, huh, Miss Wynn?
Yes, Ethelbert, after Captain Logan gave him a long talk about the electric chair he'd been so close to.
Yeah, it made such an impression on Tyan that he took the pledge never to drink again. And he'll be back in the act as King of the Apes tonight.
And Casey and I are going to the circus again tonight to watch him work with Nimbu.
Hey, as a matter of fact, the performance will start in half an hour, Annie. We'd better get over there. Huh?
The ape act don't go on till late, does it?
Almost at the end of the show, Ethelbert.
But you're going to see the whole show again?
That's Casey's idea.
There's a lady acrobat I want to look at again, Anne. She has such beautiful eyes.
Crime Photographer, starring Scott Cotsworth as Casey, is brought to you each Thursday by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, makers of Fire King oven glass, Anchor glass containers, Anchor caps and closures. All products of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Crime Photographer is directed by John Deaton. The original music is by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Jan Miner as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. Herman Chittison is the Blue Note pianist. Thursday night on CBS is the biggest show in town, so stay tuned for exciting dramatizations on Reader's Digest Radio Edition, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is Tony Marvin saying goodnight for the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, with offices in all principal cities of the United States and Canada. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Bert, did you notice anything? No, what? The door didn't click. Yes, I know. Sam's been busy with the oil can. About time. Fire 6 to 1, reporting in service. Starting mileage 9532. 9532. Whoopee code 6 in the vicinity of Washington Place and Roberts for about an hour with Captain Lugo. Be on the air if you want us. 1 to 5, 6, 10 to 4, code 6, Washington and Roberts, mileage 9532. 609 p.m. Unit 56 in service on the night watch.
Code 6 means we'll be out for investigation. By the way, this is Don Reed, a police recorder. You're riding the back seat of Detective Unit 56. That was Sergeant Ron Perkins reporting his service on the night watch. If you're with us, remember, I'm recording this as it happens. And the people you meet are not actors. This is it. This is real. This is night watch.
Night Watch, the actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors, there is no script. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Night Watch, presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, W.M. Hildebrand, Chief. We switch you now to Detective Unit 56, somewhere in the field, and to police recorder Don Reed.
Control 1 to 56, come in. 56, go ahead. Control 1 to 56, meet unit 54 and 1423 Hillview, 1423 Hillview, regarding a victim of a slugging who refuses medical treatment and won't sign a complaint. 56 and 4. Captain Lugo's with us in case you want to get hold of him. Control 1 to 56 and 4. Second gearing to a stop. Uniform car parked out in front of the house. Looks like we'll be a little late for dinner. We were on our way with Captain Lugo when one of the uniform cars bumped into a problem here. Uniformed Officer Arch Cameron, waiting on the porch. Go up with Captain Lugo and Sergeant Perkins. See what it's all about. What do you have, Arch?
Oh, we have a woman here. She's been drinking pretty heavy. She got in an argument with her boyfriend, hit him over the head with the rolling pin. He doesn't want to sign a complaint. He doesn't want any medical treatment.
Okay, I'll have the captain. I'll go in and talk to them.
Let's go inside.
cigarette smoke. Woman standing. Man stretched out on the van, blood flowing from a head wound. Shirt splattered with glitter.
You don't want to get up in front of,
You don't want to get up in front of anybody, do you?
No, I don't want to get up in front of, a judge.
Well, you're making me feel right now, fella.
I've got a kid. They're just jumping on the other side.
Did you order one?
I certainly did. They're taking him over in Los Angeles.
You going to leave the premises here?
I'll be glad to. Trust my heart and body.
What about this injury here? What are you going to do about
I
that?
did it.
Well, what are you
I
going to do
don't
about
care what they do about it. He's talking to me. He's alive.
Yeah, I remember one time you had a buff there's no here, too.
Well, this time I didn't.
I'm just wondering whether you want to call the doctor for him.
I certainly do not.
No, I just want to use the bathroom.
You don't want any medical treatment?
No, sir.
Okay.
All I want to do is go to the outside of Culver City and...
You wait right here.
If you will, please.
I don't care what you do. As long as he's out of here, he comes back with him.
You will.
All right.
I said, no. If he comes through the window, I'll come.
Have you been drinking?
I did, but not with him. He was here.
Have you been drinking?
That's true. But not with him.
Well, seems they've both been drinking.
If you allow the captain...
I'll lock myself in here.
I'll get out of Culver City, and so help me, I'll never let you in here again. That's not bad. It's just the same old hole in my head that came back again. She thinks I'm Irish, and it'll coagulate by itself.
There's a cab rolling up out in front.
Are you too sweet?
No.
Oh, thank you very much.
Listen,
go ahead, take a look at it. That's not good.
What'd you get hit with?
Huh?
What'd you get hit with?
Well, she hit me with her heel of her shoe.
Tell me the truth.
Either way,
Do you want to sign a complaint against this lady?
Of course I don't.
You don't? Do you want medical treatment?
No, sir.
You refuse medical treatment?
Yes, sir.
Here.
Cameron?
Come here.
I want to make a report of this. She said that she hit him with that pin over there, that rolling pin.
I did, too.
This is
Ridiculous.
an injury there that she was hitting him with a rolling pin. He refuses medical treatment. He doesn't go on to sign a complaint against this lady here. Is that right? You made the statement that you hit him with that rolling pin.
I certainly did hit him with a rolling pin. And if he comes in through my one, I'll kill him. I'll take a hammer next time.
All right. So you make a report on that?
You can put that down, too.
This man doesn't want medical treatment. He's leaving. He's ordered a cab. So if he doesn't want medical treatment, we can't force him to have it. You are, to the best of your knowledge, under good presence of mind, that you'll be able to speak for yourself. Is that right, sir?
Well, speak up.
My head is clear.
All right. Now, that's for the record.
How about the other
For the
side?
record.
Okay.
You got the record?
You're a lucky boy. You better go now.
I'm thinking now.
And don't you come back.
No, tell her.
The next time I'll take a hammer to you.
Cab driver. Particularly bewildered expression on his
Take him over in
face.
Los Angeles.
He's assisting our injured man out to his cab. Well, I guess that takes care of that. What are you smiling about, sir?
Oh, the captain was just saying, this is the third time we've been down here this year. Either she slugged him or he slugged her.
I wonder who's ahead.
Report to your field sergeant at Washington and Lincoln for traffic control, KMA 394. All units on this frequency stand by. Control 1 to cars 51 and 56 at 2201 West Stanley. That's 2201 West Stanley. Woman with a gun threatening to commit suicide. Unit 5-1, handle your call, code 3. 5-1, 10-1.
5-6, Roger. Here at Leslie now.
Just that brief information. Woman with a gun threatening to commit suicide. You would have to be alert for almost anything.
Fire City Control 1. We're almost on top of this call, and my partner, Officer Ellis, is is personally acquainted with the family. You want us to roll on it? Control 1 to 5-3, stand by. 5-3, 10-4, take the call. Code 2. Unit 5-1, cancel your present call. 5-3, will handle.
They say there's nothing new in the world. Now here's a new twist. One of our officers in another unit apparently is a friend of the family. Control 1 has switched the call so that particular car will roll in with us. Thinking of that officer in the other car answering this call, friend of the family. I wonder what the mathematical chances are of that happening. Now, whatever the odds, it happened. The main thoroughfare now. Sergeant says 4 on the call. Marty, go. Oh, great. Coming into a foggy area now. There goes on our windshield wipers. Dropping down our speed considerably. Now we're cutting the red lights. They're reflecting into the fog. It makes it harder to see. Trying to make out the names on the streets. Now, this Bentley's. Bentley's here. Yeah, next street now. Here it is, hold on. The red light. Just visible through the fog up ahead. That will be the uniformed car. It's stopped. Apparently they have the house pinpointed. Officer Donnell's over here, placing his line around. Door here. See anything yet, Ben? Yeah, just got Brewster. She's in the kitchen. You know her? Yeah, I know her and her husband. Look, you go back and talk to her, and we'll go around and see if we get in the front way. Right. Tiptoeing. Moving around to the back of the house. It's dark. Fog's wet. Dripping off the eaves. There's a light coming from the kitchen. Plate glass door. Screen on the outside. There she is. Revolver in her hand. She's raising it to her chest.
Huh? It's Don Ellis. Don't you remember me? Will you let me come in and talk to you? Huh? Oh, come on, let me talk to you a few minutes.
Just about 3 feet away. Behind the glass door. Lowering the gun. Pointing it at us. Hammer is cocked.
No, I'm not. Please let me come in and talk to you a minute.
Don Ellis, 6 feet 4, 250 pounds. Not batting an eyelash.
Well, maybe we can talk this out. I think you're looking at everything kind of wrong.
Cutting the screen with a penknife.
Please let me talk to you a bit.
Door is ajar.
Will you please? Huh?
If we can get to the ledge, we're in.
Please. I think we can talk this out. You got a little difficult, a little problem. Maybe I can give you a new slant on it.
Bright lights in the kitchen.
Well, come on, tell me about it. I'll be glad to listen.
See her expression on her face.
Oh, no, don't look at it that way. Please, come on. Please come back and talk to me. Don't do anything drastic yet.
Taking the gun off us.
Please come and talk to me, please.
Placing it to her temple.
Will you do that for me?
No doubt about it being loaded. It's a revolver. See the shells in the cylinder.
Well, sure. Well, after all, we had a good time. Remember the barbecue we had out and back that night?
Trying to divert her mind.
Yeah, we had a good time that time.
Hole is big enough in the screen.
Please come and talk to me.
And then, slipping off the latch.
Will you please come and talk to me? Let me know what's the trouble, anyway. Maybe I can help you. Do you think that's the way the Lord wants things? After all, He gives us and takes us.
When I did it, she's lowering the gun. Wait a minute. Perkins and Cameron got through the front somehow. They're almost directly behind her.
Please, I'm right here at the back door.
I was just trying to keep her attention this way. They've grabbed her from behind. Let's move in. I got the gun. Amazing thing, that didn't go off.
Won't go off now. The shell's on it. You know, I put out a code 4.
Perkins going out to the radio car. Code 4. No further assistance necessary.
I don't have any friends.
You've got every friend in the world. You got a lot of them right around you right now. Here.
I still want to kill myself.
No.
I don't want to live anymore.
Sure, why not?
I have nothing to live for.
Sure you have.
Oh, no.
Come on, get a hold of yourself, girl. Everything isn't that dark.
Yes, yes.
No, it isn't. No. Oh, come on now. We don't even know how we can help you. You've got all the friends in the world to help you. If it's financial, we'll help you financially. If it's personal life, maybe we can help you in there, too.
Look, for 2 months, I was back there taking care of his mother. Then I come back, and all of a sudden, the world blew up my face. I said I was going with another woman. He wanted a divorce. I don't know who he's been going with. And it was news to me. I just can't take it. I still want to kill myself.
No,
I'll take that car and run it off a mountain.
No.
Oh, yes, I will.
No. You haven't taken anything now, have you?
I took some tablets.
How many did you take?
Do I have to tell you?
Oh, I would like to know. Did you take the whole bottle? Leave the bottle out.
I threw it away.
Cameron, going to find the bottle. See what she's taken.
I know what I did.
Perk? Yeah? She's taken some kind of pills. Cameron's looking for the bottle. Let's see.
Yes, Sarge. Sleeping tablets. She's taking very many of these. She's in trouble.
Yeah.
How many of these did you take?
About 20 of them. Why?
Why? Because they'll kill you. We're going to take you to a hospital.
You're not going to take me any place and pump my stomach out because I don't want to live. Please.
Well, we want you to.
I'm getting sleepy.
Ellis, I don't think we'd better wait for an ambulance. Let's take her in the police car.
Oh, please.
Yeah, we better just ease her out.
You let me die. I just want to go to bed.
Well, we'll go talk to Dr. Personnel if you want to go. Okay?
I got to put another dress on.
Oh, you look fine, just the way you are. Well, we'll get a coat for
I
you.
look terrible.
You look real sweet. Come on, go. Do you want to go?
Keeping her on her feet. Keeping her awake.
May I go to bed?
No. Come on, put your coat on. Well, that's what we're going to have to do. We're going to go for a ride.
I don't want to go.
Now, come on now. Put your coat on.
You got my favorite one, huh?
It's a pretty coat. Okay,
Thank
let's go. Come on.
I'm awfully ashamed.
Well, don't worry about it. Come on, we'll go talk.
Coaxing her out the door.
Mayor Randy's son.
On the street. Australis will riding back with her. Well, right in front.
Listening to Night Watch and following the activities of a detective unit on its tour of duty. Remember, the people and sounds you are hearing are real, and the investigations are recorded in the field as they actually occur. We'll bring you the final results of tonight's action at the conclusion of Night Watch. And now we switch you to Detective Unit 5-6, somewhere in the field, and your police recorder, Don Reed.
This is the emergency hospital. We've been here for nearly an hour. The doctors have used the stomach pump on the woman patient and now have pronounced her out of danger. She's sitting on the operating table directly in front of me, but still badly shaken. The doctor is filling out his report.
What did you take? Did you take them all at once?
I took one handful.
One handful?
With the rest handful. And then I took the gun.
We've already established these facts.
Then I go to sleep. Please.
The surgeon who assisted coming over to talk to the woman.
There's a great big cliff there.
I wouldn't want to do that.
That would be the worst kind of a ending.
Why not? Be real quick, wouldn't it?
No, you'd be surprised. It wouldn't. It wouldn't be nearly as sudden as you think. That time that it takes to go over a cliff. It'd seem like an eternity to you.
That's all right. Everything seems like an eternity anyway. So what's the difference?
Oh, tomorrow things will look brighter.
Oh, no, they haven't looked brighter for a month. So...
They haven't?
No.
You don't have any hopes then, huh?
No.
Well, I think you're mistaken about that.
I don't have any hopes, so I wish everybody just leave me alone and do what I want. I'll back to that house again. All by myself, and there for days and days. And come home every night, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. And I just sit there. I can't stand it.
You're lonesome, huh?
I just couldn't stand it. I just blew my top. I'm sorry. I'd rather go to hospital. Oh.
I think you're right. You're right about that.
Did you ever sit in the house day after day? From morning till night?
No.
Just get up and iron and feed the birds. Oh, take your own poor kids.
What, is that the name of the little birds?
No, they're my goldfish.
Oh, Pedro and Hortense.
Isn't that a horrible name for a goldfish?
No, I think it's kind of cute. Kind of cute.
Captain Lugo. Been out here in the hall talking to the investigating officers. Coming over here to talk with a woman patient.
Here's the situation. The doctor's recommendation thought it best that you be hospitalized for a little bit and see if they can help you. So we are going to take you down there and down to the downtown.
No, wait a minute. You're not going to take me down to the psych hut or whatever they call it for crazy people because I won't go.
You go down to the general hospital. That's the place to go. That's where we have to take everyone down to the general hospital. And they will probably examine you there and try to give you some help.
I won't go.
Well, you are forced to go by the fact that the doctor said that you should go, and we're only trying to help you. Actually, you're not forced, but we're taking you down there. We're assisting in taking you down there. And go right along down there and go up there for observation for a couple of 3 days.
I'm mentally ill.
I didn't say that. I'm not a doctor. The doctor recommended that you go to the hospital. Now, is that satisfactory with you?
Yes, I'll go. I think I need it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I want to go to sleep. I'm so tired.
What you have just heard is real. Recorded as it actually happened on the night watch. And now, back to police headquarters and Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
In tonight's first investigation, in which our officers were called to settle a quarrel between a man and wife, in the best interests of all concerned, it was decided merely separating the couple temporarily was the best solution. This decision was based on the officer's previous experience with the couple. In the final case of the woman threatening to take her life, she was sent to the general hospital for observation. The results of this hospitalization brought about the complete recovery of the patient. After a couple of days' rest and counseling from a psychiatrist, the woman realized that any problem can be solved with patience and understanding. Tonight, she is home, and this entire episode is a thing of the past. Except in emergency, the average citizen has little contact with their local law enforcement officers. Many people are prone to forget that while most of the city sleeps, patrol cars and detective units are moving through the streets looking, watching, maintaining public security. To bring about this realization and the cooperation needed is the reason for Night Watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have been following the on-the-scene reports of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch, brought to you through the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hadlock, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and is described in the field by police recorder Don Reed.
Nothing much wrong with the guy we're carrying, is there, Doc?
Oh, not too much, Steve. Fractured the right arm and right ankle. I had more trouble with his wife and two partners. They wanted to ride along to the hospital in his ambulance.
That's all I need, passengers.
Yeah.
What happened to the guy we got back?
Auto accident. He had his wife and two partners in the car and tried to wrap it around an elevated pillar. He's a funny guy. He fought against my giving him a hypodermic.
Wonder why?
No reason. No good reason, that is. He kept saying, "No hypo. Please, doctor, I'll be murdered before I get to the hospital if you give me a hypo." That's nothing, though. Shock hysteria brought on by the accident, that's all.
Wonder why a guy would think someone was going to kill him.
He didn't know what he was saying. kept mumbling about no hypo right up to the time we closed the doors in the back. Don't you remember?
I remember him saying something, but I didn't pay any attention. Well, here we are.
Yep. I'll have this back door open in a jiffy, and our friend fixed up before he knows it. He thought somebody was trying to murder him.
EW, Doctor?
Emergency ward, Steve, sure. What else could it be? Well, I'll hop in and grab the top part of the stretcher. Now, stay right here and get ready to grab it, Steve.
I'm ready. Shove it down.
Oh, Steve. Steve.
Yeah, Doc, what is it, Doc?
We don't mark this case EW for the emergency ward. He's got a knife stuck in his right side. He's DOA.
What?
Yeah. Dead on arrival. Sergeant Heath, that's all I can tell you. I could swear he was alive when we put him into that ambulance. Nobody could have got in when we were en route here, and yet that knife was sticking in him when I opened the door.
That's what I like. A nice, simple murder. Why did I have to be a homicide detective?
Hey, Chief, the district attorney just walked in.
That's all I need. Okay, Doc, you can go. Stick around in case I need you.
Yes, Sergeant, I'll be here.
Hello, Heath.
Hi, Mr. Markham. Well, we got another one.
I know, I've got the whole story. Only it's not possible that a man with nothing more serious than a couple of fractures is alive when he's put into an ambulance and dead when the ambulance reaches its destination.
Don't I know it isn't possible? Sure, we got suspects. We got the guy's wife and his two partners, but how can I tell who if I don't even know how?
I think maybe this might be a case for Philo Vance.
Oh, now, wait a minute, D.A. We don't need Vance snooping around here.
That's what you said in the Bishop murder case and the Green murder and the Canary murder cases. But he was the one who solved them.
Oh, he was lucky. Look, D.A., give us 24 hours. Then maybe I won't mind Vance.
You won't mind Vance? I'm going to ask him to work on this case. Maybe he won't mind you.
What time is it, Miss Deering?
1 minute to 5, Mr. Vance.
Thank you, Miss Deering. Are you through the letters I dictated?
They're on your desk, Mr. Vance. Will that be all?
For the next 30 seconds.
And then?
And then, Miss Deering, it'll be 5 o'clock, and a coach and four drives up. I remember to call you Ellen, and you forget to call me Mr. Vance. Well, 30 seconds are up.
I'm glad, Vance. Now we can be ourselves. Where are you taking me tonight?
Well, to dinner, for one thing. I never starve my women. No good private investigator would. It might lead to a private investigation.
Hello, is anybody home?
Oh, sounds like your friend the district attorney's in the outer office, Vance.
Markham, we're in here.
Hello there, you two.
How are you?
Hello, Markham.
Well, Ellen, I see it's after 5 o'clock.
Because I'm sitting on Vance's desk, I always sit here.
Chairs are so uncomfortable, Markham. And incidentally, how are you?
Incidentally, I'm fine. Actually, not so good.
Problems?
A problem. Vance, will you help us on a case?
Police are puzzled in mysterious murder?
Tell it, Vance. A man named James Dalton was driving his car this afternoon when he had an accident. In the car were his wife and his two business partners, Ed Edwards and Bill Graves.
Mm-hmm.
Dalton was the only one injured, and an ambulance was called.
That's easy. The butler did it.
Go on, please, Markham. My secretary will be applying for unemployment insurance if she interrupts again.
Well, the ambulance doctor says Dalton was alive when he gave him a hypodermic and put him in the ambulance. But he was dead with a knife in his side when the ambulance arrived.
I don't suppose it could have been suicide or anybody hiding in the ambulance.
You know better than that, or I wouldn't be here, Vance. No, suicide is out because the man's right arm was fractured and the knife was in his right side. There were no fingerprints. That's all I can tell you because that's all I know.
You said this Jim Dalton's two partners were with him. Partners in what?
A costume jewelry firm, the Eagle Manufacturing Company. What do you think, Vance? Sounds intriguing, doesn't it?
What about your police? How does Sergeant Heath feel about your coming to me? Or doesn't he know?
What he means is, can he expect the usual non-cooperation from the sergeant?
Miss Deering, haven't you a letter to type or something?
The name is Ellen, and the answer is no.
Filing, perhaps, Miss Deering?
Oh, ganging up on me, eh?
Vance?
Yes?
If the doctor gave Dalton a hypodermic just before he placed the poor fellow in the ambulance, and then the ambulance doors were closed, how could the man have been murdered?
Well, it certainly sounds intriguing, Markham. And you might be interested to know I'm working on this case as of this minute.
Oh, he doesn't fool me. He's taking this case because he knows already who killed Dalton.
On the contrary, Ellen. I'm taking the case because I haven't even the slightest idea of how it was done.
Mr. Edwards and Mr. Philo Vance would like to see you. Yes, sir, right away. You may go in. That door there.
Thank you.
Mr. Vance?
Yes, Mr. Edwards, I suppose. How do you do?
How do you do? And, how can I help you, Mr. Vance?
Mr. Edwards, you're one of the partners of the Eagle Manufacturing Company.
That's right.
I'm investigating the murder of your partner, Jim Dalton.
Well, what do you want of me?
Just some information, that's all. I'm trying to figure out how he was killed.
I've told all I know to the police, and all I know is nothing. I told the cops I had no idea who could have killed him, and I don't.
The police inquired about partnership insurance.
Sure, and we had it. A lot of it. But Jim had life insurance, too, and, Mrs. Dalton gets that. And I didn't tell this to the police, but the Daltons haven't been getting on for years.
Well, it seems I'm getting somewhere.
I hope you are. Do you mind telling me just where you're getting?
Not at all. I'm getting myself out of your office and over to see Mrs. James Dalton.
Why don't you stop bothering me? Why? Haven't I had enough with the police all afternoon?
Mrs. Dalton, I'm not here to bother you or anybody. I only want to do what I can to find out how your husband was killed and to see that his murderer doesn't go unpunished.
You say the police don't know how the murder was committed. Well, neither do I. Ed and Bill and I saw poor Jim last, but it couldn't be either of them. They both loved Jim almost as much as I did.
According to them, maybe that wasn't so much.
What?
Well, Mr. Edwards seemed to think there might have been trouble between you and your husband.
He told you that? All right, there was. Now I'll tell you something. They both wanted to get Jim out of the firm. They needed his money to get them started a year ago, but they're doing well now and didn't need him at all. And they hated him. Both of them did.
Why didn't you mention this before, Mrs. Dalton?
Because I didn't believe that... I didn't know what to believe. All I wanted was to be let alone.
You haven't been very helpful, Mrs. Dalton. I believe the murder was the result of coincidence. How it was done, I don't know. But somebody wanted to murder your husband and saw his chance after the accident.
But how could he have been murdered inside an ambulance?
I don't know. I wish I did.
You drive a car, Mr. Vance.
What?
A car. Do you drive one?
Why, yes. What about it?
Nothing. Or something. Depending on how clever you are. I drive. I'm a very good driver. I'm good at a lot of things. Does what I've just said mean anything to you?
Frankly, no. I think you're trying to tell me something, but I don't get it. I know only one thing, Mrs. Dalton. That somewhere along the line, your husband's murderer made a mistake. All murderers do. And my job is to find out what that mistake was. Does Steve always drive this fast, Doctor?
Well, ambulances are made for speed, Mr. Vance. You're not nervous, are you?
Nervous? No. Anxious. Anxious to get some information and then get out of here before we have an accident and need an ambulance.
Well, you grabbed me just as we got this emergency call, Mr. Vance. It was your idea to come along, you know.
I know. The least I should get out of this mercy messenger, which rides more like a roller coaster, is some information.
Well, I don't know a thing, Vance.
Nobody seems to know anything on this case. Doctor, you're interning at the hospital, aren't you?
Yes, part of my training before I go out to practice.
You don't make much money, do you?
That's a pretty stupid question. Of course I don't. And look, Vance, you're wasting your time with me. All right, you don't know how this murder was done. Well, neither do I. Nobody knows except the murderer, and you've got three pretty good suspects, if you ask me.
I wasn't aware that I had asked you, but go ahead.
Well, there's those two partners, Edwards and Graves. All you have to do is take a look at either one of them, and you'll know he'd think nothing of shoving a knife into somebody. And they're both smart enough to have figured out a trick way, too.
Agreed.
Then take Mrs. Dalton. I watched her when she came down there to the hospital. She's a manic depressive if I ever saw one. Or has all the symptoms, anyhow.
Psychopathic?
Definitely. Intervals of exaltation and depression, clever mind, superiority complex, changes from one subject to another without reason. And maybe you don't know this, but manics are potential murderers.
That's very interesting, Doctor. Thank you very much. But getting back to your not making a lot of money and that question I asked you, which you thought was stupid.
Yes?
Maybe it isn't so stupid, Doctor. Jim Dalton's death meant a lot of money to several people. One of them might have been willing to spend a little of it on you to make sure Dalton died.
Wait a minute.
Hello, Bill. Surprised to see your partner after business hours?
Yeah, Ed. Kind of. Come in.
Thanks. I came by to congratulate you, Bill. It was a nice, clean job you did on our ex-partner. I don't know how you did it. Frankly, I don't care.
You think I killed him?
I know you did. Couldn't very well talk about this at the shop, what with cops and that Vance guy hanging around, but I can now. So, congratulations and thanks.
I could say the same thing to you, and mean it more, Ed. I know you killed Jim.
That's all right, kid. I don't blame you for not admitting it to me. We don't like each other, and we never did, but I still say you did a good job.
Look, I don't have to stand for you accusing me of murder.
No, that's true. You don't. Suppose we sit down and you tell me how you did it.
You get out of here.
And if I don't, what do you do? Murder me, too?
Well, you dirty... I'll fix you.
Keep your hands off me.
Yeah.
Get them off!
I'll take care of you later. Edwards. Who's there?
Anybody mind if I come in?
Who are you?
Oh, hello, Mr. Vance. Bill and I were just talking. You, know my partner, Bill Graves? Philo Vance.
How do you do?
Hi.
You mentioned, Edwards, that you and Graves here were just talking. I'm sorry, but I couldn't help overhearing, even a block away. Having trouble, boys?
Nothing we need you to fix.
I only dropped in to talk to you a minute, Mr. Graves. You see, gentlemen, I expect to have a solution of the Dalton murder by morning. Is it just barely possible that one of you won't sleep so well tonight?
This is District Attorney Markham. The Eagle murder case is proving one of the most baffling crimes in our records. Even Philo Vance, whom I asked to take the case last evening, has been able only to corroborate what we already know. That James Dalton was injured in an auto smash-up, that his wife and two business partners were in the car but were unhurt, that an ambulance doctor administered a hypodermic against Dalton's wishes, that he was alive when placed in the ambulance, and dead with a knife in his side when it reached the hospital. Vance told me he was going to spend last night reading up on the case, but I haven't any idea what he meant.
No, Miss Deering, I haven't seen Mr. Vance this morning yet. He must have overslept.
Fine boss expects his secretary to open the office for him. What will bosses think of next?
Your floor, Miss Deering.
Thanks, Johnny. When Mr. Vance arrives, kindly tell him to go home and not to come back without a note from his mother saying why he was late.
I sure will.
Unlocked. Oh, Vance must be getting forgetful. Wow. What hit this place? A cyclone? And fast asleep in my chair. Mr. Vance. Vance? Darling.
Oh, hello, Ellen.
Good morning, Mr. Vance. I trust you slept well in my chair all night. What happened here? It looks like a literary version of a pillow fight. Who's been throwing books around?
I have. That is, I haven't been throwing them around. I've been reading them.
All night?
Practically. Very interesting books. Psychiatric studies.
Psychiatric?
Mental cases, Miss Deering.
Preparing an autobiography, Vance.
Mr. Vance? It's after 9 o'clock, remember? And the answer to your question is no. I've been doing some very interesting, if as yet unproductive, research. Take a letter, Miss Deering.
I will if you'll let me borrow my chair and desk.
Sorry. Here you are. Sit down.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Vance?
Letter to FX Markham, District Attorney. Usual heading, Dear So-and-so.
Dear District or Dear Attorney?
Dear Frank. Here are the facts I've uncovered in the Dalton murder.
Got it. Go ahead.
I wish I could. I haven't even a theory.
Well, that's just as well, because I can't take theories in shorthand.
Let's see. The ambulance doctor could have killed Dalton. Edwards might have, Graves might have, and Mrs. Dalton might have. But how?
You're in a rut, Mr. Vance.
I'm in a dilemma, Miss Deering. All four had possible motives, but none of them had any opportunity to stab Dalton inside that ambulance. Not even the ambulance doctor. He wouldn't have had time enough. Apparently, it was impossible for anyone to stab Dalton after he was put in the ambulance, so... Ellen.
Miss Deering, please.
Ellen, I've got it.
What?
Dalton wasn't stabbed after he was put in the ambulance. He was stabbed before.
Before?
Ellen, get this picture. Dalton is on a stretcher.
Yes.
He's just had a hypodermic. He's just about to pass out. His two partners are on one side of the stretcher, his wife on the other. Just as Dalton is lapsing into a coma, one of them sticks the knife in him.
Vance, it could have happened that way.
Listen, it could have been done without anyone seeing it, too. Ellen, that's it.
Well, maybe, but it only eliminates the ambulance doctor, that's all.
That's right. Now, let's see. Let's take the partners. Edwards and Graves have violent tempers. They were almost at each other's throats when I saw them yesterday. Mrs. Dalton, unless the ambulance doctor and I are very much mistaken, is a manic depressive.
What is?
Manic depressive.
Oh.
A form of psychopathic instability. She's got some of the symptoms, jumps from one subject to another for no reason, overdeveloped sense of superiority, morbid, depressed. That's what I was reading up on last night.
And are manic, or whatever they are, murderers?
They could be, according to what I've read about them. They can be switched away from murder, though, to another thought in a second.
Maybe Mrs. Dalton forgot to throw the switch.
Maybe. But it might not have been Mrs. Dalton at all. Dalton was stabbed in the right side. We know now he was stabbed just before he was put into the ambulance. Whoever was on the right side of the stretcher did the stabbing.
Vance, you're wonderful. I'll never commit a murder while you're alive.
Thanks. You may now tear up your notes, Miss Deering, and get Mr. Markham on the telephone. Ask him to please have everybody concerned in the same place on the same corner where the accident happened yesterday.
Sure, Mr. Vance. This is just the way it was. The ambulance was parked right there where it is now. Only there was a crowd around. The doc and the driver had the stretcher in their hands just the way they have now.
Thanks, officer.
Look, Vance, you know this is a lot of nonsense, don't you?
Maybe you're going to wish it was, Mr. Edwards.
Maybe you're going to wish you hadn't started any of this, Vance.
Somebody's going to wish that. But it won't be me, Mr. Graves. Mrs. Dalton?
I'm here, Mr. Vance.
Now listen, all three of you. I want you to take the positions alongside the stretcher that you were in yesterday. Now, please. Doctor.
Oh, yes, Mr. Vance, I'm here.
You were carrying the back end of the stretcher just as you're doing now?
Exactly, sir.
Okay. Now, Mrs. Dalton.
Yes?
And you, Graves and Edwards.
Yeah?
Is that the position you were in yesterday while the stretcher was being carried to the ambulance? Mrs. Dalton on the right side and the men on the left?
Yeah, I believe that's right.
You'll remember Mr. Dalton was stabbed in the right side. Did you get that? The right side.
Wait, I wasn't on the right side at all. I was on the other side of the stretcher. I walked alongside the stretcher on the other side where Edwards and Graves are now.
Dame's crazy, Vance. We were on the left side, Bill and I, weren't we, Bill?
Don't listen to them. They're trying to make it look like I killed my husband. I was on his left side, I swear it. Doctor, please, you must remember. You must believe me. I swear to you, I was standing on the left side of the stretcher.
What about it, Doctor?
I think she's right, Vance. Yes, I'm sure of it. When we were putting Dalton into the ambulance, Steve had the head part of the stretcher, and I had the foot part, and yes, I remember Mrs. Dalton on my left.
You're sure you were there on the left side, Mrs. Dalton?
I'm positive. Edwards and Graves were on the right side. And that proves they murdered my husband.
On the contrary, Mrs. Dalton. It proves that you did.
So you figured that out, did you, Mr. Vance? All right, nobody move. Nobody, I said.
That gun of yours might go off. I'd be careful if I were you, Mrs. Dalton.
I'd be more careful if I were you, Mr. Vance. Or any of you. Turn around. All of you, turn around, I said. That's better. I'm getting away from here, and I'll shoot the first one that turns his head. Remember, I'll shoot the first one that moves.
What do we do, Mr. Vance?
You can make your own plans, officer. Personally, I'm not moving. Hello, Vance speaking.
Vance, this is Markham. Just wanted to tell you that we haven't been able to pick up Mrs. Dalton yet.
You will. She can't get very far.
But aren't you worried? Don't you think she'll try to kill you? After all, you spoiled her perfect murder.
She won't come up here, Markham. Her first job is to keep out of the way of the police. She won't waste time looking for revenge. Good night, Markham.
Good night. I'll let you know if anything happens.
So I won't waste time looking for revenge, Mr. Vance. I don't consider it a waste of time. I don't know a better way to spend the next few minutes than to use it killing you.
Hello, Mrs. Dalton. Pretty gun you have there.
You don't fool me any with that unconcerned way of talking. I'm going to kill you, and you know it.
You know, of course, that people who are going to commit murder don't generally talk to their victims. They just shoot.
I don't care about people generally. I'm an individual. Smart enough to have committed murder and gotten away with it if it hadn't been for you. And smart enough to have slipped in here, kill you, and still get away.
It wouldn't do any good for me to say, I don't think so?
Not a bit.
I didn't think so, but it was worth a try. Your hands are shaking, Mrs. Dalton.
They're as steady as a rock, and you know it. I have complete control over my nerves.
Manic depressive. Exactly what I thought. Overdeveloped sense of superiority.
Manic depressive?
Certainly, all the symptoms. You're insane, you know.
What?
Oh, it's true. Manic depressive. Singleness of thought on one subject. Get it out of her mind. Acute concentration.
You mean if I came here to kill you, I couldn't change my mind?
You couldn't even talk about anything else. Fashions, for instance.
What about fashion?
That dress you're wearing. It's an original.
I designed it. You know, at first I wanted it to have pleats down the right side. See? I can talk about something else. I'm not insane. I'm not, I tell you.
I hear you, Mrs. Dalton.
This dress is my favorite. I designed it first with pleats on the side. I'll show you how it would look with them, but you won't like it. I'd planned them down here. I won't need this gun. And you can see for yourself that it throws the lines of the dress off. There. Admit it. The pleats wouldn't be right, would they?
Your gun's on the floor, Mrs. Dalton.
Of course it is. I threw it there. Those pleats, Vance, they wouldn't be right, would they? They wouldn't really be right, would they? Mr. Vance, those pleats wouldn't be right, would they? Answer me.
In a second, Mrs. Dalton, as soon as I pick up your gun. There. Now about the pleats. I'll tell you what I think about them on the way downtown.
You won't answer me. You tricked me. I came up here to kill you and you tricked me. But it doesn't matter. You can take me to the police, but I'll find a way of getting out of jail. I'm clever. Believe me, I can do it.
Can you? Well, the sooner we get you into jail, the sooner you can try. Shall we go, Mrs. Dalton?
It's still a few minutes to 9, Vance, so before we get down to business, will you clean up a point or two for me?
About the Dalton murder, Ellen? Mm-hmm. Well, if I can before 9 o'clock, I will.
Let's hurry then. When Mrs. Dalton came up to your apartment to murder you last night, what made her change her mind?
The characteristics of a manic depressive, Ellen. They can be led easily from one subject to another. I told her that she was a manic, but I lied a little. I said manics couldn't ever change their minds.
Oh, so to prove to herself and you that she wasn't crazy, she did exactly what you wanted her to do. Forgot about murder to talk about something else, not knowing she was proving your point.
Not to mention saving my life. Anything else, young lady?
Oh, it's nearing 9, I can tell by your voice. One other question, Vance. Let's go back to the murder scene. Now, you told me that whoever stabbed Dalton had to be on his right side, yet Mrs. Dalton was on the left side of the stretcher.
That's correct, Ellen. Now, look, this desk is a stretcher.
Yes.
I'm lying on it.
Uh-huh.
Now, where's my right side?
On the right side of the desk. That proves that Mrs. Dalton didn't do it.
On the contrary. You see, poor Jim Dalton wasn't lying on the stretcher the way I'm lying on the desk. His head was at the top of the stretcher where my feet are. I'll show you what I mean. I'll reverse my position. There.
Oh, golly. When he was on the stretcher lying like you are now, his right side was on the left side of the stretcher.
Certainly. Mrs. Dalton saw what I was getting at, knew I had her cornered, pulled a gun, and got away. Temporarily.
Darling, you're wonderful.
I don't think so, but then, what's my opinion against so many other people's? Take a letter, Ellen, darling.
You mean Miss Deering. It's after 9 o'clock.
So it is. Take a letter, Miss Deering.
Yes, Mr. Vance.
Dear Ellen, this winds up the Eagle murder case.
Real Detective. A murdered puppeteer, a missing marionette, and a play that was changed during performance. Those are the exhibits on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. A private detective like me, Jerry Browning, is always afraid of an easy case. Generally, there are too many strings attached to it. The backstage of Martini's Marionette Theater was deserted, except for 7 cops, the coroner, 6 newspaper men, and a handful of photographers. I joined Lieutenant Dawson of the homicide squad alongside the body of the murdered man. Giuseppe Martini lay sprawled behind a wooden frame that served as a stage for his marionette performances. From his lifeless hands dangled several wooden strips with a mass of strings leading to a bunch of wooden dolls. Dawson turned to me.
Jerry, for once we've got an easy case. Martini was rehearsing when he was shot. All we've got to do is ask the watchman who was out front during the rehearsal, and we've got the killer.
The watchman walked up to us.
I don't know nothing, mister. I heard the shot, figured it was part of the show. Anyway, nobody was in the theater.
My fingers played with the twisted cords wrapped around Martini's fingers, and began untangling them. Kept at it until I had all the cords straightened. Then, hey, Dawson, come here a second. Dawson, there are 5 marionettes here, but Martini is holding the strings for 6. Before you find your missing murderer, I think you'll have to find a missing marionette. When I straightened the strings, entangling the body of a dead puppeteer, I discovered that 1 marionette was missing. Dawson, I think I'll try to find out something about marionettes. I drove to Sutton Lane and walked into a shop that looked like an illustration for Pinocchio. An old woodcarver was sitting on a bench surrounded by marionettes of all sizes and character. Mr. Sato, I understand you're the best marionette maker in the business. Sato bowed.
If you will, tell me what you require.
Just a little information about marionettes.
Marionettes are as old as civilization, sir. From Italy comes the name. So lifelike were the dolls. People call them Little Maries, marionettes.
Warming to his subject, the little man told me that the Italian marionette clown Punchinello was the great-grandfather of the English character Punch. After a while, I stopped the flow of words. Mr. Sato, I wonder if you could tell me who are the most outstanding marionette showmen in town. Sato wrote down 3 names. The name of Giuseppe Martini was not on the list. I drove to the first address, the Empire Theater, asked for Henry Gordon, went to his dressing room. I suppose you've heard about Martini being killed? Gordon nodded, and I went on. I'd like to know something about a certain kind of act Martini did, with 6 marionettes. Gordon shrugged.
Silly, I'm a modernist. Don't do that classic routine stuff. My dolls ride bikes, smoke cigars, play the piano, all trick stuff. Why don't you go see Professor Boyena?
Boyena was the 3rd name on my list. I tried a long shot with the 2nd name. How about Jojo Whitten? Gordon's face turned red.
That phony calls himself a modernist like me, the great Gordon. The only thing modern about Whitten is the way he racketeers, trading on my reputation.
I left Gordon still burning and headed for an interview with Jojo Whitten. I found him in a rooming house. Whitten's rage topped Gordon's. Gordon, what are that ham's doing stunts I've forgotten? I'm sorry, Mr. Browning. I know you're not interested in this kind of marionette showmanship. When it comes to that classical stuff, your man is Professor Boyena, greatest showman of them all. Another theater, another dressing room. Professor Boyena wasn't due until 7 o'clock, so I spent the next 40 minutes with a book, reading standard marionette comedies translated from Italian to English, and found the one Martini must have been rehearsing. Then Boyena made a grand entrance, flung his arms wide.
Ah, my friend, good evening, good evening. Gladly will I give you my autograph.
I thanked him, mentioned that I'd heard he was an authority on classic marionette drama. Voliena struck a pose.
Oh, the world's a stage, Shakespeare. Did you know Shakespeare loved the marionettes? His Midsummer Night's Dream and Julius Caesar were written expressly for marionettes.
I thought, here we go again. So I cut through the lecture that, Professor, have you heard that Martini was killed? The professor bowed his head.
Alas, the world has lost the greatest showman of them all.
It was a familiar phrase. The same one Jojo Whitten had used about Professor Voliena. You can help me, Professor. When he died, Martini was rehearsing. I've done some checking and think he was rehearsing the classic play called Heart of Harlequin. If you would do it for me, it might help me understand what happened.
Without properties or background, that is difficult, but to help Martini, I cannot refuse.
He opened the trunk, started taking out marionettes.
Here is a happy harlequin, a pretty colombine, the brave captain, Punchinello, Scapir, and a silly pantaloon.
There were 6 marionettes. 5 exactly like those belonging to the dead Martini. The 6th, the one missing from Martini's collection, was Pantaloon. The professor arranged the strings and began to manipulate the doll, speaking as Pantaloon.
Pantaloon can do everything. Eat, drink, sleep. The only fault I have is that I do not like work. I am not a thief. I am a clever mathematician who finds things before the masters lose them.
I waited for Punchinello to beat up Pantaloon, but he never did. Finally, the performance ended with Pantaloon strutting off stage.
How do you like it, Mr. Browning?
I like it fine. Professor Voliena, you're under arrest for murder. He confessed, finally.
Martini stole my act, copied my marionettes, so I killed him with the marionette.
That's exactly what he'd done. Substituted a new head for Martini's Pantaloon and loaded it with a mechanism that would fire a bullet straight up at Martini just when Punchinello beat Pantaloon over the head. The explosion blew the marionette to bits. In his own performance, for me, the professor changed the story of the play and let Pantaloon escape the beating that might have aroused my suspicions. What the professor didn't know was that I was suspicious anyway because of his unprofessional lack of jealousy when I asked him about Martini. Like I said, there is such a thing as a simple case, but only when you catch the criminal in his act.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. It could have been perfect. Snowbound in a mountain lodge with a girl who was falling in love. But also present were a widow sick with rage, a bitter old woman, and a jealous man. All with reason to hate me more than anyone else in the world. It happened like this.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Grim Echo.
Pretty thick.
Yeah. You're lucky you caught me, son.
Yeah?
It was just frozen up. Yeah. What do you have?
Yeah, better fill it with a regular, huh?
Okay. Does that mean that you're aiming to go on?
That's right. Gotta get back to L.A.
I wouldn't advise you, son. Old Jacker sure wouldn't. Liable to hit 10 below, they say.
Yeah?
Where you been, skiing?
Yeah, a week of it up at Angel's Roost. How's the road ahead?
Well, you got 40 miles or nothing but mountains to the next town, you know. You're bound to get drifted over any time.
Why don't you blow that thing?
Huh?
What's the tariff?
Oh, call it $3 even. You know, I've been running this mobile gas station here for 20 years, and I know these storms are nasty. Oh, thanks.
Yeah, I'll be all right.
Yeah, that's what you all say. Out on the road, you can freeze to death. Real easy.
That plaid shirt I'm wearing, you're ripping me, Pop.
Listen, that shirt won't even start to keep you warm on a deserted highway in this blizzard. Take it from old Jacker and Son, I know.
Yeah, well, thanks anyway. So long, old Jacker. A solid, nerve-wracking hour to make 12 miles. I began to realize just how right old Jack Ernst, the gas station boy, had been when the road ahead was lost completely in a constant racing blur of white. Transformed every rise into a treacherous barrier I had to batter my way through. The chains on all four wheels chewing at the drifts, I managed to keep on the road somehow and plow out another 5 miles. And then I caught a glimpse of the first lighted window I'd seen in all that distance just as I started down the backside of a short, steep hill. Then it happened. First, the helpless feeling of a skid. Before I could do anything about it, I was off the road in the ditch nose first and hood deep in a culvert drifted full of snow. I forced the door open and floundered back up to the road. I knew there was no chance of getting the car out without help and lots of it. And the 10 below zero that the Weather Bureau had bragged about was setting in. I looked back through the slashing snow for the lighted window I spotted and saw a lantern swinging crazily in the hands of somebody coming toward me. A minute later, I could see it was a girl.
Hello? Hello, are you hurt?
No, I'm okay. My car's stuck. I skidded off the road.
I know. I'm watching. Fine. No chance of getting it up. Maybe tomorrow if the blizzard lets up, we can get you out. Meantime, you better come on up to the lodge, mister.
Lodge?
Uh-huh.
You mean I slid off the road right in front of a tourist lodge? Oh, boy, how can I be that lucky?
Well, maybe it's fate. We're not open for business in the winter, but on a night like
I
this...
know what you mean, believe me. I really appreciate it. It gets tough staying out here. Oh, by the way, my name's Marlowe, Philip Marlowe. I want to pay you for...
Did you say Philip Marlowe?
Yeah, something wrong with
What's
me?
your business, Mr. Marlowe?
Oh, well, I'm a private detective from the lab in skiing.
I don't care where you've been or where you're going. You'll get no help from me, Mr. Philip Marlowe, you understand? I'd rather get shot to a dirty dog. I hope you freeze, do you hear? I hope you freeze to death.
She was a thin girl with black hollow eyes, full of hate for me. She didn't stop or look back all the way to the door, just ran in and slammed it shut. Couldn't understand it. Even on my worst day, my reputation never was that bad. I didn't wait around to worry about it because I was cold. Besides, I wanted to know why the good name Philip Marlowe was such poison. I waded up to the heavy rustic door and looked in through a tiny window. All I could see was one corner of what had to be a big room. It was slog, leather, and Navajo rugs, dominated by an enormous fireplace that filled every nook with a warm, dancing glow. Poison or no, I wanted in.
A minute. Oh. Hello.
Oh.
You picked a bad night to travel.
I sure did.
Oh. Well, won't you come in?
Oh, sure.
I'm Donna.
How are you?
This is Echo Lodge. We're not open now, but... Oh, of course, you can't go on in this storm.
No, I can't. Besides, my car's in a ditch.
Well, you'll be spending the night then.
I'd love to, but there seems to be two schools of thought on that subject.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I don't know why, but, I don't think I'm very welcome.
Why do you say that?
Well,
I'll tell you why, Donna. Well, Helen, do you know who he is?
No, we haven't gotten around to the magic of my name yet, Helen, but maybe you'll be good enough to tell me.
Baraki. Does that mean anything to you?
Baraki?
Oh, Helen, yes, Baraki. Virgil Baraki was my husband. Virgil Baraki was Donna's brother, and Virgil Baraki was the man that you shot down and killed. Do you remember?
I remembered, all right. 6 months ago, a trail that led up a blind Los Angeles alley to a garage where stolen cars were switched. I I remembered the pair of vicious blue eyes glaring at me over the sights of a blazing .45. I remembered shooting back fast. When it was over, I was alive and he was dying. And later, the coroner's jury decided I killed in self-defense. The savagery here in the eyes of the woman who had been Virgil Barocchi's wife said that decision meant nothing.
Yes. Is this true? Are you the one who...
Yeah, it's true. I shot a man named Virgil Barocchi. I had to or be killed by him. There was no choice.
You liar! You killed him in cold blood. Now get out of here. You've done enough. Stop it. Oh, Mama, Barocchi, listen, Mama. This is the man who killed Virgil.
I know. I've been listening and I heard everything. Go find Ralph for me, Helen. Then you'd better go off your workshop for a while.
Did you hear me? I said this is the man.
I said go call Ralph now. At once. Tell him to open the cabin. Then go back to your carving. Can't turn a man out in this weather, not any man. You stay, Mr. Marlowe.
All right, Mom.
So, you're Philip Marlowe, the private detective. You don't look much like I'd imagined you.
Do people ever?
Perhaps not. Oh, would you mind fixing the fire? Needs another log.
No, not at all.
You, were stopped by the storm, Mr. Marlowe?
Yeah. My car skidded into the ditch about 50 yards down the road.
I see. Almost at our doorstep, you might say. Rare coincidence, isn't it?
Almost too rare, Mrs. Barocchi. I'm sorry the circumstances are painful for you.
I've grown used to that kind of pain, having lost both a husband and a son. Fate up to now has never been very generous. Do you believe in fate, Mr. Marlowe?
I don't know. Oh, some things happen for which there's no explanation, maybe,
no explanation? Who knows? Perhaps everything happens according to a prearranged schedule. And for a purpose.
Oh, come on. You don't really think I was deliberately shoved off the road at exactly this spot for a reason?
Oh, you might admit it's strange, though, that there was a house nearby just when you needed one, and that it was our house. Oh, thank you, Donna.
It's only soup, but it's hot and good and it's fresh bread. The coffee will be ready in a few minutes.
Go ahead, Mr. Marlowe. Sit down. It'll do you good.
Thanks. Looks wonderful.
In the meanwhile, I'll check up on Ralph. He should have the cabin ready by now. It's small, but you'll be comfortable. There's a fine big oil heater in it.
I haven't worked one for years.
You won't have any trouble.
Tell me, who is this Ralph?
Ralph Coleman, young fellow who lives near here.
Ralph works for us in the summer.
And looks after us in the winter. He's staying over tonight because of the storm. He was my son's best friend. Oh, don't let the soup get cold, Miss Marlowe.
The soup was thick and delicious, and the coffee was rich, black, and steaming. Donna sat across the table and watched me eat. There was no hatred in her eyes. I looked for it closely. It wasn't even animosity. Only confusion and, for some reason, a shadow of fear. But as an hour slipped by and the conversation came easier, the shadow disappeared. Her eyes even began to smile a little. When I'd finished down to the third cup of coffee and started to help her clear the table, the cup slipped. We both grabbed for it, caught one slim inch from breaking, and wound up together on the floor. Our faces close.
Why, Phil, we did it. What a team.
The table waiters are jugglers.
Oh, we could double us both and make a fortune. Oh, Ralph.
Yeah, Ralph. What's going on?
We have almost dropped the cup.
Uh-huh. That sure would have been too bad, wouldn't it, Donna? You only got about 50 like that one.
I don't know why it's so important to you, but for what it's worth, I was the one who dropped it.
Not important to me. I guess other things aren't so important to Donna either. Think you can get it out to the kitchen now without any more help, Donna?
Ralph, it's high time that you...
Mrs. Barocchi asked me to tell you the cabin's ready, Marlowe.
Thanks.
No thanks necessary, mister. It's just part of my job. Guess everybody's job has its lousy side, huh? Even a private detective. Some of them get trigger happy, I heard.
I'll see you, Donna.
You better get out there right away, Marlowe. Donna's got 4 whole dishes to carry out. And at the rate she's been going, she's going to get started or she'll never make it.
Keep your fat trap shut, Buster. You're causing a draft. Tolman walked behind me as far as the door and pointed through the snow to a tiny square of light sitting apart from the rest of the buildings that made up Echo Lodge. As soon as I was outside, he slammed the door against my back and bolted it. I stood on the porch and thought about the setup for a minute while I lit a cigarette. Then I stepped out into the snow and headed for the cabin. Halfway there, I could see it clearly. It looked snug and warm. And under the circumstances, I knew it was better for everybody that I was sleeping outside the main lodge. But then I saw a sudden flash and felt the impact before anything else. Right in front of me, the cabin lurched. One entire wall burst out and the roof collapsed. A second later, as I ran toward what was left of it, I could hear the others coming. Yeah, I'm okay, Donna.
What happened, Marlowe?
I don't know, Tolman.
But I can't understand it. The heater exploded?
Yeah, well, that's the way it looked. But it was working okay when I left. I guess it's not going to burn, though. The stove put it all out.
Well, just another few seconds and you'd have been in there. You'd have been killed.
Yeah, maybe that was fate, too, huh? Maybe.
Donna, get away from here. I wish you had been in there, Marlowe. You deserve it. Stop it, Helen. He's got no business here. Stop it. Oh, let me alone. Lord, after what he's done to us, how can you bear even to look at it? Oh, Helen, come back here. Never go. This is an accident, Donna. An accident, you hear? They happen. Don't say this tomorrow.
Oh, sure. Everybody knows accidents will happen, Mrs. Baraki.
Of course. Oh, then let's get back into the house before we freeze to death. You can have my room now. I'll sleep with Donna. Come along, all of you.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, Groucho Marx, his famous ad-libs, and his teams of opposites will be back betting their lives on most of these same CBS stations tomorrow night. You've missed half your life if you haven't bet your life with Groucho Marx on Wednesday nights this season. Hear him on this top quiz show tomorrow night on CBS. Now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Grim Echo.
It was a dreary little procession that trudged back toward the lodge again from the shuttered cabin. I said nothing and pushed hard against the storm as far as the front door. But when they were all inside... As I hurried back to the lodge, I suddenly felt the kind of inside cold. You can't ever blame on the weather around you. But a moment later, that same cold began to thaw. Because huddled at the edge of the lodge just ahead was Donna.
Phil, where have you been? What have you been doing?
Everything's going to be all right.
Oh, Phil, please. Why did you go down to your car?
Well, I'll tell you, but you're going to be sorry.
Sorry?
She got so upset over nothing. I went to get some cigarettes out of the glove compartment. It was fresh out.
That was your only reason? Cigarettes?
Sure. Now, come on, huh? You got to worry. Let's do it where we can both be warm. Come on over to the fire. I'm a city boy, you know. This cold isn't doing me any... Hey, Donna. Those tears in your eyes.
They're from the wind. It always makes me cry. Oh, Phil. Why do things have to be this way? An hour ago when you were eating, everything was so nice, so friendly. And then suddenly Ralph angry, the explosion, Helen screaming and clawing at your mama.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But look, baby. Listen to me hard, huh?
Yes?
You see, the things you just spoke of, Ralph, the explosion, Helen, all of it, all the trouble, it belongs to the night, like the blizzard out there. Oh, it's raging now, sure, but tomorrow, or maybe a little after tomorrow, it'll stop. Everything will look bright and clean to you. Honest, honey, that's the way it'll be. All the way around. Believe me?
Oh, Phil, I want to,
But what?
But you're talking about tomorrow. I'm worried about tonight. I'm afraid, Phil. Awfully afraid.
I spent the next 10 minutes trying to convince Donna that there wasn't anything to worry about. And then when she'd gone to her room, I Went to mine and started all over again, trying to convince myself. The out-of-season fireworks at the cabin and a gun stolen from my car made that a very tough proposition. Then I checked the room, which was on the ground floor and close to the kitchen. And then I bolted the door and looked forward to some much-needed sleep. After that, I took off my shirt and shoes only, got into bed, and waited for sleep, which a weekend of skiing made more important than a cabin full of hate. Suddenly, I was wide awake and sitting straight up in bed. The footsteps could have belonged to my dream. The door that closed couldn't have. I scrambled out of bed and ran to it, but it was still bolted. So I turned to the single closet in the room and opened it sharply. It was empty, except for a long, thin finger of light that streamed through a keyhole. A keyhole that belonged to a door at the rear of the closet that gave out onto the kitchen. Obviously, the closet had once been a pantry. I tried the door, but it was bolted from the kitchen side. I got into my shoes, grabbed my shirt, and ran out of the room, around to the kitchen, and smacked into a very surprised Ralph.
Marlowe, what are you doing up and roaming around?
I'm a sleepwalker. What's your excuse? Come on, let's have it. I'm still playing target for tonight.
Marlowe.
I know why you're here and exactly what's on your mind. I will, not before. Well, have we come to terms?
All right, let go. I'm here because my room is on the ground floor, and I heard somebody cross through the house and come into this kitchen. So I decided to investigate.
You're a liar. You're in my room, Tolman, and you know it. You got in through the door that leads into the closet. Come on, Buster, let's level. We're keeping each other awake.
Listen, Marlowe, I don't like you.
Honest?
And I don't like the way you and Donna are...
The way we're what? Come on, boy, get it off your chest.
Never mind that now. Look at this.
Wood shavings, so what?
Yeah, found it near the door to the closet in your room. Might also be the answer to who your visitor was. She left her calling card.
What do you mean, calling card?
Helen. She's always covered with these shavings. She makes things out of rough pine.
Where is this workshop of hers, Tolman?
Out in the back. Just beyond the barn. What are you going to do, Marlowe?
Not that it's any of your business, but I'm going to see the lady, and I'll see you.
What do you want?
Conversation, Helen, if you don't mind.
No, wait a minute, you were playing.
Close that door.
I will not.
And I will. Now get over there and sit down. We got a few things to clear up.
Like what? The way you murdered my husband, perhaps?
Cut it out. Stop it, Helen, or I'll put your arm off.
No,
Just as soon as you decide to behave. Those nails are yours, draw blood, baby. Wait, are they good?
Yes.
All right. Now sit down over there, away from those sharp chisels you work with, and keep your hands in your lap. Go on, that chair there.
Very well, Mr. Marlowe. Anything to accommodate the man who murdered my husband.
Which brings us right to the point.
You deny it? You deny that you shot him down?
I fired in self-defense.
Speaking lie. You did it to feather your own nest to be a hero to the police and the newspapers.
You're wrong, Helen. I killed your husband because I had to. He was on the wrong side.
Oh, don't make me laugh. You call trying to get money for his family, for me? You call that thing on the wrong side? So much that he should have been killed, shot down by the likes of you? Oh, Mr. Marlowe, you have no idea how through these past 6 lonely months I've thought of you. I've wondered what you looked like, what the man who killed Virgil was doing, how you'd like to meet the same death you brought to my husband under the brave banner of law and order.
Now, wait a minute.
And don't think I didn't plan your death 1,000 times over. Don't think I didn't approach Mama Barucki, Ralph, even sweet little Donna with a delicious thought of revenge. No. No, they talk like you talk, Mr. Marlowe. Virgil was doing the wrong thing. He was caught.
It wasn't right or wrong. It was him or me.
Oh, you shut up and listen. Sure, Virgil was stealing, all right. Was stealing from me, his wife. That's why he left here. That's why he tried so hard. That's why you had no reason to kill him. And that's why you should die, too.
Oh, that's also why we had an accidental explosion at the cabin I was supposed to sleep in, huh?
I was clumsy. I was hasty. I won't be the next time.
You're completely out of your mind, Helen.
Out of my mind? Of course I am. Did you think this existence, this living without the man I love, could leave me otherwise? Did you think making these stupid souvenirs would make me crazy?
Killing me isn't going to bring him back.
You get out of here. Go on. Get out. And if you can, Mr. Marlowe, go back to bed.
While you wait for a chance to get me with my own gun, the gun you stole from my car?
I'm not going to shoot you, Mr. Marlowe. That would only further disgrace the Barucki name, no. No, I'm not going to shoot you. But I am going to get you.
long, chilling moment, I stared into the eyes of a half-crazed woman standing in front of me. The ice-cold, bottomless eyes that a cancerous hate had destroyed as something human. And as I turned and started out of the room, I knew that I'd made a mistake that night. Virgil Barucki had died in my arms. A mistake I had to correct before it was too late. And there was nothing left of Helen but the ruthless machinery of a mind dedicated to murder. I headed back to the house and talked to Mama Barucki, which I figured had to be the first immediate step. But when I'd gone only a dozen yards from the workshop, I stopped.
Donna,
what are you doing out here?
I couldn't sleep, Phil. I was too worried about you. And then when I saw you leave the house from my window and head for the workshop, Phil, your face.
Oh, it was Helen. She got a little upset in there.
A little? Oh, look at you. Your pocket ripped off your shirt, your face scratched.
Oh, it's all right,
Phil,
Donna. No. Hey, my pocket ripped off. The gun.
Oh, Phil, why did you tell me, please?
Now, hold it, Donna. Give me a second. Yeah, sure, it adds, all right. Now, look, get over there, inside the barn, and scream. Long and loud, huh?
Scream?
Yeah, it's our only chance. Go on, do as I say, Donna. Scream.
All right, I'll do it, Phil, whatever you say.
The second Donna cut loose, I stepped out of sight behind a tree that was opposite the barn, and I kept my eyes glued to the door of the workshop I just left. I waited for the shattering report of the gun I was afraid I'd hear. Then the door flew open, and Helen was running out toward the barn, and Donna screamed. My .38 clenched a handkerchief in her right hand. A look of stark bewilderment passed over her face.
Donna, answer me. What's wrong? Oh, what are you doing there by the barn? I don't know. What do you mean you don't know?
Leave it to me, Helen. Let's have that gun back without further discussion. Yes. There. Knock it back against that wall and don't move an inch.
No. So what is all this?
Attempted murder, honey. She's all right.
Attempted murder? You mean Helen here was going to try and kill someone?
Yeah, herself.
Suicide?
Suicide that would be called murder and pinned on me. It's going to be her way of getting even.
I know, Phil. I can't believe
She tried to once, honey, the explosion at the cabin. When that failed, and everybody knew how she felt about me. A warped mind hit upon this little plan, and all the pieces would have fit tight, too.
What pieces? What do you mean?
That one we argued. Two, she came to my room tonight and ripped the pocket off this plaid shirt so that we'd find it clenched in her hand after she was dead. You see it? Three, she stole my .38, which has my fingerprints on it. And four, she left an obvious clue on the floor of the kitchen, a wood shaving that would bring me out here on the run. So everybody could find me close by when it happened. Oh, yeah, it was tight, all right. Tight as a hangman's noose.
And then she was going to shoot herself, Phil, just after you left her. And that's why you made me scream?
Yeah. And that's why now, Donna, later tonight, I'm going to tell her something that I intended to break to her gently. Something I was going to tell Mama Barucki first. Something I hoped would straighten her out.
What, Phil?
Well, your brother Virgil didn't die the moment he was shot, Donna. He lived long enough to ask one thing of me.
What are you trying to say, Phil?
But I never let Helen or you people here know about the woman he was in love with in L.A. The woman through whom I tracked him down.
Oh, Phil.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it wouldn't be good for her.
If I was around too much? No, honey, not for a while, anyway. Wouldn't be good for any of us, huh? Come on, Donna, let's get her out of the house.
Yes. Yes, Phil.
Well, it was the next morning. I went into the kitchen for some coffee and found myself all alone. Thought I wasn't any place in sight. So I got my things together and walked slowly down to my car, and when I got in, I didn't feel like leaving. Not right away. And I was glad that warming up my motor was a smart thing to do. Gave me time to light a cigarette and think. Look around. I toward Echo Lodge where I could see Donna waving goodbye from an upstairs window. I'd see her again in a little while. It was a small world, all right, full of echoes. And just think how the web of paths we call coincidence had brought me and those who knew and loved Bertha together. Someday, maybe, Donna and I would be looking for each other. And those paths would make it a lot easier.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman McDonnell and are written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Sammy Hill, Betty Lou Gerson, Verna Felton, Frank Gerstle, and Junius Matthews. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time a peddler of pulp paper love, a blackmailer with muscles, a south of the border chiseler, a simpering prude, and a corpse in a bedroom, all had one thing in common. Each was a woman.
Al Jolson will pay another of those wonderful visits to Bing Crosby this Wednesday night. And the gags and songs will again fly thick and fast. Bing and Al will team up to sing Waiting for the Robert E. Lee and Whispering. And as for the gags, well, just tune in on most of these same CBS stations. Remember, that's this Wednesday night, the CBS Bing Crosby Show. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Now, stay tuned for Pursuit, which follows immediately on most of these same CBS network stations. This is CBS, where You Bet Your Life with Groucho Marx every Wednesday, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Pepsi-Cola, P-E-P-S-I. That's your smartest cola buy. Pepsi-Cola presents Counterspy.
Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy. Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy.
Harding, Counterspy. Calling Washington.
United States Counterspies, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad.
Tonight, the case of the Flatbush Ragin. Another Counterspy report to the American people. Brought to you each Tuesday and Thursday by Pepsi-Cola.
Pepsi-Cola, hits the spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot.
That's right, you heard what they said. 2 full glasses of sparkling Pepsi from one big 12-ounce bottle. You're getting an extra glassful. And what a delicious glassful. The most refreshing, delightful cola that ever tickled your taste. You can't top Pepsi's tangy flavor. And that big, big bottle saves you money. Goes twice as far. Pepsi's America's big, big favorite. And America's biggest cola value. So why take less when Pepsi's best? Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember,
Why take less when Pepsi's best?
And now, to Counterspy. Unfortunately, it is happening almost every day and night. In Detroit, the darkened windows of a store, the stealthy figures of 2 boys approaching, then hands reaching in among the goods on display and escape. Or in Los Angeles, late at night, a suburban resident nears his home when suddenly from behind... Young lawbreakers seem to be everywhere. In St. Louis, Boston, Philadelphia, and in Brooklyn, where juvenile gangs are organized on the highest level.
Wait a minute, gang. Hold it. Hold it. Before we go out on the rumble against the Crescents, our president, Whitey Benson, wants to say something to you members of the Blue Jays.
Now, Chris told you guys how some of them characters from the Crescents pushed one of our boys around this afternoon again. This is the last time they get away with it, see? Tonight, we're putting them Crescents out of business. Like I told you when I organized the Blue Jays, you leave everything to Whitey Benson. We're going places, see? And we ain't going to be in this crummy cellar for long, either. Soon we're going to have a real classy clubhouse, pool tables and all. Us Blue Jays is going to end up the top dog outfit in Brooklyn. Pipe down, I ain't through yet. Steve?
Yeah, Whitey?
You and Chris take your boys and brief them for the rumble like I laid it out.
Gotcha, Whitey.
Okay. Now, all you guys will get your instructions from my two ace men. We move in on the Crescent's clubhouse at 10:30 tonight.
It's 10:28, Whitey.
All set, Steve.
Yeah, all set. My boys have their bats and axes ready.
Be quiet, you guys. We march on him in a minute. Steve, what about Chris?
Don't worry about Chris, Whitey. He'll be on time with his guys. He's not due at the corner down there until 10:29. There he is now.
Yeah. He's signaling us. Now remember, Steve, if the cops come before we finish those Crescents, scatter. I'll meet you and Chris back at the clubhouse after we tie this up.
Right. 10:29, Whitey. Should I give Chris the signal?
Yeah. Let's go. Come on, gang. This is it. You two ace men of mine done a swell job tonight.
And that finishes the Crescents for good, huh, Whitey?
Yeah, Steve. For real.
Now they ain't got no more clubhouse, they'll come around begging to join us Blue Jays.
That was the main idea I had, Chris. Before we're finished, we're taking in every club in his territory. Now, the reason I had you and Steve meet me here at the clubhouse is extra special.
What's up, Whitey?
Tomorrow night I got a little caper planned for just the three of us.
What kind of caper?
Something real special. Pull up chairs and listen close to what I got to say. Tomorrow night, I'm breaking you two into the big time. Got everything straight, Steve?
Yeah, I think so, Whitey. I stand here in the corner and keep my eyes open. If I see a flatfoot coming, I give the signal to Chris in front of the store.
That's it, Steve. Chris, let's go.
Whitey. Listen, Whitey.
What are you shaking in your pants about, Chris?
I never did nothing like this before. Weren't you scared the first time?
I was never scared. Not my whole life.
I just hope there won't be no trouble.
Didn't I tell you the old dame who runs the store, she's got one foot in the grove already? She'll take a squint of my zip gun and do just like I tell her.
Oh, you won't have to use the gun, will you, Whitey?
Oh, Chris, stop acting like you was just out of kindergarten.
Here's the store. Don't forget. Keep a watch for Steve's signal. I'll be out in less than 5 minutes.
Here, young fella. What can I do
Get
for
back
you?
at the cash register and open it.
What?
This is a stick-up, Mama. Do like I tell you.
You don't scare me, you rotten little hoodlum. You hoodlum,
Mama,
you...
you got just 2 seconds to open that cash register.
That toy gun you got? I'm not scared.
You'll see what kind of toy this 22 is if you don't get started. Go on, move.
I'm not moving an inch. I know kids like you. Sneaky cowards. Dirty little hoodlums. Bluffers.
Hoodlum. Bluffer, huh?
Whitey, why? Whitey, you shot her.
Sure. She got out of line.
She's waking up. Whitey, I thought you killed her.
Get out of my way, Chris.
What are you going to do? Why are you loading your gun again?
Let go. The old dame's got too good a tag on me. You know I'm on probation. They'll send me up for 20. Now look out.
Whitey, don't do it, please.
Come on. Let's get out of here.
Mr. Harding, there's a Miss Catherine Griffin waiting to see you by appointment.
Oh, yes. Come in, Miss Griffin. Oh, Miss Griffin. Nice to see you again.
Yes, can you move this chair closer?
Thank you. Mr. Harding, you recall our talk last year during the National Police Conference in Washington.
Oh, of course, Miss Griffin. Are you still attached to the juvenile court in Brooklyn?
In charge of the probation section now.
Oh, and having a rough time.
Very rough. I learned you were here in the New York Counterspy field office, and I realize, Mr. Harding, you're a busy man, but I hoped you could spare me a little time.
Oh, certainly, Miss Griffin.
Of course, Mr. Harding, juvenile delinquency in Brooklyn doesn't come under Counterspy jurisdiction.
Well, Miss Griffin, juvenile delinquency has ceased to be a local problem. Besides, we're always ready to lend a hand wherever we can, and from all reports, you people in Brooklyn have a big problem.
Mr. Harding, we estimate there are at least 70 juvenile gangs with a membership of over 6,000.
Not a pretty picture, is it?
It gets uglier every day, Mr. Peters. Their numbers are increasing and their crimes get worse. They've gone from gang wars to thievery to murder. Why, just 2 days ago, a store owner in the Red Hook section was shot by .22 caliber bullets. The gun was later found in a vacant lot, a homemade weapon. Zip gun, they call it.
Yes, I think we have one of those right here. Sent to us for inspection. Made out of a block of wood, antenna wire, a door lock, and spring.
And a lethal weapon it is. In the last month, we've arrested 5 boys carrying guns like that. Each boy was under 17. One was only 13. Our main problem is the unhealthy fear these boys have for officers of the law.
Miss Griffin, that unhealthy fear you mentioned interests me.
When a boy joins a gang, he's taught to hate and fear policemen. They immediately become his mortal enemies.
And naturally, the kings of the underworld become his heroes.
I call it negative hero worship. It's one of the big obstacles in our path. The moment these boys see a police uniform, they run.
Now, Peter, Miss Griffin has just given me an idea. Let's take advantage of this negative hero worship and prove to these youngsters there's a difference between a hero and a heel.
Traffic light just changed. There's the sucker walking toward us. Get ready, Steve.
Right, Whitey.
Bump him so hard he takes a good flop. Chris.
I'm listening, Whitey.
No matter what, you stick here in the doorway.
Right.
Watch how the sucker is handled.
Oh, gee, mister, I'm sorry. I didn't see you.
Look, we were gone. You wouldn't have to be sorry.
Steve, I told you to watch out, didn't I? Oh, yeah, why? But, mister, don't mind this jerky pal of mine. He's always bumping into somebody. I told him, man, I was sorry. Here, mister. Let me give you a hand.
Thanks, kid.
You ain't hurt, are you, mister?
No. Try to tell your little pal to keep his eyes in front of him.
Someday you'll bump into the wrong guy. Someday you'll bump into the wrong guy. Hey, you characters, how you like that for that? Pretty good, huh?
Hey, with some of that dough, we can fix up this club room, huh, Whitey? How much in the wallet, Whitey?
$80, Steve.
80? You sure done it smooth,
You
Whitey.
gotta have a touch to roll a sucker smart, Chris. A touch. Light and easy, so he never knows what hit him. I can pick him, man. Just the way the schmo was dressed, I could tell he was loaded. It's like a talent. Gotta be able to spot...
Whitey, they only knocked twice. Yes. They didn't give the right high sign. Hey, maybe it's the cops, Whitey. What are we going to do?
Pipe down, both of you.
Come on, open up.
Whitey, it is the
I
cops.
told you to pipe down.
I know you're in there. Open up or I'll bust the door down.
You guys keep busting. I'll do the talking.
I'll give you one more second. Open the door.
Okay. Keep your shirt on. I'm coming.
All right, smart guy. Let's have the wallet. Wallet? What wallet you talking about, mister? I suppose the next thing you're going to say is you don't know me. That's right. Never saw you before. What about your pal here, this one?
Me? You mean me, mister?
I don't mean your grandmother. He never saw you before either, mister. Did you, Steve?
No.
You're the two little punks who rolled me on 12th Street 15 minutes ago.
Us? Roll? Got us mixed up with somebody else, mister. This here is the Blue Jays club room. We was having a meeting. We've been here all the time. Right, Chris?
Oh, sure. We've been here all the time, Whitey.
You see, mister?
Come on, hand over the wallet.
I told you, mister.
Hand it over. The wallet, honey boy, with the $80.
You busted my arm. Stop, will you?
When I get the wallet.
Stop.
Right?
Okay, let go, will you? Let go.
It's more like it.
It's my back pocket right here. Hey, the wallet ain't there.
Because I got it right here in my hand.
What?
You gotta have the touch to roll a sucker smart, Whitey. The touch. Light and easy, so he never knows what hit him.
Whitey, he was outside all the time. He hurried.
The next time you and your boys try a roll, you better be sure of the mark you pick out. For all you chumps know, I might have been a cop just laying for you.
Then you're not a cop?
Well, I look like one?
No.
Why? If you looked at the cards in my wallet, you'd know who I am. Dutch Malloy.
Dutch Malloy? Who is Dutch Malloy from that Chicago mob?
Is there another one?
Dutch Malloy. Chris, how you like that? Of all the guys to pick Dutch Malloy, out of everybody walking the streets of Brooklyn, Whitey picks Dutch Malloy to roll. Of all the guys, Dutch Malloy.
Cut it out, sir.
What's the matter, Whitey? No sense of humor?
So I make one mistake. So what? Anybody can make a mistake, can't they?
You want to stay in this business, you don't make no mistakes. Not even one.
Hey, Dutch, what are you doing here in Brooklyn? You going to be around long, Dutch?
Couple of weeks, Chris. Why?
Well, if you had some extra time, maybe you could come around and give us some pointers, huh? Some tips on the ins and outs of the business.
Hey, what do you want to bother Dutch with this kid stuff for? Dutch is a busy guy. Ain't you, Dutch?
No, Whitey. Not too busy. You got a lot to learn, a whole bunch of you. I'm going to take personal pleasure in teaching each of you how things should be done right. Okay?
In just a moment, we'll return to Counterspy, brought to you by Pepsi-Cola.
Pepsi-Cola, hit the spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot. Lot more value, lot more zest. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
More and more, among fellows and girls, among mothers and dads, you hear that sane and sensible question, why take less when Pepsi is best? No budget, no allowance ever had a better friend than tangy, sparkling Pepsi-Cola. Because one big 12-ounce Pepsi bottle gives you 2 delicious drinks. That's twice as much tangy taste, twice as much delicious Pepsi to go just twice as far. That's why more and more families say, why take less when Pepsi is best? Yes, families like yours and mine, families all over America, they're all saying, why take less when Pepsi is best?
Pepsi-Cola hits the spot. Tastes terrific when you're hot. More and better than the rest. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
Today, tomorrow, always. Get America's biggest Cola value. Take home a carton of 6 big Pepsi bottles. Insist on Pepsi at the store. And say Pepsi at the fountain. Say Pepsi at the stand. Say Pepsi. Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember.
Why take less when Pepsi's best?
And now, back to Counterspy. 2 weeks later, a man cautiously enters an all-night drugstore and heads for a phone booth to make a call.
This is Dutch Malloy. Listen, 8:30 tomorrow night. Bench at the front end of the DeKalb Avenue subway station, downtown side. Got it? DeKalb Avenue station, 8:30 tomorrow night. How's my undercover man? Mr. Harding, this is one assignment I'm not enjoying, not the least bit.
What's wrong, Peter?
Well, it's the way that whole gang, especially those two kids, Chris and Steve, look up to me. Dave, honestly, it makes me sick inside the way they think that Dutch Malloy is such a hotshot.
Well, that's why you're there, Peter.
I know, but they're not really bad kids. It's the leader of the Blue Jays who's all the way off the track. That Whitey Benson is the rotten apple in the barrel.
Yes, our files show Whitey has a bad record.
He sold all the other kids a bill of goods, made them cop haters. He gets the others to follow him either through admiration or strong-arm tactics. Till I came into the picture, Whitey's word was law, but I know the punk is yellow.
Well, then your work's cut out for you, Peter. Show Whitey up to the others for what he really is.
That's not going to be such a cinch.
Well, first you'll have to win the complete confidence of all the other boys.
If I can in time. Whitey has planned a job for them to pull in another day or so.
Oh?
A bicycle shop on 10th Street. Whitey has it set for them to steal 3 of the bikes that the owner of the shop has displayed on the sidewalk outside.
Oh.
See the spot I'm in, Dave? I can't let those kids steal the bikes.
Well, of course you can't, Peters. But maybe there's a way of out-masterminding Whitey Benson at bicycle stealing.
What's the matter, Whitey?
Nothing, Dutch.
Maybe you don't like the way I'm handling this operation, huh?
No, only me and Chris and Steve could do it without bothering you.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm just lending you guys a hand. Of course, if you want me to step out...
Oh, no, Dutch. We don't want you to do that. We're all for what you're doing for us, huh, Chris? Sure, Steve. How many chances do you get to learn from a real professional like Dutch Malloy?
Okay. Now, remember, watch me through the store window. You know the signal.
Yeah. When you wipe your face with your handkerchief, we grab the bikes and start pedaling.
I'll see you back at the club room later.
Well, mister, how can I help you?
Good evening.
Evening.
I'm, interested in some bikes.
Oh, yes, sir. Any particular type? I got all types.
Well, I saw those 3 that you had on the sidewalk outside the store. Hot tonight, huh?
Yeah, mighty muggy. Yeah, I guess we'll have some rain. My corns are acting up.
Yeah. Soak this handkerchief right through.
Yeah. You were talking about bicycles.
Yeah. What's the price on all 3 of them?
All 3? Well, no, I'm trying to clear out my stock, and I can, I can have all 3 for... Hey, those boys out there.
What's the matter?
They're getting away with my bike.
Now, hold it, buddy, hold it.
Let go of me. What are they stealing my bike?
Now, take it easy.
I got to stop.
They're not stealing those bikes. I'm buying them.
What?
Those kids are friends of mine. I'm buying those bikes for them.
But holy jump.
How much are they?
Oh, how much? That's different. Well, they're 30. $5 a piece.
That's $105 for all 3, right?
Yes, sir, that's right. For 105 skins.
105. Here you are.
Well, thank you, mister.
You know, those bikes are a real bargain at that price.
I know. They're practically a steal.
Good work, Peters. You must have convinced Chris and Steve all right.
$105 is a high price for being convincing, Dave.
Put it on your expense account.
Under what? Petty theft?
By the way, how is Whitey Benson taking it?
Like a slow burn, Dave. If you ask me, I don't think Whitey's going to be satisfied with sitting on the sidelines much longer.
Your job then, Peters, is to expose Whitey as a coward right in front of his ace man.
Right, Dave. But I'll have to wait for just the right setup. There, you two. Take a look at that.
A rod?
A real one?
Yeah, 38.
Where'd you get it, Whitey?
From a friend. Picked it up in Germany. I bought it from him.
What do you want a gun for, Whitey?
For our next job.
For Whitey, Dutch says only a sucker carries a gun. Remember? Dutch says if you're caught with a gun...
Dutch says. I'm sick of that Dutch stuff.
Oh, but Dutch knows, Whitey. He's been around.
Well, I've been around, too, plenty. And I was okay with you guys before he come in the picture, wasn't I? Now I'm going to show you guys how I can handle a heist as good as he can. Better. Anybody here say I can't?
We're not saying you can't. Why
Well,
don't...
button up and listen if you want to stay being my ace man. There's a warehouse across the street from Pier 13. They got a bunch of radios piled up in there, and it's a pushover to get in through a side door. I'll pull on that job at 11 tonight. Got it?
Yeah, Whitey. Sure.
Steve?
All right, Whitey. Whatever you say.
And get this through your heads, both of you. Dutch is out of the picture. If either of you let on to Dutch about this job tonight, so help me, I'll take this gun and I'll blow your heads off. All right, you two. Follow me. Radios are piled over the other end of the warehouse. Hold it.
What's the matter, Whitey?
The watchman, Chris. Coming this way.
You better beat it this way.
I'll take care of the watchman. Come on, behind this crate. Here he comes. I'll get him from the back when he goes by.
You reach right. Now, fold your hands on top of your head and keep them forward.
Okay. I'll turn around. Hello, Whitey.
Dutch.
You can put your gun away.
How'd you get here?
Didn't I tell you only a sucker carries a gun?
What are you doing here? Who told you? Oh, Steve, Chris, they told you, huh? You monkeys told them, didn't you?
Whitey, we thought we better.
Dirty, stinking double-cross.
Don't take it out on them, Whitey. Tackle somebody your own size.
Done to cross me up, the little yellow bellies. Some stunt to pull on a pal.
What do you mean, pal? You're nobody's pal, Whitey. You're strictly out for yourself. You're just pulling this job tonight to prove you're a big shot, but you're just a cheap little four-flusher.
Yeah?
Yeah. You even told these kids you're only 18, but you're 21, 5 years older than any of them. You didn't have the guts to go up to the big boys, so you got yourself a bunch of kids to use to push around.
Shut up.
You're too big,
Whitey. Set her up. Fill your face with lead.
You haven't got the guts to tackle me. I know you haven't.
Yeah, well, ask Steve. Ask Chris. Ask him how I drilled that dame last month without even blinking an eyelash.
Talk, Whitey. That's your idea of guts, telling an old lady who couldn't fight back. All right, drop the gun. Can you drop it or you end up flat on your face?
I'll kill you.
All right, now do it the hard way.
I'll get it done, Dutch.
We'll take care of the gun, Chris.
What? Dutch.
These are friends of mine, Steve. Come on, Whitey. Get on your feet. Here he is, Mr. Harding, all yours.
Harding?
That's right, David Harding, Chief of the United States Counterspies.
Try the cops.
Conway,
Yes, Mr. Harding.
take Whitey Benson along.
Right.
Turn him over to the police to be booked for murder.
Yes, sir. Okay, big shot. Get moving.
Why don't you pinch him? That's Malloy. He's the guy you want to grab.
Never mind that, squealer. Okay, Conway.
Give me a break. Give me a break. Will you? I didn't do nothing to you. Dutch,
I don't get this. You're in with the cops, Dutch.
Fellows, you've just had one surprise. Your hero, Whitey Benson, turned out to be a heel. Now, here's another surprise for you. Your friend Dutch Malloy isn't Dutch Malloy at all.
Not Dutch.
He's my assistant, Harry Peters. The real Dutch Malloy has been in our custody for a month.
A cop, Chris. And we thought he was a right guy. A cop?
So now you two know what I am. You put me down as the wrong guy. That it?
Well, we didn't know a cop who could be...
The right guy? Is that what you're trying to say, Chris?
Yeah, I guess so.
The cops are just like anybody else once you get to know them.
The trouble with you boys is you never gave yourself a chance to know them. They're more on your side than hoodlums like Whitey Benson. You found that out tonight, didn't you? If it hadn't been for Peters here, you'd have ended up in real trouble. And behind bars.
You mean you're not arresting us?
No. But you two still have some things to settle. Those bicycles.
We still got them. Yeah, Mr. Hardy. But we'll give them back.
You can't do that now. Dutch, or rather Mr. Peters here, paid for them. You two boys are going to keep those bicycles. But you're going to work to pay for them.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Hardy?
You're both going to get straightened away with the law. And then I hope you can prove to other kids like you that a cop isn't such a bad guy after all.
Gee, thanks.
You're a swell guy, Mr. Hardy.
When your friends drop in, be generous, but be thrifty, too. Serve plenty of delicious Pepsi-Cola. Pepsi's big 12-ounce bottle gives you not just one sparkling glassful, but two. Get a carton of 6 and serve 12 delicious drinks. Yes, Pepsi is America's biggest cola value. You get twice the tangy taste, twice the refreshment, twice the Pepsi. So why take less when Pepsi is best? Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember,
Pepsi-Cola, twist the spot, 2 full glasses, that's a lot. Lots more value, lots more zest. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
Tune in every Tuesday and Thursday, same time, same station, to Counterspy. Listen on Thursdays for the exciting Counterspy case of a hot car killer.
From a hideout high above New York, a master criminal brain moved human beings and stolen automobiles like pawns in a chess game of life and death. For the blazing facts in this case, I invite you to tune in on Thursday, day after tomorrow, for the case of a hot car killer on Counterspy.
Tonight's Counterspy program originated in New York, was directed by Leonard L. Bass, dramatized by Edward Adamson, and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer, with music by Jesse Crawford. Counterspy is a Philip H. Lord production for Pepsi-Cola. Enjoy some Pepsi, ice cold tonight. Cold tonight.
Case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective, presented by the 3 great Linex home brighteners: Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax, created by Acme, America's great producer of fine Acme quality paints. Today's curious adventure: Webs of Murder, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Black Widow Spiders. In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter solves the mystery of the Black Widow murders and saves the webs from getting into the hands of the enemy. But before we do, consider this. Millions of Americans have learned how easily Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, brings amazing new beauty to the home. Now, millions more are learning that floors, woodwork, and furniture can be made to look like new with the 3 great Linex home brighteners. Linex Self-Polishing Wax beautifies floors with a satiny yet tough anti-skid finish that resists wear, water, and dirt. Linex Cream Polish cleans as it polishes, leaving no oily film on your furniture. And Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, the durable super varnish that dries to an elastic, transparent surface, Protect all wood and linoleum in your home. You'll find the 3 great Linac home brighteners at your hardware, paint, or department store. Your headquarters also for Chemtone, the miracle wall finish. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. As we begin today's story, we find Nick and Patsy in Nick's car returning to town.
Oh, gosh, Nick, I'm glad you were able to prevent that poor old lady's home from being taken away from us.
So am I, Patsy. That was a jet game if ever I saw one. The old lady was to the right, but I had to find the proof for her. Otherwise, she'd have been turned out in the street with nowhere to go.
You went right back to the office?
No, not directly. I had to stop off and do an errand for Riley first.
Do an errand for Riley? Since when have you started that?
I haven't started anything, Patsy. Riley called me this morning just before you got to the office and asked me if I'd do this job as a special favor to him.
What do you have to do?
Well, it seems that there's a woman on Cherry Street who makes a business of supplying spider webs to the Army and Navy.
Oh?
They use them for crosshairs for engineering instruments and sighting devices for gun sites, bomb sites, and so on. It's only a small business, but it's pretty valuable and mighty important, too.
Well, where do you come in?
Well, this woman called Riley early this morning and said that someone had tried to break into her place last night. She has a large shipment just ready to go out, and she's afraid that someone may try to keep her from delivering it.
I see.
So Riley asked me if I'd stop in on my way back and pick it up. Said he had no good man he could send for it now because of some special work the police are doing just now.
And good-natured old Nick said he would. Where do you have to take it?
To one of the naval buildings downtown. Besides being worth about $10,000, the web's very important to the service. Also, I thought you might like to see how they collect this web from the spiders. You want to come with me?
Well, I got a dental appointment in about an hour, Nick, but I'll stop off and have a look at the spider conservatory. How long are you going to be there?
Only long enough to pick up the stuff I expect. Unless there's some delay, you ought to get back to town. Plenty of time for your appointment with a tooth specialist.
Yes?
I'm Nick Carter. I've come to pick up the web that you want delivered to town.
Who told you to come here?
Lieutenant Riley said you wanted police protection.
That's right, I do. Would you mind identifying yourself, please?
Not at all. Would this prove my identity sufficiently?
Oh, of course. Come in, Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Miss...
Lewis, K. Lewis. I own this business.
This is Miss Bowen, my assistant.
How do you do? How do you do? The web will be ready in just a few minutes. I have one more spider to take care of. This is a new one on me, Miss Lewis. I've seen plenty of spider webs, but I never thought of saving any of them. Well, that's a very different thing, Miss Bowen. You can't just save any old web you might find around the house. You have to go at it the right way and have the right kind of spiders.
What kind do you use? Black Widow, aren't they?
Yes. Their web is very strong and very uniform. Black Widows? Mm-hmm. Aren't they deadly poisonous? Well, there's really no danger if I get bitten. A solution of Epsom salt injected into the bloodstream will counteract the poison. It's nice to know, but I hope I never have to use it.
So do I.
Oh, look at all the jars, Nick. Is there a spider in each jar? Not quite. We have 160 here just now. I checked up last night. My assistant, Jim Baldwin, is out in the field collecting more today. How do you get the web, Miss Lewis? Well, watch me. I let the spider out of the jar, and almost at once it starts to spin a web. I take the end of the web, so, and fasten it to this small wire string. There. Then I just wind up the frame, and the web winds up as fast as the spider produces it.
I understand you had an attempted burglary here last night, Miss Lewis.
Yes, someone tried to break in the back door. We found chisel marks all around it this morning, but they were unsuccessful, or else they got scared away.
Any idea who might want to steal your stuff?
No, but I didn't want to take any chances with such an unusually large shipment as this, so I asked for police protection.
And I don't blame you. You say there are 160 spiders here?
Yes, all widows.
Okay, I'm back.
In here, Jim. That's my assistant, Jim Baldwin.
Well, not much like this time, Kate.
Oh?
I only got 11 more Black Widows. The woods are too dry just now.
Oh, Jim, this is Mr. Carter and Miss Bowen.
How do you do?
How do you do? Mr. Carter is taking the shipment of web to the naval building for me to be sure it gets there.
Oh, I see. You know, I can't understand why anyone would want to steal the web. We're the only collectors in this part of the country, and no one else could sell them without attracting attention.
Well, I know it sounds foolish,
Well,
but...
I'm not criticizing you. I'm just thinking out loud, that's all.
Miss Joyce, how much longer before the web will be ready? Oh, not long. As soon as I finish this one web, I'll pack them in those cases, and they'll be ready to go. Not over half hour at the most. I think I better get along, Nick. I can take the subway. I don't want to be late for my appointment with the dentist.
Okay, Patsy. I'll see you in the office about noon.
All right. Thanks for the demonstration, Miss Lewis. You're very welcome. Goodbye. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Carter, but you can't hurry these spiders.
That's quite all right. I don't have to hurry.
Oh, Jim, get that, will you please?
Sure, I'll take it. Those cases you packed the web in look like boxes of fishing tackle, don't they?
Yes. You can pack a lot of webs into a pretty small space.
This is for you, Kay. Pete Morrow.
Pete? Oh, thank you. I'll only be a moment. Excuse me, please.
Pete Morrow. Isn't he that small-time gangster who runs the garage?
Yeah, that's the one.
Sells black market tires and gasoline?
That's him.
What's her connection with him?
Nothing, I guess. They've been out together a few times. Well, it's time to feed the spiders. Each one gets a fresh killed fly once a day. What's this? Now, watch her go after it. See that?
Yes. Well, don't think I'd care to be that. Oh. What hit me? Oh, my head. Feels as if 1,000 hammers were... The Baldwin, too. Not you, too, huh? I wonder... Where the web? They're gone, both cases. Great, great. Miss Lewis, you... Dead. Shot right through the head. Hey, wait. That's my gun there on the floor. Why do we shot with my gun? Hey, Baldwin, wake up.
What happened?
Baldwin, can you hear me?
Yeah. What's the matter?
Kay Lewis has been murdered.
Kay? Murdered?
Yes, shot through the head. And the web is gone, all of it.
The web gone?
Yes. Did you see the guy who slugged us?
Well, no, I looked around as you went down. I saw someone behind me, and then I got it, and got it good.
Okay, come on. Snap out of it, will you? Get on the phone and call the police.
Police?
Of course. Get in the office and call them now.
Yeah, all right, I'll call them.
I'll have a look around. See if I can find anything to tell us who's behind it. Whoever it was used my gun, wiped all the fingerprints off. Clean as a whistle now. Hello. What's this? Wasn't here before. That I'm sure of. Ticket for a parked car. Morrow's garage. Pete Morrow. He phoned here just
I got them.
we got...
They're coming right out.
Look here, Baldwin. Are you sure that was Pete Morrow on the phone a few minutes ago?
Well, sure it was. I know his voice. Why? I just found this on the floor here.
A parking ticket for Morrow's garage.
Well, probably just a coincidence.
Somebody who had
Parked at Morrow's place did this.
You're wrong there. There's the other end of the ticket. The end held by the garage.
Yeah, so it is. So what? I know that was Morrow on the phone. Besides, he was still talking to Kay when we were slugged.
Yes, you're right there. Miss Lewis was still talking last I knew. I wonder. This ticket wasn't here before the killing. And it's here now. In lieu of a better clue, I think I'll take a run over to Morrow's place and see what I can get out of him.
I wish you luck, Carter.
Hey, by the way, how long have you been in business here?
About a year.
Who started the business?
Kay did.
How'd you get into it?
Well, she knew I was a zoologist, so she asked me where she could get some black widow spiders. The idea interested me, and I finally gave up what I was doing and came over here. I collected the spiders, and she collected the webs. We've been very successful.
You know anything about her past?
No, nothing. Never thought much about it before. But why all these questions, Carter?
Just want to learn what I can before I talk tomorrow.
Sorry. I don't know anything more than I've told you.
All right, Bowman. You wait here for the police. I'll have a talk with our friend Pete Morrow. Pete Morrow around?
Yeah, he's in the office.
Anybody with him?
No, you can go in if you want it.
Thanks, I will.
Come in.
Pete Morrow?
Yeah, that's me. What do you want with me?
I want to talk with you.
Okay, you got the floor.
Suppose you keep your hands on top of your desk while we talk.
What the...
Just sit still. Keep your hands in sight.
Hey, who are you anyway? What do you want with me?
I'm Nick Carter. As I said, I want to talk to you.
Okay, so you're Nick Carter. So what?
I just want to ask you if you know anything about this bump on the back of my head.
Bump on the... I don't know what you're talking about.
Maybe you don't, maybe you do. You know Kay Lewis?
Yeah, sure, I know her. Good-looking dame.
Been out with her?
Yeah, what's it to you?
Know what business she was in?
Sure, I know about them spiders.
And you also knew the webs were worth a lot of money, didn't you?
Hey, what are you getting at? You trying to pin something on me?
Sit down. Did you telephone Kay Lewis about an hour ago?
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure. I had a talk to her.
What about?
Why,
You're lying, Morrow. Now stay right where you are. I want to have a little look around this office of yours.
I don't know what you're trying to do, Copper. But I'm telling you, I don't...
What are those boxes under your desk, Morrow?
Boxes?
Yes, boxes. What are they?
They're tools. Mechanics' tools.
Yes? I suppose you shoved those tools out from under your desk and let me have a look at them.
Well, there ain't nothing there.
Don't try reaching for your gun again. Next time, I'll aim lower. Now shove those boxes out of here. With your feet.
I don't see why you're so interested in them boxes. They just...
You know well enough why. There's enough spider web in those cases to send you to the chair.
The chair?
You shouldn't have killed Kay Lewis, Moore.
I didn't. I took the web, sure, but I didn't do anything to her.
You admit you stole the web?
Sure, I got the web. It wasn't my fault. That was...
Well, who's doing the shooting this time? Was it Nick or was it someone trying to kill Nick? Did Pete Morrow kill Kay Lewis or was it someone else? We'll see in just a moment. I know every man notices that beautiful floors add to the appearance of a room. And every woman knows that well-kept floors reflect the pride she takes in her home. Now, with Linex self-polishing wax, you can give your floors a more beautiful finish than ever, without tiresome rubbing or polishing. For Linex self-polishing wax is simply wiped on, drying to a handsome, satiny finish that really wears. Because Linex self-polishing wax contains genuine carnauba wax. When worn spots do appear, you simply renew the finish where it's needed without re-waxing the whole floor. And Linex self-polishing wax is easy to keep lovely, for surface dirt is quickly whisked away with a damp cloth. What's more, Linex self-polishing wax is the anti-slip floor finish, as the underwriters' laboratories have proved. And it's equally fine for tile, wood, or linoleum. Ask your dealer now for Linex, L-I-N-X, Linex self-polishing wax. You'll find all three great Linex home brushes and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. And now back to our story. Nick had just made Pete Morrow, small-time gangster, admit that he had stolen the missing spider web when two shots were fired in rapid succession. It's a few minutes later.
You must bear a charmed life, Nick, if neither of the two shots hit you.
Only the second one was aimed at me, Patsy. The first one went right through Pete's forehead. I dropped behind the desk, and the other one went over my head.
You have any idea who killed him?
Not yet. Tried to get him, but he got away.
But why would anyone want to kill Pete?
To keep him from talking too much, probably. Pete had just admitted he stole the web, and was about to tell me something else when he was shot. I imagine the killer himself was listening, and when Pete started confessing, shot him to keep him quiet.
Did you get the webs back, Nick?
Yes, both cases. They're in my car now. I'm going to take them back to the spider place. Riley should be there by now.
You walked into something when you agreed to deliver those cases, didn't you?
Apparently I did. But here's why I called you, Patsy. I want you to look into our file. Get together all the information you can find on Kay Lewis and her business. Call me at the spider place as soon as you get it. There's something very peculiar going on around here someplace.
The way you're always around when somebody gets killed. And I suppose you know nothing about it the same as usual.
Oh, I wouldn't say I know nothing about it, Riley, but I certainly don't have the solution all ready to hand over to you. Have you made any of your usual startling discoveries yet?
None of your wisecracks, Carter. I'm doing all right.
Ah, fine. And what have you found so far?
Well, we got the bullet that killed this Lewis woman, and it came from a 45. That bullet's going to identify the killer for us.
I doubt that, Riley.
And why do you doubt it?
Because I'm pretty sure the bullet was fired from my gun.
From your gun? You mean you shot her?
I mean nothing of the kind. After I was knocked out, someone stole my gun, shot Miss Lewis, and left the gun on the floor beside her.
Doggone it, that's the only real clue we had.
Well, there are other clues, Riley. Although I doubt that you would get much out of them.
Why, you...
For example, I know that Pete Morrow, small-time gangster and black market operator, stole the spider webs that are missing.
Pete Morrow, is it? Hey, Sergeant! Send a couple of the boys out to pick up Pete Morrow.
That won't do any good, Riley.
Why not? Pete ought to be able to give us some dope on this.
Pete is not going to tell anybody anything anymore.
Huh?
Someone put a slug through his head while I was talking to him.
Another killer? We ain't even solved this one yet.
When you solve this one, Riley, if you do solve it, you'll have the answer to both of them. I believe the same person killed both Kay Lewis and Pete Morrow.
Did you learn anything from Pete before he was killed?
Only that he stole the webs and that someone else was back of it.
Where are the webs now?
Outside my car.
That ain't safe, Nick. Maybe the killer will be back to get them.
They'll be safe enough. I left them in charge of one of your men out there.
Oh.
Hey, where's Jim?
Who's Jim?
Kay Lewis's assistant. Jim Baldwin.
Oh, him, sure. He was here a while ago, but he said he was feeling pretty sick after finding Miss Lewis shot the way she was. So I let him go over to the drugstore, something to make him feel better.
How long has he been gone?
Oh, only a few minutes now. Let me see here. Well, good gosh, it's longer than I thought. He's been gone about 3/4 of an hour. Sure, he ought to have been back here before this.
That's very interesting.
What's going on out there?
This big headed cop of yours is
One at a time. Oh, Scotty, what's the trouble here?
Well, Mr. Carter asked me to keep an eye on his car, so no one would bother him.
Huh?
When I just took a look at it, I found this fella fooling around. So I brought him in. That's ridiculous. I didn't know it was Carter's car.
What were you doing with it?
I wasn't doing anything with it. I was on my way back from the drugstore, and as I passed the car, I just happened to glance inside. I thought I recognized the cases we used to pack the spider webs in. And I was just having a look at them to make sure when this dumb cop came up and grabbed me.
Dumb cop, did you say? Why, for
Oh,
get out of that car, Scotty. Go back and watch the car like you were told to.
Yes, Lieutenant. Jim, have you been at the drugstore ever since Lieutenant Riley let you go? Well, sure I have. What else would I be doing? It's exactly what I'd like to know. Are you insinuating I'm insinuating nothing. By the way, you said someone tried to break in here last night. That's right. Which door was it? That one there? Yes. You can see the chisel marks all over the outside where they tried to break the lock. That's just what I do want to see. I'll be right back, Riley.
Take your time. Take your time. I got nothing else to do but watch you play around here.
Shall I answer, Lieutenant?
Why shouldn't you answer?
Well, I didn't know now that you're in charge.
Go on and answer.
Sure. Hello. Sure. Wait a minute. Carter, telephone for you. Okay, thanks. That'll be my own.
Now look here, Baldwin. You said you got back here with them spiders you caught just before the killing this morning, didn't you?
That's right. The weather was bad for spiders, and I hadn't had much luck. I only got 11 spiders for 12 hours' work. Well, sometimes I got as many as 35 and maybe 40 in the same length of time.
Oh.
But this time, all I could find was 11. Hardly worth the trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Did I hear you say you got 11 spiders, Jim? Yes. You saw them when I brought them in this morning. So I did. How's your arithmetic? Arithmetic? I don't get you. How much is 160 and 11 added together? Are you being funny, Carter? Definitely not. Add 160 and 11 and see what you get.
Any fool could answer that, Nick. I know the answer myself. You get 171.
That's what I make it too, Riley.
What's this all about, Nick?
Let's count the spiders here in this room and see how many there are.
What do you want to do that for, Nick?
Just to satisfy my curiosity. Now, what do you say?
You and your curiosity. All right. Let's count the things and get it done so we can get to something important.
This is important, Riley. You take that side. I'll take this.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4...
Hey, don't move! I'll shoot if you do. Keep your hands up high.
He broke the guards and some of them spiders is loose. They're poisoned.
Just step on it, Riley. They can't bite you unless you get on them. If the spiders don't get you, gentlemen, I will. With my little 45.
Nick, one of them is on me. He's going to bite me.
Knock it off, Riley. You're not dead yet. Not yet, but soon. I missed you in Pete's office this morning, Carter, because I was in a hurry. But I won't miss you this time.
You mean you killed Pete Morrow?
I did, just as I'm going to kill you.
I don't think you are, Jim.
And why not?
Look behind you and you'll see.
You can't fool me that way, Carter. I'm no chump.
Good Lord, Nick. I'll take care of him.
Hey! I've been bitten. One of the spiders got it on my fine friend trying to get out of these.
Good work, Riley.
Quick, get some of the
some salt before I die. They're in the first aid cabinet there.
You killed K. Lewis, didn't you?
Yes. Get the salt quick.
And you killed Pete Moore, too, didn't you?
Yes, do something. I'm dying.
Pete stole the web as part of your deal, didn't he?
For the love of heaven, will you hurry up?
Didn't he?
Yes. I planned it, but he just helped me. Will you do something before I die?
Yes, I'll give you the Epsom salt now. I want to save you for the electric chair.
You've had quite a day.
Yes, Betsy, quite a day.
And now that everything's quiet and peaceful, suppose you give out with the missing details. Did you know Jim Baldwin was behind us and started out?
No, not at first, Betsy. There didn't seem to be any motive for him to do it. But as soon as you told me that our files show K. Lewis's partner and not an employee, I got suspicious.
Mm-hmm. Well, go on. Tell me all about it.
All right, slave driver. Jim Baldwin knew there was a big shipment of webs going out this morning, and he wanted it for himself. So he planned everything to look as if he couldn't possibly be mixed up in it. We told Miss Lewis he was going out after a new batch of spiders, but instead he came back after dark and chiseled around the lock on the door to make it look as if someone had tried to get in.
Oh.
As soon as I examined the door, I knew it was a phony attempt. Then he arranged with someone to call Miss Lewis at a certain time this morning, just as he got back in with his 11 spiders. He answered the phone himself and told us it was Pete Morrow. Said he recognized his voice. That gave Morrow an alibi as well as himself. Then he knocked me out, and Morrow, as they'd arranged, came in and took the web. Jim says he never planned to kill Miss Lewis, and I think that's true. When he found me there, he was afraid, as he hadn't expected any witnesses, who probably thought it would look more legitimate if she were killed. So he took my gun and shot her, then tapped himself on the head hard enough to raise a good bump just to fool me.
Then if you hadn't found the parking ticket from Morrow's garage, you wouldn't have had any reason to suspect Morrow, would you?
No, that was a lucky break. For me, not for Morrow.
How did Jim get away to kill Morrow? He stayed at the Spider Lab, didn't he?
Well, after Riley got there, he talked Riley into letting him go to the drugstore for some medicine. But instead drove to Morrow's place and got there in time to overhear our conversation. Then, being afraid Morrow was going to confess that he, Jim, was behind the deal, shot him.
And on his way back, he saw the webs in your car and tried to steal them again.
Right.
Yes, and if Jim didn't go out gathering spiders, as he said he was going to do, where did he get those 11 spiders he brought back with him?
Took them out of the stock at the lab when he was there last night trying to make the lock look as if someone had tried to break in.
Oh, then that was why you wanted to count the spiders.
Exactly, Betsy.
Oh, I get it.
Miss Lewis told us in the morning that she had 160 spiders on hand, remember?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if Jim had brought in 11 more, that would have made 171 in all.
Right.
So I wanted to count them to see how many there actually were. And when I started to do that, Jim knew the game was up because he knew we'd find only 160, which had been there before. So he tried to get rid of us by breaking several of the jars in order to let some of the black widows out, hoping they'd bite us.
But one did him instead.
Yes. I saw one heading for him, so I kept talking, hoping he wouldn't notice it. Then when it did bite him, I shot his gun out of his hand.
It's an old story, isn't it? As has happened many times before. A widow caused his downfall. Poor man.
In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will bring you a preview of next week's exciting case. But right now, here's a helpful hint. When there are children in your home, it's a real job to keep your furniture looking its best. Small hands leave fingerprints, small shoes leave scratches, and the youngsters demand so much of your time. So it's really wise to depend on the quick, easy shortcut to furniture beauty, Linex Cream Polish. Linex Cream Polish renews the gleaming beauty of your fine furniture, and it's so simple to use, for it cleans as it polishes, saving you half the time and energy. Yes, in one quick application, Linex Cream Polish does away with the cloudy look of dust and old polish, erases finger marks, helps conceal scratches. And Linex Cream Polish dries hard, so there's no leftover oil for dust to cling to. Ask for Linex Cream Polish at your dealers now. You'll find all three great Linex home brighteners, Linex Cream Polish, Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax at your nearest hardware, paint, or department store. Now, an urgent reminder. Your serviceman needs the Red Cross, needs the touch of home it provides for him wherever he may be. Help support the Red Cross Overseas Clubs and what they can do for that fighting man of yours. Contribute now toward the $200 million the Red Cross needs. And keep your Red Cross at his side. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. Well, Nicholas, what's your story about next week?
Patsy and I went to the races one afternoon just before the season closed and saw one of the most exciting races I've ever witnessed. But as the winning jockey came down the home stretch, he suddenly fell from his horse and was instantly killed.
And Nick, being a detective born and bred, instantly smelled a murder. Nothing to go on, just one of his hunches.
Was it murder, Nick?
Even in the absence of proof, Ken, I knew it was murder. The only job was to get something concrete in the way of evidence.
Which Nick, being Nick, proceeded to do, much to the annoyance of a great many people who all tried to do something about it.
What do you call this story of yours, Nick?
Death goes to the post.
Or the mystery of the murdered jockey.
And that's all for now. So long.
Details next week. So long, everybody.
And so long to both of you. We'll be looking forward to seeing you next week as usual. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, master detective, entitled
Death Goes to the Post. Or Nick Carter and the mystery of the murdered jockey.
Nick Carter, master detective, is featured in Street and Smith magazine. Lon Clark is starred as Nick with Helen Choate as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White, and the programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented at this time and over these same stations each week by the three great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme's fine quality paint. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is Mutual.
Wheaties presents Night Beat. On stage tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, Night Beat, another in the Wheaties big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat from Chicago Star. My stories start in many different ways. This one began with a kid and a $100 bill and ended in the death cell of Joliet.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. See how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
Well, sure. Your Monday morning Wheaties might have made today's wash look a lot smaller. Wheaties tomorrow could maybe make your iron seem lighter. Wednesday, Thursday, any day. Wheaties sort of make insurance policies easier to sell and fields easier to plow and typewriters easier to punch. Because when you've had your Wheaties, you've had the husky whole wheat vitamins and minerals that help keep you able to trim down big chores right down to size. Yep, making beds or making money, it just seems a whole lot easier when you've had your Wheaties. Sure, Mother. Beat 'em up good every morning on those crisp, light whole wheat flakes. It's a wonderful sight, a family full of Wheaties. What is it the man says?
See how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
That's it. Try it, huh? Wheaties. Tomorrow.
was a great night. Chilly as I walked hunched against the rain, stopping long enough to catch the sweetness and light in the headlines. H-bomb menace, traffic toll mounts, murderess to die this morning in the electric chair. Okay, people, keep it up. You're doing fine. But I had my own worries, wondering where my ever-loving story had come from tonight. It hit me before I expected it. A little kid, 6 maybe, came running at me and into me before I could step aside. Well, you better get those brakes relined, fella.
Let me go.
Okay. Where to?
I'm on the way.
All right. Now you get your breath for the second lap.
They're coming after me.
Oh, who?
I want to go to my mom.
I thought you were running away. Wait a second. What's this?
My money.
$100 bill?
It's mine.
Just a little loose change, huh?
Please give it back to me. I gotta get a bus.
Where do you live?
I want to go to 616 Wolverton.
Wolverton's quite a piece from here.
They're coming after me.
Who?
In that auto, see?
Looks like they're surrounded, kiddo. Take it easy for a second.
It's him.
You've been a bad boy, Marty, running away like this.
You ain't gonna take me back.
You're a kid, mister?
No.
What's the angle here?
The kid ran away from his old man.
I didn't. My father's dead.
Sure. He always says that. Now, come on, Marty.
No.
It seems he doesn't want to go with you.
He will.
Or maybe not. I'd like to know
Shut up. Eddie, Mac.
Big boys.
Yeah. Mister, you just forget all about this. Marty, get in the car.
Get away from that kid.
Eddie, Mac.
Don't hit him. Don't.
That's a sample. Open your trap again and you get the rest. Come on, let's go.
Before my eyes closed all the way, I saw them hustle the kid into the car. It began to move away, glided under a street lamp, and from the rear window a face looked out. Jerry McCallum. The brains behind almost any illegitimate enterprise you could name. Nothing too small or too big for Jerry if it made a nickel. From what I saw of McCallum's face, he could have gone in right then for murder. Mine. A half hour later, after some minor repairs on my face, I dropped in to see Sergeant Kalski. I asked some questions, and I got some answers. McCallum had never gone in for kidnapping, and no cop would stick his neck out without positive proof. If I wanted to go slumming, I was going alone. It wasn't far to McCallum's place, but knowing where he lived and getting to see him were two different things. However, I had a hunch that Jerry McCallum would see me. I made sure of it by sending him a note with one word on it, Marty. McCallum had me shown in. He smiled at me from behind a marble-topped desk, flanked by 2 of his boys, one of them my playmate of a little earlier.
Always glad to see a newspaper boy, Stone. You fellas print rough stuff once in a while, but it makes good for circulation, huh? True or not?
Yeah, sure. You know, we make up those things printed about you. Forgive us.
So, what do you want tonight, Stone?
For a starter, 10 minutes alone with a lover boy there, the one on your right.
Willie Bigger? Why?
Yes.
Now, Willie hasn't been...
I know. Hasn't been out of your sight for a week. In fact, about 40 minutes ago, he was baking a cake. Okay, forget it.
Good idea.
Where's the kid?
Marty?
Yeah.
Do you like children?
Yeah, until they grow up. They're nice people.
The kid's none of your business, Stone.
Yet I'm curious. Along comes a kid with $100.
That all? Well, he took it. I keep lots of dough around here and drawers everywhere. The kid grabbed some and beat it.
Why? Because he wanted to go home?
Did he say where?
No. No, he didn't.
Okay, then. This is his home. What would you say if I told you he was my kid?
Nothing. I'd be speechless.
Stone, forget this whole thing. You've got nothing. Nothing. Whatever you're thinking is your idea, and that's as far as we go.
That's as far as you go.
Both of us. Now beat it. Don't crowd your luck.
Okay. There's nothing I can prove, but it makes a good story. It's good reading.
You got no finish to it.
No, Frank Stockton wrote a story once, The Lady and the Tiger. There's no finish to that one either, but it caused more comment that way.
You're not scaring me, Stone. People can ask all the questions they want after tomorrow.
After tomorrow? Mr. McCallum, why after tomorrow?
I'm sick of looking at you. I'm even sicker of listening to you. Now, get out.
Oh, by the way,
Get out.
Yeah, one thing more, though. A friend of mine, a cop named Kowski, knows that I came here. I'm telling you in case my back looks inviting when I walk out. So long. On the way down to the street, that tight feeling grabbed my throat, made my nose itch and my eyes water. I kept my shoulders hunched against a bullet or a knife, but nothing came. Why not? I asked that 1,000 times before I hit the street. I knew I didn't scare McCallum when I told him about Kalski. McCallum had a million ways to rub out anybody who got in his way and a million alibis to keep himself clear. He'd done it before. But me, he let go. Why? He said after tomorrow. He didn't want anything to happen until after tomorrow. I kept thinking and kept walking. And then something began to go around on the back of my head. McCallum tomorrow, and suddenly it hit.
All about the electrocution PR. Paper, mister?
Yeah, I'll start.
Okay. Yeah, nice morning for somebody to sit in a hot seat, huh? Yeah. Classy-looking dame, too. Now, why fry something like that? There's $1 million that should better burn.
McCallum's girlfriend. McCallum's.
Yeah, where you been, mister? Everybody knows that.
Yeah, but you forget things when they're not close to you.
Yeah. Classy-looking dame. Never think a doll like that a bump a husband, huh? Gonna fry it. Hey, mister, you sick or something?
Or something, yeah. Bud, you ever get a great big hunch?
Once. I lost.
I might, too, but it's worth a try. I grabbed a cab. I thought maybe some of McCallum's boys were tailing me, so I had the driver cut back and forth. Then, when I was sure we were clean, I had him drive to McCallum's apartment house and park down the street a few doors.
This okay, mister?
Yeah. Turn off your motor.
Okay, but I gotta leave the meter ticking.
That's okay. Now, listen, turn off your lights.
What?
Look, I'm Randy Stone, Chicago Star. Here's my press card.
Okay. Hey, what's up?
You take this newspaper?
What do I do with it?
Pretend you're reading it.
All right. You want a story?
Yeah. Now, look, don't pay any attention to anything. You're just parked. You're waiting for a fare. You're reading that paper. Understand?
I get it. Hey, well, what about you?
I'll sit back. Think anybody can see me from the outside?
Nah, not if you sit in the corner. Nah.
Okay. Now, just sit and read the paper.
Okay. I guess this dame's gonna cook, eh?
Yeah.
Do you think a big shot like McCallum would be able to get his doll off a rap? But he didn't.
I wonder.
You wonder? Mister, at midnight she gets it. They pull a switch, then bzz, no more Lorraine Adams. Ain't much to wonder about. Once they pull us in...
Hold it. Pretend to read the paper. Can you see?
Yeah. Some guys are coming out. You see?
Yeah.
Oh, they're looking this way.
Don't look up.
One of them's coming this way.
Okay, start your motor. Start pulling out.
Yeah. We gotta go right past them. You better squeeze hard against that back seat.
I'm all right. Don't go too fast. Just as though you're cruising for a fare.
Okay. It's okay. They ain't looking at us. Hey, Mr. Stone, did you see that thing that was...
Yeah, get past. Then step on it around the corner.
Mister, I ain't sure what I seen, but there was a dame just coming out of the lobby. I only got a quick look at her face.
Yeah, so did I. What did you see?
If that dame was in this doll in the paper, I'll buy a horse.
Yeah, so we're even. We're both crazy. I saw her, too. Lorraine Adams. How do you convince a night editor you haven't suddenly walked out from under your head? How do you do it even when you've got proof of something that sounds and looks crazy? I listened to my editor, Matt Campbell.
You're nuts, both of you. Stay in out of the night air.
Yeah, but both of us saw. The driver...
I got eyes. Yeah? You want to take any bets, either of you?
Wait till that call comes through, Matt.
When that call from Joliet comes through, 5 will get you tax-free 10 that Lorraine Adams is sitting in the death cell right now.
She's not.
Well, you've got a yarn about a kid wandering around holding $100 in his hot little hand. There's no record of any kidnapping, any...
Look. Lorraine Adams killed her husband because she was McCallum's girlfriend. You remember the trial? She pleaded not guilty, self-defense.
Yeah, but it didn't stick. Public sentiment was against her.
Yes, and no appeal. Nothing. Jerry McCallum didn't raise a finger to get her off. Why not? Why not, Matt?
Couldn't, that's all.
With his battery of high-priced lawyers and with his connections?
Okay. What's your best?
That Lorraine Adams is free right now. I don't know how. I don't know what the kid Marty has to do with it, but...
There's the call, Randy. Hold your hat. Matt Connell here. Okay, put it through. Randy.
What?
Putting up a fire?
Oh, on the line.
Okay. Now, hello. Yeah. Look, Stromberg, you're covering the Lorraine Adams electrocution, aren't you? Uh-huh. Well, listen, this is going to sound nuts, but is Lorraine Adams still in the death cell? Oh, you don't say. Okay, CR, thanks. No, that's all. So long.
All right, Matt. Give.
You know what I'm going to do with this 5-spot? Buy you a jacket with sleeves that tie in the back.
What did Stromberg say?
The Lorraine Adams execution is scheduled tonight as planned. The chaplain is with Lorraine Adams right now because at midnight, in exactly 2 hours and 10 minutes, she burns.
General Mills is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. See how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
Say, my friend.
Yes, Frank?
Isn't there some way you could put a little more oomph into that line?
You mean like this, maybe? See how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
Well,
Or see how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
There, that's it. See how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. Because they really can. They're whole wheat, you see. I guess everybody knows about the snap and energy you get from whole wheat. Why, you start breakfast with a big bowl of Wheaties and the whole morning just seems to slide along easier. Big chores don't look so big. Long hours don't seem so long. People seem pleasanter when you've had your Wheaties. And you know why? It's just that Wheaties have lots of vitamins and minerals, lots of solid nourishment. The kind you need to look a tough task right in the eye. Wheaties taste good, too. Crisp and nice to munch on, a nice, sunny, nut-sweet taste to them. A good, satisfying flavor that keeps on tasting like more, no matter how often you eat them. You see, when you eat good, you feel good. It's simple as that. Now, my friend, would you just try that line again?
See how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
That way, because they really can, you know. Try it. Wheaties.
And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
In 2 hours and 10 minutes, Lorraine Adams would go to the electric chair. But I saw, and the cab driver saw, right in the middle of Chicago, free as a bird. I checked some more after I left the office. The police went along with the gag and checked the prison. Yes, the girl in the death cell was Lorraine Adams. Her fingerprints proved it. But then who was the girl the cab driver and I saw? Was McCallum going to work a switch at the last minute? Fantastic. Sure, but McCallum might be able to work it. And how did little Marty tie in? What did a 6-year-old kid have to do with it? Well, I had until midnight to learn a lot of things. There was only one place to start, 616 Wolverton, the address Marty had given me. It was a cheap boarding house. I had the driver wait. I knocked on the manager's door. It took 3 minutes to get her out of bed, and she wasn't happy.
What do you want, huh?
What's the idea, huh?
Randy Stone, Chicago Star.
I take a newspaper. You selling papers this time in the morning?
Oh, no, listen to me, will you?
Magazines all day, newspapers in the middle of the night.
Here, take this and listen.
$10. For what?
There's a little kid live here. His name was Marty, about 6, brown hair, cute little guy.
Are you kidding? That was 4 or 5 months ago.
But he lived here?
With his mother.
His mother? What did she look like?
Ask my husband.
Where did she go?
Only one thing I can tell. She worked at a joint called,
Oh, come on now, come on.
The Blue Herald. Yeah, that's it. Blue Herald.
Your hat, sir? May I check it for you?
No, thanks, honey. That clock behind you, is it right?
Sure. It's only 10 to 11. The night is young.
You want to bet? How long you been here?
A year, maybe. Why?
Well, I won't check my hat, but I'll leave this with you.
For $5, you could leave a diving suit. Who do I kill?
A girl used to work here. She had a little boy named Marty.
I don't remember.
Oh, yes, you do, baby. Your face shows it.
So I need makeup.
You've seen the kid, haven't you? You knew his mother?
Look, mister, I don't know anything that goes on. I check hats and coats. That's why Mr. McCallum pays me.
McCallum? Oh, the Blue Heron is one of his spots.
Oh, go away now, will you?
Did you like the girl?
She was a sweet kid.
Well, then help her. She's in trouble.
God, I don't know anything, but there was a guy, a knocked-out musician, trombone player. He went for her. Find him.
Where? What's his name?
Harry Aaron. He used to play here, but when Peggy left...
Peggy?
Yeah, Peggy. Hey, you don't even know her name. What do you want?
Where can I find Harry Aaron?
You get out of here. Beat it.
Take it easy.
Get out before I call the bouncer.
With the clock getting ahead of me, I looked up Harry Aaron in the musician's directory. With only an hour and 10 minutes left, I tried to find him. Yes, he played here, he played there. He was a good boy, but he was always high. I covered one spot after another, time running out, an hour left, 50 minutes. And then finally I hit a rooming house. One of those places where you stay up all day and all night. Anybody goes to sleep, he's a curiosity. There was a jam session going on, and I headed for the music. Five boys were swinging high, but the trombone player was the one I wanted. Skinny, pale face over which hung perspiration-drenched hair. I walked over to him. Hi, Harry. Harry!
Knock yourself out, grab anything, cut in. What do you play?
Nothing.
What do you drink?
Nothing.
What are you living for?
Harry, come on off the ceiling. Can you hear me? I want to talk about Peggy. Peggy!
What? What do you say?
I want to talk about Peggy. You remember?
What about her? What about Peggy?
Let's get out of here, Harry. There's a coffee shop down the street.
Hey, buy me a drink, huh?
All right. But come on, huh?
Hey, wait a second, wait. Listen to that beat, boy. It's like a train running inside. Grab anything, cut in any place.
Peggy, Harry, Peggy.
Yeah. You said Peggy?
Harry, you got to come with me. You've got to talk. We got 40 minutes, Harry, and after that, it's kiss the boys goodbye. I made him drink coffee strong and black, and I made him walk until his head cleared up a little, but it took time. Time and only 30 minutes of it left before that execution. And then we sat and talked.
What do you want from me? I'm knocked out, me. The top is all gone, inside gone. What do you want?
Peggy, where is she? And why did she leave?
Who are you?
I'm Stone, Chicago Star. Now listen to me. You remember Marty?
Marty, sure. It's Peggy's kid. I got a picture of her right here. Hey? That's Peggy, and that's Marty right there.
Peggy? This is Peggy?
Yeah.
Dark hair, you bleach it blonde, and she... Look, Harry, talk fast. I don't know what we'll get, but tell me when you saw Peggy last and what she said.
She was going away. With him. McCallum.
McCallum? Why?
It was one night after the show. She was in the line. She was, the chorus.
Yep.
I went to see her. I found her packing a suitcase. But she didn't tell me before that she was walking out. She just looked at me.
Say goodbye fast, Harry. Real fast.
Well, why, kid? What's all the rush?
I can't tell you, Harry. Only you're not going to see me anymore.
Oh, yeah, I get it.
You don't, Harry. You don't at all.
Sure, McCallum. I know. We talked a long time to you yesterday.
It's nothing to do with McCallum.
No, sure not. It's nothing to do with a knocked-out horn player either, huh?
Oh, Harry. Don't talk like that.
Okay, I'll play it for you sometime. 20 choruses. I don't blame you, Peggy.
Listen, I got a kid, Marty. I'm sick, you know that. Got maybe a year. Doc said so. What happens to the kid then? What happens to
me? I could... Well,
no.
Maybe
I ain't going to have Marty eating off the trunk. Crackers and milk 3 times a day.
Now, what's McCallum going to do for him?
Say goodbye, Harry. Please.
You know I love you? You know that?
Yes.
Means nothing to you.
For the love of... Harry, get out of here. Don't stand there just looking at me. I won't be able to go through with it. I won't. And I got Harry. For my kid.
No.
When did that happen?
5 months ago.
Just before Lorraine Adams went to trial for murder.
What are you talking about?
Look. This is Lorraine Adams' picture in the paper. Here's Peggy. See? Bleach Peggy's hair, and she's Lorraine Adams. McCallum saw that.
You're crazy, Stone. You're crazy. McCallum couldn't make the switch.
He did it before the trial. Lorraine Adams gave herself up a week after she killed her husband. But it wasn't Lorraine, it was Peggy.
Crazy. You're crazy.
No. In less than half an hour, Peggy will go to the electric chair in place of Lorraine Adams.
What? Well, get her out. You gotta do something.
Our only proof is Marty, but he's at McCallum's place.
Stone, she's gonna die. You said it. She's gonna die. Stone, do something.
Well, I'm going to Joliet to see the warden. You gotta do something too, Harry. Find Marty.
It's preposterous, Mr. Stone. Impossible.
But it was done, Warden. And in 10 minutes, a girl will go to the chair. 10 minutes.
I called the governor. He's left it up to me.
Well, then stop the execution.
I can do that only if this girl admits she's not Lorraine Adams. I've broken a rule, Stone, on the strength of what you've told me. The girl is being brought here to the visiting room to talk to you.
And what if she doesn't admit?
There's no proof. The execution is scheduled.
Oh, where is that Harry?
Warden, she's here.
We'll bring her in, Chapel.
Hello, Peggy.
What is your name?
I am Lorraine Adams.
Chaplain. This girl is not Lorraine Adams. Didn't she tell you that?
What she told me, I cannot tell you.
But in a case like this...
Confess my crime to him and to God.
Yes, that you took Lorraine Adams' place. You were tried, convicted, sentenced, and you'll die. In less than 10 minutes, you'll die.
I am Lorraine Adams.
You took her place. You gave yourself up in her place. That's why the real Lorraine Adams was gone for a week, to give you time to bleach your hair and...
I killed my husband.
You're killing yourself. For what? For Marty? For your boy? No, Peggy, no.
Peggy, why don't you...
There's nothing else to say.
Look, you made a bargain with McCallum. What kind of a bargain? That you'd never see your son again? You only had a year to live, but in that year you'd have had him. And what did you leave him to? A vicious gangster who'll never keep his promise to you. You'll die, Peggy, and so will Marty. Yes, he'll die, too. As you know him, he'll be dead. Think what he'll be living with a rat like that.
I'm Lorraine Adams. Lorraine Adams.
Oh, Warden,
I can't believe she'd lie now. She's facing death, Stone. She can't lie.
But she is. For her boy, she would. She would.
Wait a moment.
Mom, let me go.
Marty.
Let him go, Kemp.
Mom, I've been looking lots of places. Mom, it's me, Mom. You got to been here? No. Mom, you ain't mad at me. Oh, Marty, baby. Harry brought me, Mom. He's hurt.
Where is he?
I think... Out here, Mr. Stone.
Hiya, Harry.
Hiya, Stone. Did I get here in time?
Yeah, in time, Harry.
That's real out of this world.
How did you get McCallum?
A long time ago, I bought a gun. I never used it until tonight.
Warden.
I'll get the girl. All right, Peggy.
Hi, Peggy. Hi.
Harry.
Had a hard time trying to get in here.
Take it easy, Harry.
Sure. Peggy, Oh, brother. Am I a knocked-out character? For sure.
Love. L-O-V-E. Spell it one way, interpret it 100 ways. McCallum's for Lorraine Adams. Be willing to wreck anyone else's life. Peggy's for Marty. Harry's for Peggy. Yeah, it's love that makes the world go round. It all depends on who does the spinning. Copy, boy.
You are listening to Night Beat on the Wheaties Big Parade.
Oh, Frank Lovejoy, you have a guest.
I have? Oh, so I have. Welcome, Joel McCrae.
Hello, Frank. I enjoyed your show.
Thank you very much, Joel. I understand that you have a new program that's joining the Wheaties Big Parade. Glad to have you with us.
Glad to be with you. Yes, I'm turning into a Texas Ranger for our new Saturday night program beginning this week.
A Texas Ranger for real, huh?
Well, pretty much for real. These are real stories from the files of the Texas Rangers, you know. Just like your show, Night Beat. It's pretty dramatic stuff.
You'll have fun doing them, Joel, and I know that we'll enjoy hearing you. Good night now. Oh, wait a minute. Say, have you got the password?
Password? Oh, sure. Wheaties.
That's right. Night, Joel.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's story was written by Russell Hughes from an idea by Bill Kalak with music by Frank Worth. Those in tonight's cast were Lorene Tuttle, David Ellis, Joan Banks, Peter Leeds, Rick Vallon, Herb Butterfield, and Peter Votrian. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness.
Tuesday, that's tomorrow, listen to the Penny Singleton Show on the Wheaties Big Parade. The preceding was transcribed. Jack Late brings you a fund of interesting stories Friday on NBC.
National Broadcasting Company presents Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
All right, Shamus, hand it over. Let's have it.
Have what?
I ain't got time to play games. This time you gotta believe me. This time I'm unhappy, so hand it over.
You're not making it very easy.
I'm gonna make it a lot tougher.
How much tougher can things get?
You'd be surprised. I've waited a long time for this.
Well, I guess everything comes to he who waits.
You won't have to wait anymore. You know something? I don't mind killing you at all.
Here's another exciting half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency, homicide made easy. With us, it's the corpse that counts.
Oh, I just don't think I'll ever get used to it.
Hi, Helen.
Hi. What are you doing?
Right now, nothing. But I've been considering a few push-ups or something just to keep my heart going. I've been sitting behind this desk so long my blood doesn't circulate anymore. It just lies around in puddles.
Oh, Dick.
Morning, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, hold it a second, honey. Morning, Phil.
Who's Phil?
The postman.
Oh.
Special delivery for you. Return receipt on it. Here, sign right here.
Sure. Okay, there you are, Phil.
Okay. See you later, Mr. Diamond.
Yeah.
Rick?
Yeah, yes, dear?
Well, what is it?
Hmm?
Well, what does the postman want?
Well, I wanted to give me a letter.
Oh?
Special delivery. From the City Hall.
Oh, must be important. What does it say?
Let's see. It says, Mr. Richard Diamond, address, so on and so forth. Oh, yeah. Dear sir, you are hereby notified that under the laws of this state, you can be called... Oh, for Pete's sake.
Well, what's the matter?
Of all the rotten...
Oh, stop making noises and tell me what's wrong.
You know what this stupid letter is about?
I've been trying to find out.
I, honey, have got to report to the police commission and get examined.
Oh, Rick, have you caught something?
Dear, in this state, the commission can call in any private detective and give him a test to find out whether or not he can still qualify to keep on operating.
You mean they give you a test like in school?
You're darn right. Oh, and it says here I've got to appear today.
Well, what if you don't?
Well, I lose the bond I had to post when I took out my license.
Oh, Rick, you better get right down there.
Oh, and here's something else that's real cute. Guess where I have to take the test?
Walt's precinct. Has to be.
Yeah, aren't they the little devils? Report to Lieutenant Walter Levinson, 5th Precinct, homicide.
What time, Rick?
Time? 10 minutes ago.
Oh, bye, Rick.
It was 10 after 11 when I hung up on Helen. It was 12 after when I hit the street. The 5th Precinct was a good 10 blocks away, and I was bounding into the squad room by 11:18. Needless to say, it put a horrible strain on several unused ligaments. 4 or 5 boys in my charming profession were there ahead of me.
Well, boys, it looks like the commission's serious this time. When they start dragging in their pets, namely one Richard Diamond, you can bet the heads are going to start rolling.
What did the heads do start rolling, Romero? You got a spare?
That's very...
Hey, Shamus, you're late.
Well, Sergeant Otis, do you need a shave or have you been sleeping with your head on a porcupine?
I ain't got no time for your crummy jokes, Diamond. Take a seat and wait your turn.
Thank you, Otis.
By the by, you're the last on the list.
That figured.
Yeah, take a seat, Diamond. Last on the list, huh? Looks like you don't swing as much weight as you thought you did.
At least now I can understand the reason for this examination.
Oh, you can, huh?
Sure. Guys like you, Romero, would make it necessary to clean up any organization.
Oh, I take it you don't think I'm a credit to the profession, huh, Diamond?
Take it any way you like, but stick with the first guess.
Oh, what's the matter, Rick? Maybe I'm taking some of your business away, huh?
Look, Romero, the kind of business you handle would keep me buying too much disinfectant. And as long as you're asking what's wrong, I'll tell you 2 things.
Yeah?
You're a lousy detective, and you'd burn your grandmother if there was enough money in it.
Oh, okay. What's the second beef, Ricky?
You just said it. You want to talk to me, it's Mr. Diamond. You slip again, I'll put your jaw in a position so you won't forget.
Is that right?
Oh, get out of my way, Romero.
Oh, sure, Mr. Diamond.
Hey, Rick, can I see you a minute?
Yeah, by all means, see your friends and have a good talk about me.
Oh, no. What is it, Alan?
I just thought you might be more comfortable over here. I would have called you sooner. I was kind of hoping you might lay one on Romero.
Oh, I'd love to bust his face up. There's just no excuse for him.
Okay, so we all got our bonds to worry about. Relax, you got a long wait.
Okay, Diamond, it's your turn now.
Not really.
Go on in. Sorry you had to wait so long.
Thank you, Sergeant Otis. You're very kind. If I'd waited any longer, I'd have been numb. And don't ask me where.
Now, come in, Rick. Bring your slate pencil.
Yeah.
Sit down, Mr. Diamond.
In a nice, soft chair? Oh, I'm afraid I couldn't do that, Lieutenant. I've gotten so used to that bench outside, sort of grown to fit it, you might say.
Oh, now, Rick, I'm sorry, but there was nothing I could do about it.
Mr. Diamond, Lieutenant.
Huh? Oh, yeah. I hear you've been giving that to a lot of people lately. Otis tells me you and Pat Romero had some kind of discussion along those lines.
Why doesn't the government stick Otis out on the beach somewhere and use him for radar? Let him look for flying saucers.
Rick, there's no sense in acting like a child.
The name is Diamond.
Since when?
Since 2 hours of solid sitting, Lieutenant.
Okay, Mr. Diamond. Unfortunately, the commission set this thing up, Mr. Diamond. I had nothing to do with it, Mr. Diamond. As for your waiting, there's enough hard feelings about your relations with this department. If I put you at the head of the list, Mr. Diamond...
shut up.
Lieutenant.
Lieutenant. Mr. Diamond.
Mr. Diamond.
That's better.
It certainly is. Here's the first half of the examination paper. You'll get the second half later. Write the answers to these questions.
How long have I got?
Take your time. Still mad?
Yeah.
Oh.
So for the next 30 minutes, I wrote. I wrote, and Walt stewed. It was something I could always count on with Walt, and being my best friend, he never had been able to get used to it. I looked up and caught him a couple of times, looking out of the corner of his eye to make sure I was getting them right. Don't misunderstand, Walt would never give me the answers. He'd just cough or blow his nose or something to show me I wasn't on the right track. Oh. Oh? Here you are, Lieutenant.
Thank you, Mr. Diamond.
Am I finished?
You most certainly are not. Like the others before you, Mr. Diamond, you will have to solve, to my complete satisfaction, a hypothetical case of homicide. And then come back here and fill in the second half of the examination.
Oh, for Pete's sake, Walt. I did that in police school.
It's for Pete's sake, Lieutenant.
Oh, all right.
One moment, Mr. Diamond. I'll get the man who's going to give you the test. Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Oh, no.
Would you mind coming in here and taking Mr. Diamond down to the basement?
He's ready for the test, huh?
Yes, Sergeant. He's ready.
Now, if there's a dummy in that room there, Diamond.
You sure leave yourself wide open, Otis.
Thanks. Now the dummy, or in this case, the victim, has been murdered. You will go in and try to solve the murder to the best of your ability. If you are intelligent and observing, you will locate the necessary clues which have been placed about the room. Go on in.
How long have I got, Sergeant?
30 minutes, starting now. Go ahead in.
Otis! Otis!
Oh, now come on, Shamus. You ain't gonna tell me you solved it already.
No, Otis, I ain't. But there's something I think you should know.
Yeah, what?
There are 2 victims in this room. And I hate to be the one to tell you, but I'm afraid one of them isn't really a dummy.
What do you mean?
One of them is a body, and it's very dead. Get the lieutenant. Well, there you are, Walt. Pat Romero, shot through the head.
Oh, no. Shut the door, Otis.
Yeah.
And lock it. Stand in front of it. Don't let anybody in. How did this happen? How did Romero get shot in my department? Oh, what'll the commissioner say?
Lieutenant.
You shut up.
Walt, relax. Will you take it easy now?
Oh, sure. Relax. Take it easy. When the commissioner hears about this, I'll have a lot of time to relax on a beat in Flatbush.
Look, Walt.
And the newspapers. What's going to happen when they get wind of this?
Listen, Walt.
Private detective shot in lab room of 5th Precinct. Homicide. Relax. Take it easy. Sure.
Well, at least shut up long enough to hear what I've got to say.
Rick, what am I going to do?
Well, now listen to me. If we can solve this thing before anyone gets wind of it, maybe it won't be so bad.
You're right. Maybe it won't.
We'll keep this room closed up as long as possible.
Otis, if you let anyone in here, I'll personally see that you never... Where are you going, Diamond?
I'm going to Romero's office. I'll call you from there. Make a check on his body and have all the dope ready for me.
Oh, don't you worry about the dope, Rick. I've got more dope in this department than any other in the whole world. I've got the biggest. Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Walt chased Otis up the wall, and I headed for Pat Romero's office. Everything was happening so fast, I didn't take time to think much past the fact that the private detective profession had taken a step in the right direction when someone retired Romero. But Walt was in a spot, and someone had broken the law, so it looked like it was up to me to try and tie things together. I got to Romero's building, went up to the 8th floor, tripped over a couple of rats having a nervous breakdown because they couldn't find their way out, found his office, opened the door, and started feeling sorry for myself right away. Oh! I never saw him. All I remember is something black and shiny in front of my face just as I hit the floor. When I tried to take a better look, the bright, shiny something kissed me right in the mouth, and I went to sleep the hard way. When I finally came around, it was like trying to tiptoe through an acre of beach balls. I stumbled a couple of times, spit out a little blood. Very little, because the way I felt, there couldn't have been too much left. When I finally got around to a normal way of thinking, I perceived 2 things. It was still daytime, and the office of one Mr. Pat Romero, deceased, was a wreck.
Fifth Precinct homicide.
Well?
Who is this first?
Oh, now, come on. This is Diamond.
Well, I thought so, but I'm not going to admit anything for a while, even my name.
Anyone find out about...
No. What did you find out?
Well, I walked into his office and got my brains scattered.
By whom?
By whom? I don't know. I wish I did. I have a very sore head.
Well, Romero was shot all right, but we can't find the bullet.
Well, it's not a very big room.
We'll find it, but in the meantime, here's something else. Romero had $10,000 in cash on him. New bills.
Go ahead.
That's all we've come up with so far. We'll have more to go on when we find that bullet.
Well, maybe it's still in him.
Went clean through. Messed up his pretty patent leather haircut.
What?
What do you mean, what? I said the bullet...
Oh, never mind, Walt. Bless your little pointed head. You just gave me an idea.
About what?
About the guy who worked me over a little while ago.
Okay. Anything else?
Yeah. Hurry up and find that missing bullet. Walt had said something about patent leather when he referred to Romero's greasy hairdo. That was all I needed. It opened a door someplace, and there, sitting with its legs crossed, was the biggest hunch I've ever seen. And it was wearing patent leather shoes. The only guy I could think of who would know a man like Romero and still wear patent leather shoes in the afternoon was a local gambler with a reputation as a fashion plate, monocle, striped trousers, and always the patent leather shoes. In fact, that's where he got his nickname, the Patent Leather Kid. This was a small clue, and I knew it, but one thing was in my favor. Anyone who would tear up Romero's office and kick me in the face had to be a bad little boy, and the Patent Leather Kid was typecasting. The kid's real name was Amos Fletcher, and he ran a small club over on 14th Street.
Oh, I'm sorry, my friend, but Well...
Hello, Fletcher.
I was going to say I'm sorry, my friend, but the place isn't open until 6.
I got a few questions.
Come back at 6.
Fletcher, I'm a little unhappy right about now. You answer the questions like a good boy, or I'll kick you all over the place.
You mind if I call a few of my boys to watch?
If you like. Tell them I got a .38 under my arm that goes off when I get excited. Got a few questions.
Come back at 6.
Fletcher, I'm a little unhappy right about now. You answer the questions like a good boy, or I'll kick you all over the place.
You mind if I call a few of my boys to watch?
If you like. Tell them I got a .38 under my arm that goes off when I get excited. Tell them I sort of lose my head when I get kicked in the mouth and don't get the answers I want. I think you better believe me.
So you got kicked in the mouth?
Yeah, by a pair of patent leather shoes, just like yours.
I had nothing to do with it.
You know a guy named Romero?
Romero? No, I don't know a guy by that name.
Where were you an hour ago?
Right here. I have a couple of friends to prove it. We were playing cards, canasta.
Okay.
I'm glad you're satisfied, Mr. Diamond.
Who said I was satisfied?
No?
Not a bit.
Well, what about this Romero?
He got himself shot.
Badly?
As bad as you can get shot.
Well, Shamus, that's a chance you boys take. Maybe Romero would have lived longer in another racket. Think about it, Shamus.
I'll think about it, Fletcher. I'll think about it a long time.
Good. Let me know what you decide.
You'll hear about it.
Homicide, 5th Precinct.
Walt, check and find out where Amos Fletcher does his banking. See if he's made any big withdrawals lately.
Patent leather kid? What's he got to do with it?
Just check.
Okay.
What about the bullet? Have you found that yet?
No.
Oh, swell. Did you find anything else?
A bunch of stuff in Romero's wallet.
What?
Oh, driver's license, social security numbers, some business cards. Coming from a real estate office that might be important.
Why should it be?
A notation on the back. It says, call Miss Crockett about new lease. Date after that. Yesterday.
New lease? Romero has an office. Wonder what this new lease is.
Why don't you check? Crockett Real Estate, Lexington Avenue.
Bye.
Au revoir.
What?
Something I could... Well.
Good afternoon.
Ain't it though? Those can be before you rolled them gorgeous shoulders through that door. Sit down, Sonny. Relax. Have yourself a drink.
No, thanks. A little early in the day for me.
A little early. Well, you'll excuse me, won't you, Sonny? If it gets any later, my stomach's liable to rust. Get it?
Yeah, all over me.
What's your name, Sonny?
Gotta
know, if I'm going to sell you some real estate. Played football in school, Sonny? Figures. Oh, look at them shoulders.
Look, sweetheart.
Huh? What did you say?
I said, look, sweetheart.
Oh.
Why?
Well, no sense in raising all these goosebumps for nothing. Sweetheart, huh? Well, what can I do for you, Sonny? You want Madison Avenue at 50 cents a front foot?
Hey, that's pretty good.
You won't have a drink, Sonny?
No, thanks. I'd just like to ask you one question.
Go right ahead, Sonny. You know, I may not look it, but I'm considered one of the best real estate agents in this state.
Do you know a man named Romero?
Sure, I know him.
Did you just rent him some offices?
Yep. Signed the lease yesterday. A whole new suit of offices over on 46th Street.
46th Street? Where on 46?
Oh, right there. Say, are you a cop?
What makes you think that?
Oh, I don't know. Romero's offices are right across from the police station.
The 5th Precinct.
Sonny, you bother me. You're too nervous. Now, why don't you just sit down and get comfortable and we'll
What
talk...
building are the offices in?
Carson building on the 4th floor. But why don't you just take it easy, Sonny?
Thanks, sweetheart.
Oh, you devil, you.
Now, look, Rick, we know Romero was shot in this room while he was either sitting or kneeling.
Because the bullet entered his head at a high angle.
Yeah.
I think he was shot with a rifle, Walt.
A rifle?
Yeah, from across the street. Romero rented some new offices in the Carson building, directly opposite this building. I just saw them. Somebody tore those apart, too.
Well, I checked on Amos Fletcher. Does his banking at the National. Made a withdrawal this morning, $10,000 in new bills. Who is it?
Otis.
Come on in.
As a shamus, how did you, Lieutenant?
Walt, come here.
Yeah?
Now, look, 4th floor, Carson building, right over there. See the open window?
Yeah?
Now, if someone in one of those offices fired a rifle, and there's no bullet hole in the lower portion of the window in this room, that means it went through the open part. So Romero would have to be standing, let's say about right here.
Well, that would make the slug somewhere out in the hall.
Right.
But they would have to pass through the door. There's no hole in the door.
Hey, the door was open when me and the shamus came down here.
That's right, Walt. Let's see if we can find that bullet.
What was Romero doing down here?
Oh, he was just finishing this part of the test when I went up to get Diamond.
Hey, Walt.
Huh?
I think I got the bullet. Yeah.
Under the rug?
Yeah, you'll have to pry it out. It's in the floor pretty deep.
Okay. Who did he go after? Amos Fletcher?
That's right.
What's your proof?
Not much. It's all a guess. You know what kind of a guy Romero was.
Yeah, the worst.
Well, let's see. Romero had $10,000 in his pocket. Fletcher took out $10,000 this morning.
Sounds like blackmail.
Could be. Somebody was tearing Romero's old office apart looking for something when I broke in on him. And got a patent leather shoe in the face for my trouble.
That isn't very much to go on.
Well, how about this? I asked Fletcher if he knew Romero. He said no. But as I left, he mentioned that Romero probably got killed because, like myself, he was in the wrong racket. How did he know that?
Well, still not enough to convict him.
Would a confession do it, Grouchy?
You know darn good and well a confession is the only thing that would do it. That or find the murder weapon and prove it belongs to Fletcher.
No, you're so technical. Okay, I'm going back to the office. Give me about 10 minutes and have Otis call Fletcher.
Oh? Have Otis call Fletcher?
Oh, not as Sergeant Otis. Just have him call and give Fletcher a friendly tip. From the way those two offices were torn up, it's my guess that Fletcher hasn't found what he's looking for yet. Just tell him I found it.
Found what?
Found anything. You don't have to be specific.
Who said I was going to be?
Going to be what, you mallet head?
Specific.
You don't even know what it means.
It means precisely formulated or restricted.
Huh?
Oh, yeah, I got the bullet out of the floor, Lieutenant.
Bye, Walt. I left the precinct and headed back for Broadway in my office on the corner of 53rd. I knew that Amos Fletcher, the patent leather kid, was the boy we wanted. But whether or not he'd fall for the gag was a matter of luck. Luck is a big part of my business. So I went to my office and sat on behind my desk to wait. In case Amos Fletcher showed up, I wanted to be sure to be able to hold up my end of the conversation. So I took out my .38 and put it across my knees. Diamond Detective Agency. If you've slaughtered a dozen, no difference to me. 1 or 50, it's the same old fee.
What kind of a remark is that, Shamus?
What kind of remark did it sound like, Sergeant?
I ain't got time to answer that. I called Fletcher.
Good. What did you tell him?
Well, I was pretty good, as a matter of fact. I disguised my voice like this, and I says, Amos Fletcher, and he says, yeah. So I says, just a little tip I thought you might want to know about. Richard Diamond has got that which you has been looking for. He found it in Romero's new offices. How was that, Shamus?
Brilliant change of voice.
You think it'll work?
Put down the phone.
You hear me, Shamus? You think it'll work?
Hang it up.
Hey, Diamond!
Oh, that's better. All right, Chalmers, let's have it.
Have what?
I haven't got time to play games. This time you've got to believe me. This time I'm unhappy, so hand it over.
You're making it pretty tough, Fletcher.
I'm going to make it a lot tougher.
Oh. Oh, now, isn't that a pretty big gun to be carrying around?
It's a little big, sure, but it does everything I want it to.
Mm-hmm. A German Schmeischer, isn't it?
That's right.
Put a stock on it, and you could shoot it like a rifle.
I'm going to count 3, and then I'm just going to shoot it. Now, why don't you be smart and give me the stuff? Let it ring.
Well, it might be a paying client.
It might. Let it ring.
You shot Pat Romero from his new offices across the street from the 5th Precinct, didn't you, Fletcher?
Is that what you say?
Yeah. What was he doing, blackmailing you? You gave him $10,000 sometime today.
You know, you're talking yourself right into a long box.
Why did you shoot him in a police station?
I paid him the $10,000 and he handed me the stuff, and I thought it was a McCoy. I went back to my office and started checking through this stuff. That phone's gonna bother me!
There. You checked the stuff back in your office and you found out it was phony. You got worried, went back to Romero's offices. He wasn't there. He was across the street in the 5th Precinct. You spotted him through the window and shot him.
That's right, Chalmers. I saw him talking to a cop and figured he might be spilling his guts. I waited until the cop left and I nailed him. Now give me the stuff.
You'll have to believe me, Fletcher. I haven't got it.
Don't give me that. I got a tip.
Sure you did. That was Sergeant Otis from Homicide.
You're crazy.
Am I? He said, just a little tip I thought maybe you might want to know about. Richard Diamond has got that which you has been looking for. What did Romero have on you?
Some records. You know something, Diamond? I don't mind killing you at all.
Drop it, Fletcher.
What?
Wait out, Walt.
Fletcher.
How is he, Walt?
Pretty bad. I didn't know you had a gun, Rick.
Neither did Fletcher.
Diamond,
Yeah?
phone for a doctor. Hurry.
I'll do it, Rick. Hey, who tore this phone out of the wall?
Fletcher got tired of hearing it ring.
What's that you're playing, Rick?
Oh, it's an old thing.
Oh. Yes.
Hello, Helen. This is Walt.
Yes, Walt, he's right here.
Thanks, Dan. Hello, Walt.
Rick, we found the stuff Romero was blackmailing Fletcher with in a safety deposit box. A bunch of books that exposed one of Fletcher's old rackets, enough to send him away for life.
Well, bully for you.
Oh, and something else. You better get down here right away.
What for?
You didn't finish your test. You don't want to flunk it, do you?
What?
You got the first part all right. The hypothetical part I can cover for you. But you didn't do anything on the last part of the written examination.
Now, you listen to me, Fatty.
Fatty?
The fattest. I've chased my head off solving a case and getting your big feet...
Big feet?
Big feet out of trouble. I've gotten shot at, insulted, kicked in the face.
Well, those things...
I don't want to hear any more of your lame-brained excuses. You just fix it up for me, and I'm going to go in and drop a few subtle hints to the commissioner about his nasty old lieutenant.
You wouldn't.
Oh, but I would.
Try.
What did you say?
Oh, what am I going to do? What am I going to do?
Take the test for me. Fill out the answers yourself. Cheat.
Cheat?
Cheat!
But...
Oh, that's what you always say.
Now, what were we talking about?
Oh, honey, you were asking me about this little old song.
Pretty. What is it?
Oh, well, give a listen. Oh, how I miss you tonight. Miss you when lights are low. Oh, how I need you tonight. More than you'll ever know. Each moment though we're apart, you're never out of my heart. But I'd rather be lonely and wait for you only. Oh, pal, how I miss you tonight. Okay?
Oh, it's very pretty. Shall I?
Might as well.
Yes.
May I please speak to Mr. Diamond?
Oh, my goodness, Rick.
What?
Yes, but look out.
Oh, all right. Hello.
You passed, Mr. Diamond, 99 out of 100.
99 out of 100, Which one did I miss?
The last one. I knew you wouldn't care, so I let Otis fill it in for you.
No.
Yes, the commissioner wants to see you tomorrow morning.
Why? What was the question?
To what department does the cleanup squad belong?
Well, what did Otis write for an answer?
The Department of Sanitation. Tomorrow at 11, Rick. Au revoir.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Ed Begley played Lieutenant Walt Levinson. Also in the cast were Wilms Herbert, Francis Robinson, Don Diamond, Ann Morrison, and Paul Dubov. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Today's show was written by Blake Edwards and directed by Russell Hughes. Dick Powell currently may be seen in the motion picture version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. This is Eddie King inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this same time, when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. What's on NBC today? One of the finest programs in NBC's Sunday lineup of stellar entertainment is Theater Guild on the Air. Later today, be sure to hear Richard Widmark and Teresa Wright in the romantic comedy There's Always Juliet. That's Richard Widmark and Teresa Wright on Theater Guild on the Air today on this NBC station. Next, hear James Melton and Harvest of Stars on NBC.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Oh, murder.
Oh, Sam. Have you had a hard day?
Murderous? 9 this morning, I grinned through 25 poses, count them, over dishes of all 25 varieties of Sanderson succulent soup, a meal in a can. Then,
Really, Sam?
Then I was imprisoned in a plush chair for 2 hours with a glass in my hand.
No.
Yes, of Brannigan's Bog, the whiskey that smells like old Ireland.
It sounds interesting.
It wasn't. They wouldn't let me touch it till after.
Aww.
And for the rest of the afternoon, I've been pulling up my trousers.
Woo!
For a series of leg art shots which will bear the legend, Samuel Spade, prominent San Francisco detective, says McGonagall's grip tight is the garter for me.
Oh, Sam, how thrilling to be prominent.
Maybe so, but fame is a sometime thing, sweetheart. Just a flash bulb in the pan, as you will agree when you have heard my report on the Cheesecake Caper. I ought to be infectious. I'm beautiful to see.
Oh, Sam. It was a photography caper?
Yes, and as it developed, it was a snap. Does that make you shudder?
Oh, Sam.
Well, have you got any photography jokes?
No.
All right, then. We just saved 30 seconds. And, by the way, Miss Perrine, statistics prove that 9 out of 10 private secretaries have the pencil ready when the boss comes in. Why do you always have to be number 10?
Well, I'm ready, Sam. Here's the pencil.
That's better. 2, Homicide Division, San Francisco Police Department. Attention, Lieutenant Kelsey from Samuel Spade, license number 17596. Subject, the Cheesecake Caper. Dear Kelsey. Down. Cheesecake, to me, was something that cost 25 cents on the a la carte side of a menu up until now. As a matter of fact, the Cheesecake theme didn't make itself felt until sometime after the beginning of this, which was a phone call at high noon, just as I was wondering where I'd eat. Sam Spade.
Mr. Spade, I gotta see you right away. What are you doing?
About to go to lunch. Who's this?
I'll tell you later. I gotta see you first. Right now.
Well, all right. You want to come to my office?
No, I'm at Barney's Grill. You know where that is?
Yeah, I know where that is. Who will I ask for?
Just go in and order a sandwich. Nobody sent for you, see? You just come in for lunch.
I just go... let me get this straight now. You hiring me?
Yeah, $50 in it for you, Spade. All I got. But remember, you don't know nothing about it, see? You just came by for lunch.
Wednesday is when they have sauerbraten and potato pancakes at Barney's, but then it had been only that very morning that my secretary, Miss Effie Perrine, had looked at my figure, of which she is usually inordinately fond, and made certain remarks to the effect that a few of my pounds needed devaluating. So I decided on a sandwich. The business crowd hadn't arrived, so I slid into a vacant booth, ordered my sandwich, and waited for something to happen.
Well, Spade.
Huh?
You remember me, Spade, Fred Malloy?
Yeah, afraid so. Last I heard, you were in Cleveland.
Yeah, but I'm in San Francisco now.
Well, Cleveland's gain is our loss.
I like it here.
Maybe they had a hot spell in Cleveland, huh?
Heat never bothered me much.
Yeah, you ought to be used to that by now.
Let's talk about you, Spade. How's business, huh?
Please, I'm eating.
Yeah, so I noticed. You like Barney's, huh?
As good as the next joint, yeah.
I mean, you're coming here all the time, regular. You ain't here on business now, are you, Spade?
Sure, Freddie, sure.
Yeah?
Yeah, making a little deal.
Yeah, who with?
Barney, corned beef on rye.
Oh.
Hey, sir. One corned beef on...
What's the matter?
Oh, the cook loused it up, sir. You said rye, didn't you? This here's wheat.
Oh, that's all right. Here.
No. I'll fix it up, sir. Only
I'll forget it. I said wheat's all right. Now, how about a cup of coffee and I'm all set?
Denny.
Yeah?
You said you were going off duty.
Yeah, I know. I was just finishing up a couple of orders. I'll get my hat.
Never mind the hat. Come on, Denny. I'm parked out front. I hate to get wrong with cops.
Yeah. Okay. Tell the boss
I already told the boss. Get going. So long, Spade.
Just stay there and enjoy your sandwich, sir.
Yeah, so long. The waiter, of course, was the guy who called me, a white-faced young kid sweating with his black tie up under his left ear. They walked outside and got into a car parked in front of the restaurant. Of all things, a limousine with a liveried chauffeur. I watched through the front doors. It pulled away, picked up the license number, and called the Department of Motor Vehicles. The car belonged to Mike Sheldon, known to the voters of the North Beach section as Uncle Mike, a white-haired, jolly-faced gentleman of dubious means and still more dubious methods who had something to do with politics. What he had to do with a weasel like Freddie Malloy, much less a poor waiter boy at Barney's, was something to ponder. I sidled back to my booth and attacked the corned beef on wheat. My teeth, instead of going all the way through the sandwich, which is the way I like it, struck something firm and unyielding. I pulled from between the lettuce and the bread a wax paper envelope. Inside was a $50 bill and a small photograph of a blonde. Denny, the waiter, had scribbled 3 words in the corner of it. Find this girl.
You care for some more coffee, sir? I got
Yeah. Bring the pot, will you? And, waiter.
Yes, sir?
This, Denny, the kid who was just here. What's his last name?
Denny? It's Weston. Denny Weston.
Yeah, okay. Where's he live, you know?
Well, I'm not sure. I think he has an apartment out around Larkin Street somewhere, but I'm not sure. He's a funny kid.
Yeah, what's funny about him?
Well, I mean, working as a waiter in a joint like this when his sister had all that dough living in that knobby little apartment and all, you know.
Who's his sister?
Monica Weston. You must have heard of her. Used to be a dancer in some joint over in North Beach.
Well, I don't get around much anymore.
Well, you saw the papers, didn't you?
She was in the papers?
Yeah, committed suicide. Then he nearly went off his rocker.
Wait a minute. Look, is this here his sister?
Oh, let me see. No. Monica was a redhead. This here's a blonde. Well, I better get you that coffee while it's out. Be right with you.
I examined my sandwich for further clues, found nothing except corned beef, so I put it back together and began to eat it while I scrutinized the picture of the blonde. A nice-looking girl in her 20s, no scars, birthmarks, buck teeth, or anything else to set her apart from roughly 25,000 other blondes in San Francisco. There were a couple of points, though. The picture was about 2 inches square, showing her head and shoulders, and her hand was up to her face as if she was surprised at something near the camera. On one of her fingers was a ring, which I couldn't quite make out. On the back of the picture were the letters L-P. Now, this is probably the credit stamp of some professional photographer. I abandoned my sandwich, thumbed through the yellow section of the phone book, and stifled a cry of triumph as I discovered the firm of Leonard and Perkins, photographers, with an office on Bush Street, where forthwith I went.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Spade. I don't think we did that here.
You're sure that's not your mark on the back, Mr. Leonard?
Oh, positive. And anyway, that's not the kind of work we do. Looks like an outdoor flash shot. Ours is all studio stuff. Funny trimming it down like that.
Trimming it down?
Yeah, this is probably a standard 8x10. Someone just cut the center out of it.
Thanks very much. Bye. So I went to the telephone book again, but instead of looking for the L-P as the front initials of the firm, I looked for them in the middle, since both ends of the photographer's credit stamp were trimmed off. And I ran across an outfit called Cal Pictures on Harrison Street.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to speak to the proprietor, please.
There's 3 of them. Mr. Murphy, Mr. Silverian, Mr. Brennis. Take your pick.
Murphy will do.
He's out.
How about Silverian?
Tied up with Mr. Brennis.
Uh-huh. Where are they tied up?
First door to your right. That's the main studio. Do not enter if the red light is on.
Heaven forfend.
Al, will you let me do it, my
I have seen photographers at work in my time, but not like this. I saw now why they were tied up. They were fit to be tied. In the middle of the studio was a mass of equipment that looked like a cross between the Palomar telescope and an atom smasher, with what seemed to be a stretched-out accordion on the bottom. All of it pointed at something lit up by floodlights on a small table. When I got up close, I found out what it was. Brennis and Silveria were photographing a plate of pork and beans.
Al, for crying out loud, look at that pork.
What is the matter with that pork?
What's the matter with it? It just lies there.
What do you expect it to do, Chemmy?
Excuse me, fellas,
When did we hire you?
You didn't. I only wanted to...
don't pay any attention to him, John. Now, come on, focus.
Focus.
Now,
What's the use? Why waste the shot? You know what he said? The pork's got to have get up and go.
Get up and go.
It's got to look succulent. It's got to look married to those beans.
What do you want me to do? Sprinkle it with orange sauce?
Look, fellas, I really don't want to interrupt.
You're no good, Silveria. You know what? They're going to run under the shot, don't you? Nussbaum's New England pork and beans, married in the can.
Can I be best man?
What? Okay, what do you want?
I'm only Sam Spade, a private detective, trying to locate this girl here.
What girl?
Ever seen her?
Sure.
Where?
Well, this is our shot. Look, you remember, Al, the cheesecake job the other night? Look at it.
Oh, yeah.
Cheesecake job?
Down at the railroad.
Yeah, that was for Norby's nifty nylon.
You mean this girl's a model?
No. She walked in front of the camera at just the wrong time. I loused up the shot. We had to shoot it over.
Yeah, we had a model with a pair of Norby's nylons on, see? Well-known brand of stocking, and the idea was to stand her up next to a train coming down at the depot there.
Then what we tried to do was get a shot of her fixing a guard, a leg guard, you know.
Yeah.
Sure fire.
Yeah, with a lot of admiring glances from the crowd.
Brand new idea. Real train, real station, real people.
Documentary.
Yeah. So Al sets up the camera, and the model mixed with the garter, and I whistle to get the crowd's eye, and we set off the flash. But the dame here walked in front of the camera.
However, it was not her fault.
No, it's an awful nice kid. We told her to drop by, we'd give her the shot.
Great, swell. What's her name?
I don't know her name.
Did she come by?
Yeah, a couple of mornings ago. I gave her the print and the negative, too.
Got any other copies of it?
Well, I don't know. It'll take us a while to check the file.
Oh, it's
Well, look, do that, will you? And if you find anything, here's my phone number.
Yeah. Now, as I was saying about that pork, John,
again with a
your
fork.
pork is your pork. There is nothing you can do to flavor it.
I glamorize the number of
So I bought an afternoon paper and went back to the office to take the load off my feet and mull over this latest turn of events. I mulled, decided to contact Denny Weston, my client, found his phone number in the book, and was about to call when the phone went off in my hand. Sam Spade.
Spade, this is Denny Weston, the waiter. I'm the guy who...
Yeah, I know. I was about to call you.
Don't call me, understand? You don't know me. I never saw you.
Wait a minute now. I've been chasing that blonde all afternoon.
You got your $50, didn't you?
What's the matter? Is Freddie standing there with a gun at your back?
Shut up about Freddie.
Okay, then let's talk about your sister Monica, or maybe this blonde you stuck in my corned beef sandwich. And don't let Freddie throw a scare into you. Hello, Denny? So, that left me with a set of grim suspicions, a $50 bill, and no client. I put my feet up on the desk and opened the paper. Then I put my feet back down on the floor. On the front page was a picture of my blonde with a caption over it reading, "You know this girl." I took the other picture out of my pocket and compared them. They were the same except for one thing. The picture in the paper was taken on a slab in the city morgue. While putting my shoes back on, I read the article under the picture of my blonde. It was simple enough. She'd turned up in the bay near the yacht harbor an hour before with a bullet in her back. The paper said nothing about identification. It didn't have to. Knowing you as I do, Lieutenant, I realized if there had been anything on the body to identify it, the picture wouldn't have been in the paper.
Now, pictures, Brennis.
This is Spade. You got anything on that front of the blonde?
But we're still on the pork and beans.
Yeah, well, drop it for now, will you? And check the files. And if you find the print, sit on it or put it in a safe or something. Understand?
But the pork and
The pork and beans will have to wait until we find who put the lady in the bay. I had a a pretty good idea who put the lady in the bay, but why and how to prove it was something else again. So I turned back to the picture, got out my 15-cent store magnifying glass, and took a closer look at the ring in her hand. It seemed to be black, shaped like a shield, with a gold center that looked like a dagger and a mask. 5 telephone calls later, I found the company that made it. For an honor society at the University of California.
Blue and gold office.
Is that the campus yearbook, the blue and gold?
Yes, sir, that's right.
Do you publish the pictures of the members of the Mask and Dagger Society?
We sure do. Who's this?
My name is Spade. I'm trying to locate one of the members of the society. Have you got the yearbook files in your office?
Clear back to 1895.
Well, good. Get out the books from about 1940 on, will you? I'll be over in a half hour. We found her in the class of 1941. Her name was Helen McKelvey.
What is it?
I understand a Miss Helen McKelvey lived here.
No, I never heard of her.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm not going to hurt you. You're the landlady here, aren't you?
I tell you, I don't know any McKelvey.
Well, the city directory lists her at this address.
It must be a mistake.
I don't think so.
I don't know anything. I said
Come on now, sit down. Do you good to get it off your mind. There you are. Sit down.
But I don't know anything.
Oh, look, that's not going to help any. I told you, I'm on your side.
Who are you?
Sam Spade. I'm a private detective. Now, you know where Helen McKelvey is right now, I suppose.
Yes, I do.
Well, I'm trying to find out who put her there and why.
Then what?
I'll hang it on him if I can. That's why I'm here. Now, tell me, what did Helen have to do with Mike Sheldon? Come on.
Well, I don't know much about it. She was a lovely girl. It's strange, you know. She kept things to herself mostly.
What kind of things?
She was doing some kind of political work in the North Beach district.
You mean she was working for Mike Sheldon?
Oh, against him.
Oh?
They were trying to defeat him, expose his rackets and his gambling, and heaven knows what else he was involved in.
Heaven knows indeed.
She took it all so seriously. Petitions and leaflets and telephone calls.
I see.
I kept telling her she was working too hard, and her health would go. And it did. Last election time, she spent a week in the hospital. But it was all useless. Sheldon was too big, too powerful. Why, he never even heard of her.
I can guarantee you didn't know her by sight.
I know. And then last week, a strange thing happened. I arranged for her to spend the weekend with my sister in Palo Alto.
Mm-hmm.
She came back Monday, terribly excited. And at last she had a weapon against Mike Sheldon.
What did she mean?
I don't know. But it wasn't just Sheldon. It was his whole organization. And she sounded crazy, like she was going to tackle them all by herself.
Then what?
And she packed her suitcase and moved out to some hotel. She wouldn't say where. I was worried about her. I looked through her room afterwards. That's when I found this clipping.
Mm-hmm.
Here.
Last Thursday's Chronicle.
Does it help?
Police seek motive in showgirl suicide. Investigation of circumstances surrounding the suicide of Monica Weston, nightclub dancer, moved into its third day without producing a reason why the girl apparently took her own life Friday night by leaping from a southbound train. I took off for headquarters, where, as you'll recall, Kelsey, we went over the file on the showgirl caper. As you'll also recall, we came up with nothing that wasn't in the newspaper. The girl had apparently climbed aboard the train at 3rd and Townsend, eased down the aisle to the end of the car where a porter had left the door open, and flung herself off on the straightaway stretch near South City, where the train hits it up around 70 miles an hour. She'd been pretty, unaccountably prosperous, and hardly a candidate for suicide. But nothing had turned up in her background to set her up as a candidate for murder, either. So that's where it stood. 2 dead young ladies and a missing cheesecake photograph of Norby's nifty nylon. Feeling this is enough for a day, I limped back to my apartment. I tossed my hat on the bed and started to pour myself a drink.
Oh, you never want to do that, Spade.
Huh? Oh, Freddie.
Dumb stunt tossing your hat on the bed. It's bad enough.
Yeah, that's not so bad, Freddie. Well, I expect to go home to a cold, empty apartment, and I find you. How about a drink?
Oh, no, thanks. I didn't come to drink.
Oh, how'd you get in? Walk under the door?
Oh, in a gay mood, ain't you?
I'm the cheerful type.
Had a busy day, Spade?
Oh, ran a few errands. There's an ugly rumor running around town, Freddie.
Huh?
They're saying Uncle Mike Sheldon played sucker for this Monica Weston dame, that she was shaking him down and he got tired of it, what with the election coming up and all.
Yeah?
It's a fact. And they say she didn't commit suicide at all.
Well, where'd you hear this?
In Union Square while I was feeding the pigeons.
You think I'm kidding, huh? You think I'm kidding?
Now, wait. You know what happens to boys who play with guns, Freddie?
Shut up. Go on, answer it.
Okay. Hello.
Mr. Speed?
Yeah?
Silvery at Cal Pictures. Listen, about that cheesecake shot.
Oh, now, Luella, don't take on. So I didn't mean it that way.
Luella? No, I'm talking about the cheesecake shop down at the depot.
Luella, honey, the girl is only a good friend. It's all your imagination.
Well, it's not my imagination. We found the print in the files, and it's here. The secretary just pulled a boner.
Whatever do you mean?
Someone named Mike Sheldon called, and she told him that we had it. Now, he's on his way here to pick it up.
No. Listen, Luella, don't do it. I'll be right down. Sorry, Freddie.
No. You ain't going nowhere,
Look, Freddie, this girl, she's all worked up about nothing.
Even the pigeons, huh? You want to know what you were doing, Spade?
What?
I'll tell you. 1:30 p.m. Went to a photographer on Harrison Street. 3 p.m. across to the campus at Berkeley. 10 after 4 to a rooming house on Bay Street. And from 5:30 to 7 at headquarters. Feeding the pigeons, huh?
You're just like Luella, Freddie. Your imagination's running away with you. Come on, have a drink.
Now, I told you I don't want to drink.
The bottle was half full, but it seemed like a good investment. Freddie took it just over the left ear side and sat on the floor. I dragged him into the closet, locked it, and took her off the Cal Pictures.
All right, Al, have it your way. Well, if we lose a News Farm New England bean account, don't come sniveling to me.
Where's the picture?
Hello, Spade.
Oh, come on, John. Now focus down on it. Let's get this thing.
The beans. 2 days' work.
Hey, what's the big idea?
I'm sorry, fellas. I accidentally hit it with my elbow. I'll buy you a new can tomorrow. Where's the picture?
On the table there.
I brought her over to the floodlight and looked at it. The blonde was in the foreground, blocking out the model with the garter. But the shot wasn't entirely worthless, since directly behind her, about to get on the train, looking squarely into the camera, was Monica Weston, the dead showgirl. And with her, with his white mane a-flying, was you-know-who.
Now, wait a minute. You can't barge in like this.
All right, hold it, boys.
I ducked out of the circle of light as they came in. Sheldon first, and 3 others. The gun in my hand made me feel better, but not much better. They closed the door, and the room was pitch dark again, except for the spot of light in the center.
Okay, Spade, where is it? I know you're in there, Spade.
You're a little late, Sheldon. We sent it to headquarters.
Yeah? Well, I think you've got it right here.
She had a negative, you know. Mailed them around like postcards.
I'm not worried about the others. Come on now, let's have it. You hear what I said, Spade?
Yeah? Come and get it.
Okay. Now, hold it, boys. Okay, Spade. I'll come and get it.
Good old New Farm Speed. He shot it for me, stepped squarely on the porch, looped, knocked over the light stand, and we were all in the dark. I groped my way toward the door, came up against a shelf full of supplies when somebody whammed me by the skirt, and the shelf went over. It sounded like a machine gun company on battle maneuvers. The mob hit the door in a rush, all that is except Sheldon, whom we found when we finally got the lights back on, trying to untangle himself from A, the floodlight stand, B, the table that had held the pork and beans, and C, 50 feet of light cable. Silveria was sitting in the middle of everything, sobbing softly.
3 brand new crates.
$450 worth of flash.
And our last can of Nussbaum's pork and beans.
And that Kelsey is the wine for that. Now I have in your hands my account of the affair, plus the cheesecake photograph, plus Michael Sheldon, who is, I admit, a fairly solid adversary. But, of course, this is fairly solid ammunition. Period and a report.
Oh.
Make an extra copy of that for Denny Weston if and when he ever comes out of that hole he ducked into when Sheldon started making with a threat.
Oh, if I'd had the least notion you were in such peril. I've been worried to death.
The peril didn't start until the next day, sweetheart.
The next day?
Well, that's when Brennis looked at me, squinted, and said, you know, Al, this guy's got just the face for Brannigan's Bog, the whiskey that smells like Old Ireland.
Oh, how awful.
A fate worse than death, sweetheart, but that is all behind me, while directly in front of you is, of course,
the typewriter. Yes, sir. I'll have it right away. The blonde, Sam. What was she trying to do with a picture of Uncle Mike with the other girl at the station?
You mean, why didn't she go to the police like any normal human being?
Oh.
It's hard to say, F. She was really a sincere reformer. From here, it looks like she was trying to work up a partnership with the dead showgirl's brother. Maybe put the squeeze on Uncle Mike and force him to come across with names, numbers, and salaries of the members of his graft machine. Besides,
what?
She was a woman. Come here. A mad, unpredictable, illogical creature.
Oh, Sam.
Effie Perrine, the non-alcoholic secretary that contains lanolin.
Well, that's better than Brannigan's Bog, the whiskey that smells like Old Ireland.
Sure, that's a fine and broad little girl she are, and I'll be saying good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade stars Howard Duff as Spade, with Lorene Tuttle as Effie. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.